you're never transformed. You're just transiting within time. Because in as much as every 12 months is completing, the age will increase. Whether you went to school or not, whether you learn a trade or not, it will continue increasing. That's why you can see a child of 15 years sitting with professor, not because the child is as old as them, but because the child has the mental capacity of what the professors have. Are we getting it? So why you have to understand the difference between transitional future. Transitional future is totally dependent on God, only requires the cooperation. It would always happen. But transformational future, it requires the cooperation of God and your participation. So if you cannot participate in development, you would not achieve it. Many of us are seated here today because one way or the other we have our first degree. At least we are learned in that area. You can read, you can write. If you can't read, you can't write. You can't be here today. So it's not about the age. What brought you here is not the age. You didn't enter here by age. I hope you're getting the difference now. So it's not how long you've been here. That's not what really matters. It's how far you've really gone in your life. It's how far. So if you're able to understand, you're seeing future with these two lenses, and one is transformational and one is transitional, you will know how to adequately and intentionally invest your time in what matters. You know every second you waste is not time being wasted, is life wasted. And because of that, you start thinking, you start seeing you start seeing every second, every minute from this lens, understanding there is transitional future and there's transformational future. And transitional future talks about growth. Transformational future talks about capacity building. Transitional future talks about quantity. Transformational future talks about quality. So sometimes it's not how far. It's not that I've been here for 30 years, I've been here for 100 years. If that's really the main thing, why is it that some young people are even more wealthier than people that are 70, 80 years? So it's not how far. It's not how long. It's how far. What's the quality of who you are? What's the quality of your life? That's what really defines people. You see a man of 50 years bowing down for a child of 35 years, not because he's older, but because the guy has more quality than the quantity the man is having. So what really defines you is the quality of your life, not the longevity. A man, walked the earth and only spent 33 years, and the world has not recovered from his impact more than 2,000 years ago. So sometimes it's not really how long. I'm not saying we shouldn't embrace that longevity, but what I'm saying is the little you spent, find a way of maximizing it. Understanding that the most important part of life is transformational. It's transformational. Let me tell you, transition can happen to everyone here, but transformation can never happen to us here. Every one of us pass through time, but it's only those that are intentional that will be transformed by the time. Because the time you are using to learn a trade, you're using to learn a skill, you're using to build yourself, is the same time some individual are wasting or is wasting. So you have to be intentional. You have to be intentional, understanding that future is not an infinity tomorrow, but it's today becoming tomorrow. So everything you do today is more like a seed you are planting in your tomorrow. Every of your now decision is a residue that your tomorrow is being build up, tomorrow is building upon. So what if all you are doing at this initial age of your life, at this initial bracket of your life, is just doing what is not relevant? It means you are just setting yourself up for destruction, because you have to really understand even the way the human brain works. The early part of this our life is one of the time you can really build yourself up, develop values, learn some things. That's why for some certain people, they cannot really go to school again. Why? Because that age has, that age bracket where they can really submit to authority, they've exceeded it. So there are some things that not doing them now can be regret later. Because whether we like it or not, I understand the fact that some people can say, they went back to school 50 years, 60 years, but the truth is, let's cause pain. It would have been better for them to go to school earlier. It would have been better. rather than thinking of going to school by 50, by 70. So I say that to say that, what is that part of life that you think that, oh, later God will really want me to go to this aspect, or later I would want to venture into this aspect? What are you doing currently about those things? That's what would help you arrive in the future, not accidentally. You know, some people arrive in the at the future, and it was as if they arrived there accidentally. Why? Because they are not prepared for the what? For the fame. They were not prepared for the what? For the success. And that's why one of the key things you have to be aware of is, now, how can I really build a transformational future? I haven't understood that transitional future can happen to me, but transformational future can never, and I mean never, happen to you. You get that? You know, maybe some of us will go to school and be like, you know, they gave me that course, but they cannot give you what? Transformation. They can't. They can't. So that's why, and when you begin to understand this, then you start intentionally thinking, okay, how can I really now develop myself in that area? You know, I met a while I was interviewing a girl in GSS1, because I went to a kind of secondary school whereby we do oral interview after your normal written interview. So when I was interviewing the girl said, that's at GS1. No, the girl said she has been reading books of over 500 pages. I was surprised. So if someone like that has been reading that kind of book, if you ask a question and the girl asks a question, you won't answer the same way, because that girl answering from power bank, I don't know, from power bank of knowledge, the kind of example she'll be giving, the kind of, you will know that although I'm older than this girl, but where she has been to in her mind, I've not been there. So it's not really how far you've been here, it's the quality of life you built over time. Some of us have been here, and you can, if they leave, you can just be talking. Not really, because see, let me tell you, people, not, if you're saying nonsense, it won't be adding up. It won't be adding up. That's what some people don't know. It won't be adding up. You know, yesterday I was speaking to someone, and someone was like, so I mean, I was in a place yesterday, and someone was telling me that even if you don't prepare, you still deliver. I just smiled. I smiled exactly. Because nobody will clap for you for the same thing twice. You see, some of these are great men. It's one thing that known for maybe leadership or whatever, but whenever they stand to speak, they don't sing the same thing they said yesterday. It's only fresh. Why? Because they keep what? Evolving. They keep learning. They keep evolving. So I say that to say that you have to be intentional. So I haven't understood that transformational is the key thing. So how can I really achieve it? The first thing you have to understand is, before setting goals, set yourself. And what do I mean set yourself? Know who you are. Because when you don't know who you are, whatever I call you is what you believe you are. So when someone said, oh, you are, when someone say you are mad, the reason why you admitted that is because somewhere in your heart, you don't really believe who you are. Because it's a question, are you mad? No. So I say that to say that, you know, there's this story of a lion and a cat. I really want us just use your pictorial way now to really picture what I'm saying, because assuming it's possible to, you know, to display a slide, I would have done that, but it's not possible. Now you know, there are some country that they call some certain dog police dog, and they are not just called police dog because they are big, but they are actually trained as military. Do you get it? They actually train those dogs as police. So the dog is not seeing a dog, the dog is seeing what? A police. Do you understand? Like you actually give birth to a child, and you tell that child that you are not human being, you're a police. Do you understand? That's just what the dog is. So the dog, they are not seeing themselves as human being, as dog. They are seeing themselves as police. And this is how they are being trained. So they actually, like, they actually undergo like series of training for months. And after the training, they will train the dog in such a way that, let me say you're a corporate, or a corporate is at the airport, for instance, carrying any kind of drugs. The dog will detect not only the fact that this person is carrying drug, but the kind of drug the person is carrying. So with the sign the dog is giving, they already know that this person is carrying so kind of. And the dog now is not even trained in a way that the dog will not bark. You know, when the such dog bark, then the corporate will know that, oh, there's something. So the dog will not bark. And how did they now instill that into the dog, that don't bark? This is what they actually did. They raised another cat. Then they told those cats that this cat, oh, you are not cat, you are lion. So after training the cat and making the cat understand that cat, you are not cat, you are what? You are lion. Look into the mirror. What are you seeing? You are not seeing cat, you are seeing what? Lion. And as lion, when you face lion, you are not supposed to run. You're not supposed to be afraid. And they've trained the lion too that as lion, when you face the cat, you're not seeing a cat that you launch or you will eat. Just like human, that's how they are able to instill into the dog. Sorry, they're able to instill into the dog not to bark when they see culprits. Are you getting the point now? So they want to actually instill that trait that, okay, when you see people carrying drugs, don't bark, just identify the drugs for us. And the way of doing that is telling those lions that when you see a cat now, literally, when a lion sees a cat, all it thinks of is what? Lunch, right? But that particular dog, when they see those cats, they won't lunch, they will just be looking, standing. So both cats will be here, dogs are here, they are facing each other, but nothing is happening. Cat is standing strong, dog is standing, and they are looking at each other. Why? Because they have the right understanding of who they are. Because if they don't have that understanding, they can't perform that task they are given. So anyone that failed will not go to the battlefield. So anyone that failed there, they know that, oh, this one has not been properly trained. Are we getting it? So when you have the right identity of who you are, then it will be easy for you to set what goals. It's okay to say, I want to be wealthy, I want to be successful. But when we don't truly understand yourself, you're going to fall for many things. And to know who you are, there are things you must know. The first thing is, who are you? And when I say who are you, don't define yourself from the lens of what the society has given you. Not even the lens of what your parents has taught you. Because somehow, for you to know the validity of a product, you have to go back to the manufacturer, which now leads me to the next step, which is, whose are you? So before you can really answer who you are, you have to know whose are you. That is, where are you from? Do you get it? For instance now, the son of a king is not the son of a nobody. If you ask that boy, whose are you? He knows, I'm the son of a king. So you have to really realize, whose am I? That who really owns me? And when you understand is the creator that owns you, then you will now begin to have a good perspective of who you truly are. You don't see yourself from the lens of limitation, from the lens of society, but from the lens of the creator, from what the creator has really called you. Because for you to understand the real potential of any product, you go back to the manufacturer. So your ability to adequately understand who you are from the point of whose you are, from where you come from the point of the fact that, I'm not my progenitor or my manufacturer is not the poor man on the street. He's the creator, he's the source and sustainer of all things. You have the right understanding of who you are, which is what? Your identity. And the second thing now you want to now work on is what? The second thing you want to work on is build daily system, not occasional action. Daily system. So because you have to understand what system does. System is like, let's say system is a kind of, a structured way of performing an activity consistently to yield a particular result. That's what system does. It's just like you finding a way of automating your activity, so that your activity will not depend on motivation, on feeling. Because any activity that depends on feeling, it means most time you will not even do it. The man that came this morning began to share out that, and I didn't even know that at the time. Whenever a gun is being shot at you, that if you can hear the sound of the gun, it means you're not dead. Which means before a bullet gets at you, if a bullet has not really gotten at you, you can't hear the sound. I don't know if you're getting that point now. So anything that makes the bullet get at you and you can't hear it, it means the person is gone, he's dead. I don't know, do we get that analysis? That is, if I'm shooting this thing now, if the bullet if the bullet penetrates, pierce through the whatever, if this, let me say, is human now, as me it can really hear it, if it actually hear the sound, then it means it's not dead. But immediately the bullets penetrate through and it can actually hear the sound, it means it's what? Dead. Do we understand? Do we get that concept? I don't know if I really explained it, but I said that to say that, so in as much as the person can see hear the sound, it means the person is still alive, because the bullet is faster than the sound. That's the concept. The bullet is faster than the sound. So in as much as the person can still hear the sound, it means the person is still alive. So I say that to say that your daily system is not, it should not be based on, oh, I feel like, oh, I don't know. No. It should be a to do. That daily I must do this thing, understanding that over time it will compile. I also make this analysis. I think in one of my section, that someone that studied to become a lawyer or a doctor, for instance, did not actually gain the experience one day. Is daily for the next 7 or 5 or 6 years, as the case may be, as he or she goes to the class, the boy will now realize that, oh, when I came 100 level, I don't even know what syringe is. I don't even know what paracetamol is. But today now I can even write recommendation. I can give you, okay, these are what you should do, these are what you should not do. Why? Because that daily action has compiled over time. So when you actually build a system that whether or not you feel like or not, you're doing it. So don't just read. Develop a reading system, develop a learning system, develop an application system, because until you apply what you've learned, learning has not really taking place. Not until you apply what you've learned, learning has not really taking place. Then the next one, develop the core areas of your life. This is very important. I always say that you can only experience as far as your eyes can see, but that does not mean that is all that can be seen. That's why 3 people were actually working on a wood, and the first man was asked, what can you see? The man said, with this log of wood I'm doing, the only thing I can see is I can only see the hustle I'm passing through. Another man was asking, what can you see from this log of wood you are cutting? The man said, from this log of wood I'm cutting, I can only see plywood. I can see plywood and stick and every other thing. When the third man was asked, okay, this thing you are cutting, what can you see? The man said, but he can see a table, he can see a chair. That's function, right? That's service, that's value. So the same, everybody is working on the same piece of wood, but they can see different things. And the reason why the man can see a table, can see a chair, he's telling you how vast his art is, because it's not a table yet, now it's just a log of wood. This is not a chair yet, this is just a log of wood. So information, you have to really understand the way your brain is being wired. So it's for your brain to really give you maximum how will I put it now? Maximum effect or maximum efficiency. For it to give you what is worthwhile, you must have intentionally invested what is worthwhile in it. So you have to be intentional about your mind. One of the core areas you want to build is your mind, and this happens by what you consume. The same way you feed your body, you're supposed to also feed your mind. The same way, whenever a child is born, over time the child will begin to learn, okay, when you want to eat, the parents will first of all begin to study the child, that when the child wants to eat, the child will just be crying. And now as the child cries, the child will now realize that whenever I cry, my mom knows I want to eat, because she will come around and give me what I want. And over time, even when the baby now sees the mother around, the baby will now know, okay, I'm not supposed to cry, she's already here, it means she's already making something for me. Are we getting what I'm saying at all? I understand you already. Are we getting me at all? Yeah. Okay, so what I'm saying in excess is, the first thing you want to think of, the same way you buy clothes for your body, you must start thinking of how you buy things for your mind. Things that really stretch your mind, things that really make, because For your mind to actually see some level of possibility, you have to really you have to have, stock in information there. You have to be informed about some things to make right decision. Because sometimes it's not really because some people don't really like something good, like opportunity now can be everywhere, but it's not everybody that will see the opportunity. Why? Because it's only few that have the information. Because if you don't have the information, you can't see the opportunity. Because following every opportunity is what is the information. The information can be the link. The information can be the flyer that is being passed. That's the information. But there are some people that even if they will not read, no matter what passes, they will not read. So far it's not empty joke. Forget it. They won't read. And that's when they will not discover, and I saw that paper somewhere, but since you're not reading, how do you want to know? So you have to really be intentional about your mind. The same way you buy clothes for your body, start thinking of what you buy for your mind. Start thinking, how can I really build my mind? Don't just build your physical look alone, build your mind also. And apart from building the mind, what's the second thing you want to build under the core area of your life? I have 3 things there. The next thing you want to build is what? Is character. Character is very, very important. Character is what is very important. You want to build character. You want to build what are those things that excite you? What are those repetitive behavior you have? You want to really build them. Are they serving me, or they are not serving me? And after that, you want to build skill, value. You want to build a skill that you can really use to solve problem and create value. And the next thing you want to build in that area is what? Is relationship. Relationship. You want to really move with people that matters, people that will push you forward, not people that will limit you, not people that will stop you, not people that are not going anywhere and would prevent you from even going where you want to go. Excuse me. So all of these are important. Understanding, you have to build your mind, you have to build your character, you have to build your skill, and you have to build what? Your relationship. Every great man has the 4 parts in their life. 4 parts. And no one can substitute for the other. So don't say I'm doing this, I'm not doing the other. And that for some certain people, even from the beginning of this year, like I'm in a certain group, the man has already arranged books in all this area of life. In all this area of life, probably you are the type that you're just like, all you just read is novel. I'm not against novel, but novel can just be empty entertainment alone. Although there are some things it does by expanding your mind in terms of thinking and reasoning, like giving you that pictorial way of imagining things. But beyond that, you also need every other of your aspect of your life to be what? Up and running, to be functioning. So if all that is working in your life is just what? Entertainment, then you mean it's nothing. You're really missing out on a lot. So another way of building a transformational future is what? Replace passive consumption with intentional living. Replace passive consumption with intentional living, and you have to do this intentionally. You have to do this intentionally with the things you spend your time with the things you pay your attention to. You have to really be sure, are they really in alignment to my value? Are they really in alignment to what I really want to achieve? Is it really adding up to me, or what subtracting from me? Because whether you like it or not, you might look, I'm not really wasting money on it, but you're wasting time, and every time wasted is life wasted. Every time wasted, again I reiterate, is life what? Wasted. So another thing you really have to understand is understand the law of seed. There's something that really amazed me. I want you to understand that everyone seated here, we will not always have the same story. We won't have the same story. For some people, they'll tell you that, for some people now speaking in public, they'll say they've been able to teach in a formal school one time or the other of their life. But it's not everybody that will have that story like that. It's not everyone. So whatever seed God is planting in you now, or whatever thing you are doing currently, you really have to understand. You may not even understand. Let me use for an example. I often go to school with my sister. So, and whenever I go to school, how will I put this? I'm not like, let me see, I'm the youngest in the house, so the gap is a bit much, right? There was even a time that she was more like a teacher in the school as at then. So, which means, and she's that kind of a very punctual person, which means I end up going to school like, let me say, and sometimes 6:30 I'm already in school. 6:30 a.m. now I'm already in school, and over time, you know what that's built in me? It built that level of, punctuality. And because I'm the only one they always see every time, they just call me, come and lead the assembly, come and lead the assembly, come and lead the assembly. And although it got to a stage I want to run away from it, but I don't know what God was doing in my life. Do you get it? Come and lead the assembly, come and lead the assembly. That even when I left that primary school, I went to another school for my junior school. This school now, Manti is not a teacher there, but we always, like, we are living in a new site, so we always go out together. Everybody will go to their direction. While I go to school, she will actually go to work. But I'm always still there too. Before 7, I'm in school. So literally, whenever they want to start us, and this is a new school. Imagine you're admitted to a school, you're in GSS 1, and the school is from primary to SS3. And they're always having a compiled assembly, and you, a GSS 1 student, is asked to come and lead the assembly. You understand? And this happened like that consistently. I was doing it. At the time I wanted to run away, but I can't run away because I'll still come to school early. Like, I'll still be the first person to open the gate. So over time I didn't know what was happening, but something was happening to me. It was happening because I didn't know. Some people here, you have the privilege of, okay, you wrote JAMB, you didn't get admission on time, so you went to a school and teach. I didn't have that opportunity because my JAMB, my RAIC, everything just went once. So there was no issue of you staying at home teaching or doing. There was not that opportunity. But I really look back and say, oh, thank God I really did not run away from that responsibility. I cannot look back and say that was a seed, because I remember the first day, even whenever I'm outside, maybe whenever we are having, there's always this, some of these courses you do in school where you'll be asked to what, to present, right? And when any course I do like that, I'm asked to present, just know A is sure for that course. That's some, even before writing the exam, just because of the delivery and everything, the lecturer will be like, what's your name? And they'll be like, wow, this presentation is good. And it was not because I had that opportunity of teaching in a formal school or something, no, but because of the little seed, or the little time God was actually planting seed in me. I just stayed put, even while I didn't really, really grasp what was really happening, but I just stayed put to it. So I want you to really understand, what are those seeds now that you're really planting in your future? Because some of those traits will be needed in the next level of your life. They will be needed in the next phase. And your ability to really master them now will determine how far you perform in the next phase. So when we really understand like this, every of your current occurrences is actually a residue for your future. It's more like a foundation your future is building upon. And because of that, you don't just make decision carelessly. You just do things the way you want it to be. You don't just do things anyhow, but you're intentional. Understanding the law of seed. And the seed you are planting today can be, seed of decision making, seed of habits. And I always call habits, my own way of calling habits is add in bits. It's not add, at once. It's the things you are doing little that is later becoming what? An habit. Over time, it's a way you're just engineering a kind of act, engineering a kind of mindset, engineering a kind of belief, engineering a kind of behavior. And as you do them over, and as you do that behavior over and over and over again, it's being added in what? In bits. It's being added in bits. And over time, that seed would eventually grow. Because that's just it. That seed would eventually grow. So when you really understand this, you will live not subconsciously, but consciously, understanding that transformational future requires your active participation and cooperation. Because as I said earlier, I said transition can happen to you, but transformation can never happen to you. Because that it is quality, it's not quantity. And it takes your intentional participation. It takes your what? Intentional participation. And the last step, to achieving a transformational future is practice consistency beyond what? Intensity. More than intensity. Practice consistency. When I mean consistency, it's better for you to read, like, even if it's one chapter every day, than reading only one book in 6 months. I don't know if you get the analysis. One book in 6 months. So it's better just read one chapter every day, because there's what consistency does to your mind. Discipline is part of it. Patience is part of it. Tolerance is part of it. Adaptivity is part of it. Those are one of that. You just force it at so time, by so time, in so place. I must do this. Your ability to do it daily, to do it as you planned it or as you proposed it, is actually building something in you. And if you stay long enough, you're building a lot of skill. Like, even you later, you just realize, how did I become this patient? How did I become this resilience? Why? Because you stay put with your daily to do, with your daily activity. And this does not really happen accidentally. Until you really plan to actually do some things, you will not really do them. Not until you've planned that, okay, I really want to do this, I really want to do that, you will not really do them. So you have to be intentional. And when you hear the word future, what comes to your mind? I'll be giving you, the full meaning of that word. The F in future means what? Focus. And there's something that happens when you focus. Every other thing dies. Are we here? Some of us are not here. Are we here? Yeah. Okay, let me give an example of what I mean by focus. What can you see? What am I holding? The mic, right? Just everybody look here. What can you see?
Golden mic.
Golden mic. What is behind you? Don't look back. Can you see what is behind you?
Camera.
No, I presume you now. Look your now. No, don't look at the back. Don't look at the back. But just tell me what is behind you. That you like. It's as if you can see this good, right? You can see this good, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say, without looking at the back, can you see anything from the back?
No.
So what is behind you? You can't see anything, right? I'm just trying to say, when you focus on one thing, every other thing dies or disappears. Do you get the analysis? When you focus on one thing, every other thing either dies or disappears. It's not because they are not in the room, but it's because you've only chosen a focus. So when you tend to focus on your future, you invest all of your energy, resources, and time in it. And the reason I said every other thing that, over time I've seen some people come into my DM and chat me up, this business, you're going to get this. And over time I just tell them that, I don't need it. I'm already comfortable with where I am. And that way alone, it's not only helped me be branded, it even prevent me from being scammed. That's why anybody that will really scam me will take extra time. It will actually take extra time. I remember when I was in final year, the guy just called me, hello, we're coming from so bank, and they want to tell you that 200,000 is being given to student and all of that. You know what? Can you just remind me of your account number? I said, I remind you. No, I can't remind you. But you said you're calling from the bank. Now you should know my account number. He said, no, you just remind me. I said, I can't remind. He said, remind me. I can't remind. He said, you're a fool. I said, who is a fool? I said, okay, who is the fool between the two of us? Is it me or you? So I said that to say that if really, before they can really, all of those things can really work for you, it's only if you're being enticed, I would like it now. If you're the type that you're being enticed, is it enticed? Like, I'm really missing up the word. Yes, thank you. That's what I want to say. It's because you already have a level of greed in you. You didn't work there. How do you just expect 200,000 to just fly like that? Yeah, is that that kind of so to some certain extent, I was not being lured. I was not looking for the money I didn't work for. Because as much I was actually looking for from that account number, they will ask for the next 4 code that will enter your phone. and before you know, you start saying the little you have, oh, the little you have, they'll still help you. They'll take it. So it's better you just stay with what you have. So one way, the reason we are being, we are being, yeah, that's the word. The reason why we are actually being yielding to some certain level of temptation is because somewhere in our hearts, you have a desire for it already. You're already panting for it. There's somewhere in your heart, you're already desiring for that money to just fall from the sky. And just for them, a way of them helping you to, to match your desire with their own need. And once your need matches up with your desire, then action is automatically engineered. They don't even have to stress themselves. You just be acting in direction to whatever they are saying. So I said that to say that the first F in future is what is focus. And when you sincerely focus on that thing, every other thing dies off. Focus. The second, the next letter, which is U, is what? Understanding. Understanding. You really understanding what you want. I often say understanding is the under in which you're standing on. So that under you're standing on is what understanding is. Everyone is seated on the chair now. It's not really because the chair is stable at first. It's because you really understand that chair can actually is capable of holding you. That chair is capable of of sustaining you. And the next letter, which is T, is transformation. So the first one is focus. The second letter, which is U, is understanding. The third one is what? Transformation. And I've really I've dwelt a lot on transformation. Transformation. It's not about quality now. A quantity is about quality, development, getting better. Getting better. Because the future we all desire, it won't happen as a miracle. No. It will happen by our intentional participation, intentional, decision making, intentionally investing in it now. And the next letter in future, from F, U, T, right? U, the second U is use of time. How well are you using your time? Are you maximizing your time or wasting your time? And this is key. This is important. Because you really have to prioritize your time. Time is like an empty commodity. Anything can be placed in time. Like anything. It's more valuable sometimes even than your money. Yes, it is. Anything can be placed in time, because in time you can build skill that can even give you money. And that's why when you ask a dying man what he or she wants, they don't ask for more money, they ask for what? Time. Because they know if they get time, they can redo, or they can actually rewrite their wrong. Probably what has led to the illness is bad way of living. They can actually correct that. Why? If they have what? If they have time. So time is a crucial commodity. It's an important commodity. And the next one is responsibility. The next letter, which is R, stands for what? Responsibility. You should understand that your future is not solely dependent on anybody. I understand everyone around you, your environment, and every other factor can only influence it. They can't solely determine your future. They can influence it, but they can't solely determine your future. And the last letter in future is what? Execution. Until you act out your dream, it will forever remain a dream. And that's why I'm telling everybody, wake up from the place of unconsciousness to conscious action. Because until you wake up, the dream will remain a dream. So the first step to actualizing that dream, that future you've always aspired, that future that's always been your desire, is to wake up, take intentional action. Start making decisions that will take you towards that better version of yourself. So when you start thinking future as milestone, it does not only help you to become better, but you also become better even in a short time. Understanding the fact that you're not just passing through time, but you are growing through time. Because now you become more purposeful oriented. You become intentional about your decision, about what you do, about what you don't do, about where you go, about where you don't go. That's why there are some there are some events you won't see me there. Not really because I don't like partying, but because I realize that can actually be a waste of time. If I use that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 hours to do something, I'm going to build quality with my time. So that's why some certain individual, you know what to really invest your time in and what you are not supposed to invest your time in. You know, oh, this is the direction, or this is the area of it is the field I'll later go into later in life. Then you start developing yourself in that area, understanding that your future is not an accident to happen. No, but your future is today becoming tomorrow. Your future is the manifestation of your daily inputs now. It's only waiting to manifest. And what would manifest, or what would actually, what you actually experience is dependent on what you've invested over time. Is dependent on what you've imputed over time. So you can't ask for life what you've not given life. You can't ask for life what you've not given life. You can't ask for time what you've not given time. If you actually, plant the seed of competence, the seed of diligence, the seed of faithfulness, honesty, you're going to reap it. And if you plant the seed of laziness, mediocrity, you plant the seed of, avoiding responsibility, not doing what you're supposed to do, you're going to also reap it. You reap it. So when you really understand this, you know it's not someone trying to force you to do something, or it's not the society trying to bring you into their own perception. You understand it's not your parent, or it's not your guardian. You understand it's not even the economic situation of the country that is forcing you to do something, but really understanding that you don't want to be an accident to happen, but you want to actually be a blessing to be manifest, not an accident to happen. And when you really understand this, you live consciously, you live intentionally, you live actively contributing to your future self. You don't live a life of reaction, trying to react to changes, trying to react to things. Yes, it's okay to adapt, but adapt from the place of productivity, adapt from the place of efficiency, adapt from the place of impact. So you don't just walk through the earth, you don't just pass through time, but you grow in and through it. So if there is one thing you're getting from me, again I reiterate this morning, is that your future is not an accident to happen. Your future is not an infinity tomorrow, but it's every of your decision, every of your habit, every of your action, every of your character, everything you use or invest your time in happening or manifesting and becoming your reality over time. That's that's the bedrock of your future. That's the bedrock of your tomorrow. And I mentioned 2 types of future: transformational and transitional future. I said transitional future talks about growing in age, while transformational future talks about growing in capacity. Transformational future talks about living better. Transitional future talks about living longer. Transformational future talks about quality. Transitional future talks about quantity. Transformational future is active, it requires your active participation, while transitional future is passive. Transformational future can never happen to you, but transitional future can happen to you. So decision is yours. Which one are you going for? Which one are you picking? Which one are you intentionally setting your life up for? Which one are you intentionally engineering yourself for? And I tell you, whatever seed you sow is what you will reap. So in just a way of me recapping again, your future is not an accident to happen. It's today becoming tomorrow. and be intentional about the decisions you make today. So right about now, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for this wonderful speech. We really enjoyed it. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be talking about halitosis. A condition many people know as bad breath. Halitosis is a condition many people know as bad breath. Although some people actually used to feel it's something that is just like it is a small issue, it doesn't mean anything, but it means a whole lot. Halitosis sometimes it used to affect somebody relationship, it affects their social life, it affects their health, it affects many things. It affects their confidence, yes. So in this presentation today, I would like to tell us what halitosis is, its causes, its effect, the treatment, and how to prevent it. So what do you understand by halitosis? Anybody? You don't know it? Okay. It is the medical term for unpleasant or offensive odor that comes out from our mouth. It comes out from our mouth. So we actually have two types of halitosis. We have the chronic halitosis and we have the temporary halitosis. The temporary halitosis, this is just for a very short period of time. That is when sometimes when we are fasting, maybe we did not take water, we did not eat anything, let me just say we are fasting, you feel that odor coming out of your mouth, or maybe we just woke up from a sleep, that odor that used to come out from our mouth, it is temporary halitosis. It is just for the meantime, just for a short period of time. Or sometimes when we actually eat onions, ginger, garlic, the odor that comes from our mouth, which is just for a very short period of time, it is halitosis. Although not all bad breath is normal, yes, but the breath that come out of our mouth early in the morning after waking up, these ones are normal. The ones that come out of our mouth after taking onions, garlic, ginger, spicy food, these ones are normal, which is the temporary halitosis. We have the chronic halitosis or persistent halitosis. It is of a very long period of time. It actually is an odor that smells in our mouth and doesn't just go away easily. So what are the causes of halitosis? There are different types of causes of halitosis. We have poor oral hygiene. Yes, you see some people, they actually brush their teeth but they forgot to brush their tongue. Some people used to feel like, is it necessary to brush your tongue? How many of us here used to brush our teeth but we will not brush our tongue? Some people used to do it though. They will brush their teeth but they will not brush their tongue. They say it is not necessary. And it is very, very important for us to brush our teeth, because you not brushing your teeth is actually one of the causes of halitosis, which is poor oral hygiene. Or you, after eating, not washing your mouth very well. You have to wash your mouth very well because of the particle of the food that you've taken. So it will not cause odor, it will not cause bad smell coming out of your mouth, bad unpleasant odor coming out of the mouth. This is one of the causes of halitosis. We also have dental problem. Yes, some of us that used to have this thing that we used to call in Yoruba akokoro, tooth decay. It also used to cause halitosis. Some people, infection of the mouth. Some people, gum disease. This is one of the causes of halitosis. So when the teeth or gums are infected, bacteria multiply and it produces a foul smell. Yes, That is why it is very, very important. Regardless of anything, you have to take care of your mouth. If you wash your teeth, make sure you also wash your tongue. Don't tell me you are washing only your tongue, you will not wash your teeth. Or after eating, you don't dim it. You actually need to wash your mouth very well. Even if it is just water, make sure you wash your mouth because of the particle. Because this particle, it actually at some given point in time, it used to bring odor from our mouth that you yourself, you feel like my mouth is tasting somehow, I'm not feeling it. Also, dry mouth, yes, serostomia, when there is no saliva in the mouth. It also used to bring foul smell from our mouth. Saliva helps to clean the mouth naturally, so it is important for us to take enough water. When some people will just feel like they don't want to take water, whereas water is very important. Regardless of our mouth, we have to take water. So when there is absence of water, like there is absence of saliva in our mouth, bacteria grows easily, bad odor it increases because of the absence of saliva from our mouth. What is the causes of this our dry mouth that I actually said? I said it now. What is the causes? Anybody?
When you talk for too long, your saliva will sound.
What again? Anybody else? I said it now. Dehydration. Thank you. Anybody else? Stress, fever, somebody that actually vomited. There is high tendency that there will not be saliva in that person's mouth. Sure, you understand? Because he or she has vomited a lot. Do you understand? Did you get what I'm trying to say? So saliva, it is also very, very important for us to take enough water, so that it's going to prevent absence of saliva from our mouth. Food and lifestyle habits. There are some certain things we should not take, like smoking, taking tobaccos. These things are not good. Apart from the fact that it is not good for our dental, it is not good for our health. Smoking is not good. It is even somebody that is literate self actually know that smoking is not good. Taking of tobaccos, all these things are not necessary. They are not good. After taking your onions, after taking your garlic, make sure you wash your mouth, because these little things that we just actually used to feel like it is just small issue, it used to cause a lot. It used to affect us. Medical conditions, throat infection, these are also one of the causes of these things. So effect of halitosis. Anybody? What I've said so far, what do you think is the effect of halitosis? Emisi? Low self-esteem. Yes, because definitely somebody that has a foul smell coming out of his or her mouth will not be able to talk to his peers, because she will feel isolated. She will feel, if I talk now, this topic, I actually watched a movie yesterday that actually made me to talk about this topic. Okay, what happened with the movie? The lady, she lives in a neighborhood, so, and she's the type of person that she hawks soft drink, soda drink. So it's not get to a point that she actually knows that she have that type of smell, but she does not know the causes. It actually affected her to the extent that she could not talk to people directly. She started to use nose mask. She get not until she actually saw a customer of hers that actually talked to her that she should just calm herself, that she should be herself, that this thing is actually have a cure. Then she went to the hospital and she was cured. She get, so these little things that we used to just feel like it is of no importance, it really means a lot. So one of the effects is many people avoid close conversation, like Emisi has said. Yes, it affects socially. The person will not be able to mingle. It also affect academically, because at the end of the day, you will not be able to play with your peers at school. You feel isolated. You feel, if I talk to them, they will not want me to play with them, and all of this. Okay, somebody that has this halitosis will not be able to do this speaking that we are doing, this public speaking, because she will be like, if I talk now, I don't know the smell that will come out of my mouth. I don't know how people will feel. I don't want people to insult me. So these things, we just have to work on ourselves. We just have to work on our dental. We have to work on our mouth. Make sure that anytime you actually take anything, any little thing, even if you cannot brush your teeth, make sure you take water to wash away the particle. Take water to wash away the particle. That is not too, it is not too big for us to do. So health effects. Halitosis can be a sign of infection. Poor dental care, yes. So ignoring it may allow a health problem to worsen, yes. If you choose to ignore it, maybe you actually have a close friend of yours telling you that, babe, how far, I noticed something about you, and he or she, because she actually cares, she actually tells you that this is how I feel about you. Don't feel as if, no, it is just normal, it's because I just take something. Make sure you pay attention to it. Visit a doctor, visit a dentist to take care of your mouth. It is very, very important. Don't just ignore. Don't behave as if, don't be nonchalant about it. So what are the treatments? Anybody? What do you think it is the treatment? What do you think? Anybody? What did you say? Brush. Yes, brush regularly. It is very important. At least brush twice a day. At least brush twice a day. Okay, you now feel okay, you've taken something, you can't brush your teeth. Wash your mouth with water. It is not that bad. At least after eating, you definitely take water, abi? So you just have to use water to wash your mouth because of these tiny particles. Brush your mouth, brush your teeth, your tongue, brush your tongue. And if you actually feel like, I'm feeling somehow with my mouth, the odor and all, just have to visit a dentist. Don't ignore these little things. Treat dental problems. Those that actually have akoko, tooth decay, visit your dentist regularly. They are the best person to tell you what to do at the right time. Don't just treat yourself. Don't be let me just treat myself. Let me just take this thing. It's going to work. Visit your dentist. They will tell you what to do. Those that are taking that smokes, taking of tobaccos, this thing, you just have to stop it because it's actually decaying. It's part of the causes of halitosis. Use mouthwash. It is very important. After brushing, use mouthwash to wash your mouth. These little things count. It goes a very, very long way. So what are the prevention? You may see prevention. Yes. Thank you. What again? Drink enough water.
Drink enough water.
Let's make sure we take enough water. When you are fasting, there was a time that during that Ramadan period, I actually noticed that most of us, after doing our fasting especially, you notice that your mouth tastes somehow. Some people will be like, don't brush your teeth. Don't be like that. Even to your health, apart from the fact that it's decaying your teeth, your tooth, it is not okay for it. For your health, it is not okay. Why will you be bringing out bad odor from your mouth, unpleasant odor, and you are telling me not to brush my teeth? It is not normal. Thank you. It is not normal at all. Brush your teeth regularly. Brush your tongue. Do not ignore persistent bad odor. If you see this odor is becoming regularly, don't ignore. Visit your dentist. Reduce strong smelling food like garlic, onions. Reduce it. All these things, it goes a very long way. It goes a very, very long way. So I would like to conclude by advising us to take care of our teeth, brush our teeth, brush our tongue, drink water regularly. When we need to visit the dentist, make sure we visit the dentist. Don't let us ignore persistent odor coming out of our mouth. It is very, very important. Let's take care of ourselves. Make our health a priority. Thank you. And right now, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Well, thank you for educating us on how to take care of our mouths. Hey. Good evening, everybody. Good morning, rather, everybody. And first of all, I would like to share a very interesting story with you guys.
All right.
Thank you very much. Back when I was in school, there was a program that was going on in my church, and we were to fast for 20 days. It was a 20 days program, and we were fasting. So this program happened during the time when my roommate and I were broke, and we were going. It was going fine. Everything was going well, until there was nothing else to break with. We would fast the whole day. 6 o'clock, time to break. Nothing to break. We would pray anyway, and we break our fast with water. There wasn't even Gary to break with Gary. You fast and break with water, then you continue again the following day. That was the very first time I went without food for 24 hours. It was a very hard moment. 3 broke students, broke jobless students, because not only were we broke, we did not have any job as well, and we were like that until we had to call out for help. Yes. And we were so broke, we were waiting for God to perform a miracle, forgetting that heaven will only help those who help themselves. And that brings me to my topic that says Sapa as a struggle. Sapa as a struggle. How it affects how it affects young Nigerians, especially Nigerian students. First of all, what is Sapa? You see, Sapa is a common Nigerian slang that is used to describe a state of financial incapacity. Yes. That is a state where we usually call as being broke. When we are broke, you say Sapa is dealing with that person. Sapa is when you have 2 bank accounts, you transfer 300 naira to the 700 naira in your second account to make it 1k so you can withdraw it to buy food. Sapa is when you become very creative with cooking, and you know that you cook concoction rice, you eat boiled egg every day, but boiled egg has become to taste somehow. You don't want to eat boiled egg. You break the boiled egg inside the concoction rice and turn it together to make it look like Chinese fried rice. That is what Sapa can do. Sapa is when there will be a program held for young people to empower them and impact knowledge into them. You want to go, but you don't even have transport to go. That is what Sapa can do. So why do people experience Sapa? First of all, number one, no financial education. You see, most times students are not being educated on how to invest, how to save money, and how to manage. It's always write WAEC, write JAMB, go to university, graduate, do NYSC, get a job, and get married. It is after convocation that is when they realize what is going on. Some people will even calculate it with their age. By the time I write JAMB, I enter school 4 years I graduate, by that time I'll be 25, and then I will start planning on how to make my own family. But guess who is 25 and jobless? A young Nigerian youth. Secondly, we have pressure to live soft life. My friend is doing well, I also want to live like them. You start looking for ways to using money that you're supposed to use to invest or do something good. You start trying to use it to compare yourself with other people, trying to live the kind of life that they are living. Before you know it, you start focusing on yourself. The money they are supposed to use to save, you are using it to live fake life because it is aesthetic. I don't know. And also economic reality, because let us not even lie, the economy is not even smiling. Things are very, very, very hard. Even with people that have jobs, people that have businesses, the economy is not really smiling. Cost of living is high, food is expensive, cost of fuel is expensive, there's no electricity, and this even affects people that have businesses. Lack of electricity can affect many things, both people with jobs and people with no jobs. We also have bad money habits. There are people that live for today. They'll be like, what? Like we used to say when I was in school, if I perish, I perish. Money that you're supposed to calculate, that will take you for days, you use it to satisfy cravings. You say, oh, God will provide for tomorrow. Make a chop today first. Living for today instead of tomorrow. Back when I was in school, there was this lady that I used to squat with us. She was not my roommate. She come and go. She was the only person with a job among us. She was self-employed. She was an event planner. And anytime she goes out to work and come back, her savings, she will use it. She will buy food, buy clothes. Although it is necessary to buy clothes, but the kind of clothes that she used to use the money to buy was just so I don't know, unnecessary kind of. And even we without jobs will be the one I'm trying to like advise her. She'll spend her whole profits. She'll go out to work, come back, spend her whole profits, and she won't even be able to sit down and say, this is how I spent my money. This was what I used my money to do. You are going out to meet a client to talk about a business deal, and the way she would dress before leaving the house, like, girl, you are working. Appearance matters. If you are going out to meet a client for a job, the way you present yourself to them really matter. Because if you are dressing like somebody that is razzed, you won't even be able to charge them for a job. You call a certain amount of money for them, and they start looking at you like maybe you're not capable or you're trying to scam them or something, because you don't even look like you can do the job. Bad money habits. You don't know how to save. You don't know how to like use. You are making money, you have a business, yeah, but you can as well invest in other things as well. You don't know how to do any of that. These are things that make people go broke and experience sapa. But the thing is, people are really doing their best actually. Both people that have jobs and people that do not have jobs. It's just that the country isn't smiling, and people are really just trying their best to stay afloat. So let's talk about the danger of turning sapa into a lifestyle. There are people that brag about being broke. I don't know how being broke becomes a flex to some people. When somebody start complaining that, oh, I don't really have much with me, I don't have money, I'll be like, oh, you stay there. I never chop since 3 days. You know, broke reach me. It becomes a competition. It becomes part of their lifestyle. They see it as a normal thing. Even thinking of a solution is not even part of the thing. They just want to be broke, and I don't know. Some people, I don't know how some people get so comfortable. People get so comfortable with being broke, normalizing sapa as part of their lifestyle. So let's talk about solution. One of the solutions that can be, one of the things that someone can do to eradicate sapa, one is learning a skill. And not just learning any skill, learning an income skill. It could be an income skill, a digital skill, or a trade skill. back when I was in school, there was a course that was compulsory for us. It was ENT 302 entrepreneurship. It was like GNS. You do not pass it, you do not graduate. So then we get to learn any skill of our choice, including digital skill, barbing, makeup and gele, event planning, soap making, bead making, any kind of skill that you want. And then you get to learn any skill that I think some of those facilitators back then usually award certificates, so that even after university, you'll be able to, if you want to further by learning more on that skill, or if you want to come back to those facilitators, because most of those facilitators they have their own business on the skill that they are teaching. So, and I like the fact that our school was able to adopt that. I don't know if other schools are doing the same as well, but in my school, you must learn a skill before you graduate. In school. And as we all know, employment is not a very common thing these days. We have an unemployment pandemic in the country. So, which means that being a graduate alone, having a degree alone, may not guarantee your success. And that is the reason why many young Nigerians are, apart from getting a degree, they are trying to get a skill as well, like a side. Yes, like a side also. Secondly, we talk about having money discipline, being able to save money, being able to make plans with earnings, and being able to invest in other things as well. We have people that are doing what do they call it? Event planning. There are people that do event planning and also do what do they call it? They supply drinks to events. They buy drinks, they ice it, and they supply it. So you see, now somebody doing that kind of job and also an event planner, you know that when you are going to meet a client for a job and say, okay, this is what you do, you can as well say, okay, if I'm planning for your events, I do this as well. I can as well bring in drinks, you get a hand. And also to stop living for social media. Social media is a very fake space, and it has really affected many young Nigerians negatively, because the kind of life that people live on social media, people love to showcase a life that they cannot afford, and by so influencing other people into chasing things that are so unnecessary. And we need to educate young people to know that chasing social media's life can actually ruin their future. Yeah, social media life is fake. Social media life is fake. And also to stop procrastinating. Some people will have to wait till after school. When I graduate from school, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Okay, let me wait for 2 months, let me wait for this, let me wait for that. The right opportunity, the right time, the right opportunity will never come. If you are waiting for when you are going to be ready to take up a skill, you're going to wait for when you'll be ready to put yourself out there, to learn a skill or to invest into something. That time may never come. You just have to take responsibility and, like I used to say, grab the bull by the horn and just decide to make something for yourself. In conclusion to this, I would like to say that Sapa will come and go. In the end, everybody will experience it. It is left to you to decide if it's going to become a part of your life or you are going to live beyond it. So this is an advice to every young Nigerians out there. Don't wait for your degree to come before you start thinking about your life. Go out there, network, socialize, learn a skill. You can as well become an artisan. There are many ways you can earn money in Nigeria, not just by doing white collar job. You can, in fact, you can even have 2-3 businesses. It is a plus. So we should stop normalizing Sapa and try to make a decision that we can use to better our own future. And with this, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you for the reminder that SACPA is not an option. But we live in a nation whereby sometimes it depends on the type of friends you have. Sometimes people have the type of friends that the brokers among them is the real guy. Just like she was saying that, we can have a mindset whereby somebody wants to maybe task you for money, and the best way to defend yourself is to show the person how broke you are more than him. That is the kind of nation where we find ourselves today. You could be broke to a level whereby, I remember when I was 17. Oh yeah, I was 17. My brother was 20. So then we left home to go and work elsewhere. That was far back in Ondo State. So when we left home to, of course, to go elsewhere to go and work. But just like Abraham, we didn't know where we were going, but we left home. And as God will have it, my brother's name is Abraham. So we didn't know where we were going, but we left home. Now, when we left home, we came to a place in Akure called Okearo. So if you are from Akure, I'm on those states, and you stay in Akure, you know where Okearo is. So we're living in this complex, Bolajoko complex. So we're staying there, then we're working there. There's this day we didn't have anything to eat at home. So we have lafun at home. That is a cassava flour. We have red oil. We have Maggi. We have pepper. So since it's actually like a small city, Akure, so we try to see where we can get leaves to put those things together to make them look like soup, so that we can prepare the amala to eat. But we didn't find any, and this was the way out. Personally, I prepared the pepper as stew. Like, there's no tomato there, just pepper. Prepare pepper, add Maggi, add tomato, and everything. Then we used it to eat the amala. In the night, we were just taking turn from the toilet. As it's going, as it's going, and it's coming, I'm going, like back to back. And it's not the toilet you will have that you will feel comfortable with your bum bum. You will feel it's as if you are putting pepper. It was that terrible. So when people talk about Sapa, sometimes you may not know how this thing look like until you are there, until you are caught in the web of trying to transfer from this account to this account to make this one whole before you can transfer to the POS. Even sometimes you don't even have the money to give the POS. You now say, okay, just withdraw it from that money. Remove your what do they call that thing? Your charges. Then give me the balance. Sometimes it could be that difficult. But now, regardless of this, one thing that is common about Nigerians is our ability to regardless of any odd, to rise up again and keep moving. Yes, we go again tomorrow. It's Monday again. We move. So we have been moving all this while for so long a time that it doesn't matter any situation or anywhere we find ourselves. We just have this spirit to keep on moving until we get to, in quotes, the permanent side. So that is the spirit of an average Nigerian. Our ability to adapt, our ability to move, our ability to continue, our ability to strive for excellence, our ability to labor with our hands until we get to what we want. I know that sometimes it is common for us to have a name that is kind of tinted in the globe for something, maybe for something illegal, for something for cyber crime, or for bullying, for any of those things. Sometimes those things could be, and it is not because we are Nigerians that is why it's happening to us. No, it can happen to anybody. we are not the first nation to be known for cybercrime. No, we are not. And it doesn't mean that that is what our identity is. We are a people that is bold. We are people that is daring. And we are people that is forthright. And when we see something we love, we like to go for it. That is what we are also known for. So this morning, with the time allotted to me, I want to talk about silent mediocrity, the African way. Silent mediocrity, the African way. Now, I can't say by God's grace, but let me put it this way: by providence. I wasn't born into a family where there is so much. So growing up, we had little in the area of material possession. So, which means sometimes we will have to go to school with little or nothing. I remember one day like that when we woke up in the morning and then we were planning to go to school. I remember that vegetable soup my mom cooked last night. This morning, a soldier ant invaded our house. So they entered into the pot, like they covered the whole kitchen everywhere. So now, when we woke up, we're about to go to school. Now, there is no hope that you have money to take to school to buy maybe food or snack in school. But there is hope that you can eat from home. Now, the food that you can eat from home has been like invaded by soldier ants. So what do? You want meat. You want meat. While you are eating, you try to look for those soldier ants you can see. You remove them. The one you cannot see, they are protein. Because if you put that one away, okay, like school then closed by 4. Primary school 4 p.m. And imagine there's no Gary. so there's no Gary. So which means if you do not eat that one from home, if you go to school, that is just it. So at that point in time, you know that as it is like this, I have to be creative with this current situation. So what do? Use any ant you can see, take it out. The one you cannot see, that is protein. But make sure you bless this food in Jesus' name before you eat it. That was it. So while going through this type of seemingly intolerable situation, there is this anthem. You see, there is this phrase that my mom came up about, and she do say that half bread is better than none. But now the greatest question I want to ask is that we are meant to believe as a nation or as a people that half bread is better than none. But I think we also need to ask the question that if half bread is better than none, who owns the bakery? Yes. So why do we have to believe that half bread is better than none when there is somebody who owns the bakery? Because if somebody could be rich enough, bold enough, daring enough to own a bakery, which means it's a pointer and a possibility that every one of us or any one of us could also own a bakery. But we've believed that half bread is better than none. And this silent programming has classically conditioned us. Although it's looking like what they tell us to just let time pass by for some time. Like just keep on continuing with life. If you see small today, manage it. If it doesn't come full tomorrow, you believe that half bread is better than none. At least there are some children out there, they'll tell you in Sudan, in Kenya, in North, who are begging, who are almajiris. Maybe we should even talk about that topic. Maybe somebody could even work on it. That begging stuff, almajiri people, like, maybe somebody can just pick it as a topic and work on it. So, but then they say, okay, there are people who are begging for this food you are eating now. They cannot find it. And you have found it, which means you have to be diligent with it. Because half bread is better than none. Now, this is what somebody is being told as a child. And then is growing with it. Half bread is better than none. One thing it will do to the child as time goes on is that there is going to be a way to condition to the child needs and wants, even down to the area of the child's ambition in life. there are some things you want to challenge for. It may not be in the area of food anymore, but you can be used to that conditioning that you will feel, if I can even see half of that, I think I'll be good. Have you seen a place where two children are in a classroom and then the child scored maybe 4/10? 4/10 is not a pass mark. But then, because that 4/10, the person close, maybe the person is sharing the desk with, scored 3 or 2/10. That child who scored 4/10 will feel happy because at least it's not the last person. So his own half bread is better than none. Now you don't realize that that child has been conditioned to think that way, to have that pattern that even if it is small, it can still be manageable. It doesn't have to be everything. Like the guy that spoke last, the male speaker said that all your eyes can see is all your eyes can see. But that doesn't mean that is all there is to see. There is more to see. And if all someone sees is that half bread, then that is all you will ever see as the half bread. And he will be made to believe that half bread is of course better than none. But there is possibility of owning a bakery. So my mom continues with that line, half bread is better than none. And then of course we continue with life, primary school, secondary school, university sometimes. But then there was a day after university, things started getting better. The story was, even in university, things started getting better. The story was changing, and then there were testimonies. So one day, but then that language remains because after some time she relocated from Ondo State back to Kogi State where we came from. So then the story still remains, half bread is better than none. So whenever she send food from Kogi State, she can just call me, okay, because all my siblings, we live differently. So maybe she will just call, okay, have you gone to collect food from your siblings? I'll say, yes, okay, help me manage it. It's not plenty. Because she will now add a proverb before that final one that, see, anything that is soft can be easily divided. And this is food item, you can easily divide it. So just manage it for me, at least half bread. It's better than none. So there's this day she said it, and I called her. No, and of course we were on a phone call, so she was like, so just manage, and then she dropped that line, half bread is better than none. So I told her, I said, Mommy, she said yes. Although I call her Mama, because I felt I was brought up to call her Mama. So if I call her Mom, I don't feel that connection. It's making me look robotic, calling my mom. But when I call her Mama, the way I grew up with, I felt I will feel more affection or more connection. I'm calling her either Mom or Momsi. I believe that old one sounds better. So I call her Mama. I said, see, I don't take her bread anymore. And I'm not, and as it stands now, I'm not even interested in the full bread. I told her I'm going for the bakery. That was my response. So I don't want half bread anymore. And I'm not even interested in the full bread. But I'm going for the bakery. That was what I said. So of course we all smile and then we laugh and then. But that was the last time she used that line for me. I don't know, maybe she used it sometime for my other sibling, I don't know, but whenever me and her we are having something to talk about, that was the last time she used that line for me. Because I'm trying to help myself to forget it. It's not as if I keep on remembering it, but sometimes those things has been said to you over time that they have conditioned how ambitious you can become. They have conditioned how far you can go. It's like they've stated the boundary of your habitation. They've carved out a shore for you that no matter how wide this river can flow, it can never flow beyond this bank. Because of a line that was just used over and over again, half bread is far more better than none. That was the line. Now, when you now look at how this thing played out, some time ago, I was still very young then. I think I was still in primary school. So that day we were talking about, I just called her in the afternoon. I said, Mommy, sorry, I said, Mama, I said, when I grow up, I want to become a lawyer. That was what I told her, that I want to become a lawyer. I remember that afternoon. I remember where we were standing. I can see us now. My mom turned and looked at me. She said, don't try it. And I said, why? She said, because lawyers don't last. That was my mom's conclusion. Now, that afternoon, she didn't tell me half bread is better than none. But she repackaged it for me in a different sense. That see, there are some things that are impossible. There are some things that are possible. Maybe some of us on this side of the world, some things are possible. Maybe some of us on this side of the world, some things are not possible. So let us just know our limits. Let's understand our boundaries and let's see what we can make out of it. And let us just continue with life. Whatever life gives us, we manage it. Whatever it doesn't give us, we don't demand it. Then we continue that way with life. So she told me that I shouldn't try it. And you won't believe, I didn't read law. But I like the profession. I can't count the numbers of law movies that I've watched, because I love I love lawyers. Whenever I see someone who studies law, there's this, I just like them. Even the profession too. I can't force them to do it, because they have to, but if I see one of them who wants to study either law or criminology, I'll be glad, because in the future there will be a lot of crime, so they need people to defend them, and I want to be eating from that money too. So you see that now when I saw that I can't study law, I wanted to go for philosophy, because that is where I feel my brain can be engaged. Well, just like everybody will know, you ask for philosophy, they won't give you, so they will give you something else. So now that was the idea. All this was because of something that was passed down to me unconsciously. Now she was able to successfully transfer her own belief system to me, and then as a child I bought it. Now this is not to in any way like try to castigate her or no, not that. But what I'm just trying to say is that it happened because of her level of knowledge, because of her level of exposure. And that I didn't study law today, study law in school or become a lawyer today, doesn't stop me from still doing it now. I can go back to school, I can pick up any form now, go back to school, and then still get the law profession. I was even looking at JAMB one day, I was like, let's try out this law thing. It's something I like. I'm looking at law and philosophy, because those of them, not because I really want to practice the profession. At the same time again, I just want to go to court one day, maybe to argue, and then that will be all. But then, where I'm going there is that mediocrity has been normalized in Africa, but then we don't believe we are mediocre. But in a way, it has been normalized. How have we normalized it? By what we crave for, by what we have crush on. See, sometimes your self-belief can be so watered down unconsciously that it will affect the people you are attracted to, or that are attracted to you, either way. Sometimes you can believe that some people who have some level of success, like you are not worthy for them to be attracted to you. Like, I don't know how to put it. Maybe they're okay, you are not worthy for them to be attracted to you. Maybe you don't have a mind that can conceive that thing, that people who are of this high caliber can actually be attracted to me, and I can fall in love with them, and they can fall in love with me. We can have something to do together. Sometimes you don't believe that can happen, because you don't have you cannot picture it mentally, how possible that can become, and the possibility of that happening. You can't picture it mentally, because somewhere in our history we have been taught how to mellow down with our cravings. We have been taught how to dream small. We have been taught how to manage with life. We have been taught how to endure some uncertainties until the weather be overpassed, and then we are able to pull through, probably after some season, forgetting that regardless of where we are in our life, that the only place we have this opportunity to dream big is in our mind, because it's the biggest real estate where you will be there. You can dream as wide as you can You can dream as wild as you can. You can dream as broad as you can. And nobody will challenge you. No Omonile will say, Oga, you are dreaming too much in your mind. Come out. There's the only Omonile that can challenge you of thinking, of living in your mind is you. And probably your culture, your tradition, your belief system, and your mindset. So when we say mediocrity, silent mediocrity is the African way, it has been from time immemorial, but it was silent. It was silent. It's not shouting, it's not loud, it's not lousy. It's like a programming that was done to get something out of us. Let us now go back to the colonial system. We have a life before. If you were here during Professor Pat Utomi's session a few days ago, he said something that in the Africa we have in those days, that when someone has, he said, I have because all of us is having, and everyone is having because I have, just like that, interchangeably. But then he said something that in those days, African have a community where people will build house, they will not even put doors. Maybe whenever they put doors, they will just open it without having this mind that somebody can come there to steal. We were that open-minded. We were that forthright. We were that believing. We have that trust and that faithfulness in ourselves. But something happened. The time education was given to us, it wasn't a full education. It was the type of education that was given to us to shape our belief system, to meet up with the demand of the curriculum designer. Something like, this is what we want these people to know. We need them to be able to read, to be able to write, so that they can fill in this tax book for us, so that they can know how to talk to their people, so that they can know how to interpret our vision to their fellow Nigerians or fellow Kanuris, fellow Kanos, fellow Yorubas, and all those fellows. That was the purpose of that education. It was not a complete education to change our mind, to teach us how to think independently. We were taught how to think dependently. We were told what to think about. Our histories were written about them. Some of the things we believe now, if some of the histories we have now, they were the histories written by other men. I said something yesterday when I was presenting that until the lions have their own historians, the story of the hunt will always favor the hunters. But by the time African historians will rise up, it was already too late. A lot of things have been written and has been published and has been read. That is why somebody came to Africa and then they believe that they discover a particular ocean. And I'm like, okay, discover. You see that people were not there when you came there? Said they were there. Okay, and those guys didn't discover. He said, okay, I don't know, but it was me who came here from Europe to discover it. He put it in a book. He published it. It was believed. You and I even have to teach our children in school that they discovered some of the seas in Africa. These are the little silent mediocrity. You hardly see something discovered in Africa by African, because the history of the hunt, the history of the hunt favors the hunter. It doesn't favor the lions. Silent mediocrity was built into every one of us, little by little, bit by bit, curriculum by curriculum, slave master by slave master, slave laws by slave laws, colonial master by colonial masters, until our dignity of human being, our dignity of human person is being eroded into. And today we have little or nothing to show forth about what we believe in as Africa. So the idea of silent mediocrity has been, when education was exposed to us, a lot of damages were done. The damage of our person. You see, when you talk about curriculum, if you have taught before, if you are a teacher, you will know that there's something they call aim and objective in setting it. In that, aim and objective means that at the end of this class, by what I'm teaching, when I'm done with this class, this child should be able to know everything about what I'm teaching him. So the curriculum they gave us is that by the end of this curriculum, everything we are teaching these Negroes, these black people, is for them to know this aspect of education. Remember, in a way we were not formally educated before. That was our first exposure to that education. And when the education came, it came with a purpose, not to help us to think independently, not to help us to question constructively how we do things before, but it was made in such a way that it was to question our own belief system. They teach us to doubt ourselves. They teach us to unbelieve what we believed about our fellow brothers. They teach us to know that, see, if you are on this side of Nigeria, those who are on that other side, because they are plentier than you, they have this opportunity to come here, to come and lynch you, to come and trample on you. This were what they were teaching us, and we were taking it in. And because we could read, it gave them the possibility of say, okay, because you can read, we can actually have you chipped out at any point in time. Promises came with a curriculum that is not balanced, with a curriculum that is not fit, and with a curriculum that is not meant for us. Remember, we were not taught how to think independently. We were taught how to think dependently, because we need the help of the colonial master to be able to know how to think, to be able to know what to think about. And little by little, our educational system was given to us by them. So even after they've left, we were still teaching them the ways of the whites. If you have read about the broadcast history of Nigeria, in those days, during the colonial era, out of the 24 hours of broadcasting, the hour given to Nigerian to broadcast their own personal news was less than 1 hour. Out of 24 hours, it was less than 1 hour, which means they will spend the whole 23 hours, so to say, to tell us about themselves. We were learning about them, and we were unlearning about ourselves, because it's a new civilization. It's what they are giving to us, and because we don't know much about it, our imagination was heightened. So we want to really know about these white guys who are coming into our land. In the morning, we listen to their radio, we listen to their program, we listen to their sports, we listen to anything they want to give to us. We learn everything about them. They only gave us less than 1 hour to only hear from ourselves. Why the remaining 23 hours? Imagine that continued for over 10 years, over 15 years. At this point in time, it is enough to erode into someone's mindset. It is enough to erode, to water down whatever it is that someone has believed before. I'm telling you all this so that you can know that the silent mediocrity, which is the African way, is not something that started with your father, with my father. It has been from time immemorial. And one of the ways where that thing started was the introduction of education and the type of education that was introduced to us as Africa. Not until we have our own brothers and sisters as our forefathers traveling out of Africa, of Nigeria, of Ghana, or whatever, to go outside to go and school, they begin to know that this is how to think independently. This is how to induce a thought to come up with an idea. They went outside. They went out. A lot of things were done. A lot of changes were done to the way they think, and they came out and they came back again to start fighting for our freedom. To start having us, of course, delivered from, in quote, the fetters of the colonial masters. So there are so many ways today that this thing has affected us. It has affected us in the sense that survival has now replaced ambition. Like the lady said, that's a part of a thing. Survival has now replaced ambition. And it's like the federal government and our mindset and our traditional mindset has decided to tell us that, see, you people, you don't have time to be ambitious. Just be surviving. So everybody is now survival mode. You know, that time, if your battery wants to die on your Android phone, you can go to that, is it battery saver they call it? Nigerian is on battery saver mode. If you remove it from that place, we are going down at any point in time. And we ourselves are now the one perpetuating that survival mode. Perpetuating it. In our thought, we are perpetuating it. In our political system, we are perpetuating it. About a few days ago, if you were online, of course you are online, you will realize that Nigerians were protesting, I think in Abuja also, protesting about democracy. This should not be the area where people are now protesting about democracy anymore. So one party system will not stay in Nigeria. We should have gone beyond this time. This is where people are looking at how to develop their country with the latest AI, looking at how to optimize every of their system, their economy, their banking system, their education, almost everywhere. But we are still here battling about, is it one party system? Is it two party system? Is it ADC? Is it PDP? Is it CDA? Is it NMPC or whatever they call it? That is the situation where we are today. So survival has now replaced ambition. Is it somebody who has not eaten, or who is like entirely broke, that you want to ask them to, okay, what's your life purpose? I just want to eat. There is this skit done by Lasisi many years ago. That was when he just started this skit of a thing. He said, I went to my auntie's house and I wanted to, this rich auntie's house. So I went there, it was in the morning time. Say 8 o'clock. They've not woken up. 9 o'clock. One person has woken up. 10 o'clock. People started waking up. 11 o'clock. And they've not started cooking breakfast food. So by 12 o'clock, the auntie just came and was like, Lasisi, in fact, let me even talk to you. What is your life ambition? The guy was like, life ambition, okay, I want to eat. That is where we are now as a nation. We want to eat. Because we are surviving. And our life is already on battery saver. Another thing is that managing has now become wisdom. Managing, adapting has become wisdom. And people who choose not to manage, you tell them they are fools. Managing has now become wisdom. You must know how to manage with life. Even from the way you cut your onions, it's part of it. From the way you drink your pure water, it's part of managing. From the way you do a lot of things, part of managing. Another thing is, we did excellence. When we did excellence, it becomes arrogance. When someone does something that is super excellent, say, that person is arrogant. He's trying to do more than he can afford. He's trying to bite more than he can chew. But then we forgot that sometimes we need to bite more than we can chew to really know the size of our cheek. Because how will you know you have a very big cheek if you don't bite more than what you feel you can chew? So normalization of mediocrity is in so many sectors, so many areas today. It is subtle, it is silent. Mediocrity in Africa, it is subtle, it is silent. We can speak loud on the internet. When we are before people, we can speak very loud and clear. We can air our opinion. When it comes to doing it, we struggle to do it for ourselves. But if we are to do it for the world, do it for the West, do it for the Middle East, we can go all out to make sure their dream comes to pass. But whenever it comes to our own vision, we struggle to make points with that. So it is subtle, it is silent, it is not accidental. Our belief system, our mindset over the years has been eroded into, starting from the family. There's a lot of problem in the family. Like I just shared with you, how I was told that half bread is better than none. Half bread on a daily basis is better than none. When things are not fine, that was the line to console you. Half bread is better than none. Which means any little thing you see, make do with it. Yes, you can argue that, okay, maybe they are trying to teach us creativity. There are other ways to teach creativity. But not to crack down our parents today. No, not for that. But I'm trying to expose a system that pushed them to that wall, that sold that ignorance system to them. And another one is in our education. Education. If you follow a Very Dark Man page, or if you are conversant about when he and King Michi were having their, how will I call it? Okay, their rivalry. You realize that the school that one of them said he went to renovate. When another person went to that school, we realized that the school itself that they said that needed renovation, you will be ashamed to call it a public school. You will be ashamed to call that place a public school. And sometimes I'm like, how do we get here in the first place? Like, who was paid to carry out this thing? How much were you paid to carry out this thing? You will see the signboard of 1982 that's never been painted. It has never been painted. Of 1982. You now see established 1984. And it has, the last paint was the first one they did in 1982. And up until now it's in that situation. And we are bringing children into that environment. We are classically conditioning them. Because we are feeding their mind with something. We are feeding their heart with a lot of garbage or garbages. You will see it just from the signpost alone. You will know this school I'm going to is out of it. Is out of it. But what do we do? What can we say? For parents who can now afford the price of a private school, and your children must learn, you have to take them there. Like I said the last time, that my neighbor's kids attend public school, and I was asking her daughter, how many are you in class? She said, we are just 70 something. See, yeah? Because in the previous class they were over 100, and now they are just. So look at our public school, for example. Is nothing to write home about, and majority of Nigerian kids attend public school and not private. And if majority of us is attending public and not private school, and those public school are out of shape, they are out of curriculum, they are out of shape, they are out of standard, they are out of infrastructure, then how do we build a future for these so-called leaders of tomorrow? Which means there is no future promised for them, or the future we promise for them is just a mirage, is a fog, and one day it will disappear. And once it disappears, the children will take to street, and once they take to street, the government who put them on the street many years ago will be the one to take them to prison. And those ones who won't go to prison, they can cut deals with them to be the one to work, to be as instrument to disrupt electoral process. Because if you want to keep a people in chain, just give them little gain and they'll forget their name. Any little gain you give them, they will just forget their name. Just give them small gain, they'll forget their name. You can just go to a bus stop tomorrow, just have like 5k with you, change it to 200 naira. Just go to that bus stop, just be giving them 200 naira, just 200 naira. I know the economy is hard, 200 naira cannot buy anything, but just go there, make sure you change your 5k into 200 naira, just be giving it to those guys. 200 naira, give it to those guys. You will see the way they will worship you. You will see the way they will carry you in their hand. If you are a lady, you have earned their ultimate respect. They will protect you with everything you have. I went to a friend's house one day, a female. So on our way to her house, I saw, we got to the bus stop. So at the bus stop, when we got to the bus stop, I asked, okay, who are these people? He said, okay, they are the bikemen. Of course, you see the bikemen, you see the aboki, the other ones there. I said, oh, that's nice. And I said, okay, like how often, like how late do you come back from work and then from church? So sometimes I come back by 9, sometimes maybe from church by 10, even sometimes when we have special program later than that. I said, okay, no problem. Is it what you will do? In this forthcoming Salah, that was last year. I think there was one Salah then is it October? No, not October. I've forgotten that, but that last Salah they celebrated last year. No, not this year. Last year, the last one. Yes. Is it May? Okay. So I said, see, in the next forthcoming Salah, just prepare a part of your salary. Just buy like 1 can of malt. Come to this bus stop. Distribute to these boys. She was like, why? I said, they are your bodyguards. Because by the time you be coming back from either your work late or maybe from church due to special program by 11 or 10, these ones are the people that will see you home. once they cite you anywhere, because of what you've done for them before, there is this reverence they will give you. They have their own sense of loyalty. Those boys can be cruel or something. They can be lousy, or they can be loud sometimes, but they have their own area of loyalty. Once you respect them, they respect you. Just prepare one packet of malt, share for them, tell them barika the salad. That is it. Share for the bikemen, share for their book, especially greet everybody, and that will be it. Because a time will come, you will need them. A time will come, they will be your key, maybe of deliverance, or to save you from one shit that probably you've gotten yourself into. What I say is, now, if you have shared that 200 naira to them, and then you see the way they revere you, that is just 200 naira note. Imagine a politician who is desperate for power, who is in an audacious quest, coupled with greed for a political seat, and he gives those guys 200,000 naira. You give them 200 naira, and he gives 200,000 naira to each and every one of them. You know how far they will go? They will go as far as taking their own life to make sure they satisfy that man. That is how porous those guys' mindsets or those guys' minds are. He who gives them owns them. And why? Who put them on the street in the first place? It is the government. Because of the vision we sold to them that half bread is better than none. And how was the vision sold to them? By the educational system. Having 70 children in one class with just one teacher. No public address system. Those of us who go to public university, we know what I'm talking about. You will go to a hall capacity of about 750 hall. You just see one tiny board in the front. The lecturer there teaching statistics doesn't have a microphone. So expecting those of us at the far end to see what is on the board. And if you don't come early to the class, that is your luck. And how can all of us come early to the class? And like how? How? So it is a way of telling us that anything you see in that school, manage it, make do with it. When you come outside, you will sort yourself out. When people are graduating, we graduate people on a daily basis without having anything to show forth for what they stood for. And that is the problem that we have today in our educational system. Because we are living a life that half bread is better than none. From our own educational system, we don't care who is not in class, but we know that this person should fail and why he must fail. See, when I was writing my project work, I don't know if I've shared it here before. So there's this lecturer, I won't mention his name, he's currently not in Nigeria. But he was giving me this concern, this issue then about me, why he wants me to give him some money. But he didn't ask for money directly. But then he was just cancelling my project work. Chapter 1, he didn't look at it. He asked me to drop it, I dropped it. Chapter 2, he didn't look at it. But he asked me to drop it. Chapter 3, he didn't look at it, but told me to drop it. So another day when I came to check my project, he was like, he just looked at it. He saw one error. He cancelled from chapter 1 to chapter 3. What he has not checked though. And then he told me something. He said, see, go and ask your mate. Ask them how they are doing it. I thought he meant that go and ask them for maybe the techniques, maybe where they got their own literary question from, and then all those literature review stuff. I didn't know he meant a different thing. So I went, I asked them. They were like that I should just do. I went back again, the same thing. That I should go and ask them how they are doing it. So I called it, I said, Aleko, come. How are you doing it? Don't tell me what to do now. Tell me how you are, because that was what he said I should ask. He said, you'll find him something. I said, what do you say? What do you mean? He said, I'll find him something now. He said, because they have taken him to, there's one joint there where they drink palm, and then they've sorted him out. After they drank the palm wine, other expenses went, and then everywhere was good. That I should find him something. So when I went back to his office, I came for my project work. and this man speak very loud. Once he's speaking at the end of this estate, if you are at the other end, you will be hearing what the man is saying. So he said, have you asked? I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. But I was behaving as if I have not asked. The man started shouting again. That's it. Look at this office. That is not church. That even he himself is going to church. That I should know what belongs to Caesar, should go to Caesar, and all those things. Then in my mind, I said, okay, I will never see you again. I didn't tell him, but I said it as, I won't come here to see you again. And I didn't come back there to see him until one day when I saw something on the group chat, how those of you under Mr. So and so has been moved to Dr. So and so. That was the end. But the point I'm driving at is this: everyone is desperate to milk anyone. You either milk them for money, or you milk them for substance, or you milk them to get glory, or sometimes you even milk them to get your own work. I have a friend who was working with, I think, a doctor or so. He is a master MSc holder. So he was publishing his work, but then he was helping a particular doctor to publish his work. And there's a place where you can reference people who help you to do it, or you can publish that same work on two of you's name. The man published that guy's work on his own name alone. That is the educational system where we are today. Because anywhere you see that have bread, grab it and take it up by yourself. How about in the political system? Half bread is better than none. What we see happening today in Abia State, it's something that should be a norm. It's something that should be normal. But because of the scarcity of what is best, because of how scarce what is best is, whenever someone does a little above average, we worship them and then as if they are God. I'm not saying the governor of Abia State has not done enough. The man has done excellently well for Abia State, Sir Alex Otti. He has done amazingly well for them. But the point I'm driving at is that we should not be so depraved of what is good that whenever we now see it, it's not like somebody has broken a world record for being good. It's just his responsibility, and the man is carrying out his responsibility. If other governors have been so irresponsible not to do what they should do, not to do what they can do, or not to do what they must do, now, so we have now become so used to irresponsibility that when a man becomes irresponsible, it's now like a miracle. It's not like a wonder. That tells you how deadened our political system is becoming or has become. And that is the world we live in today as we speak. A political system that is trying to be a voice for the other political party. A political system that is trying to tell you, see, I was being spoken to about a particular political party to join them. When I saw the political party's is this slogan, maybe not the motto, but the slogan on the group chat. So when I joined the group chat, I saw that these people are going nowhere just because of the slogan. And what is the slogan? APC, your time is up. That's the slogan. I said, okay, let's even say this political party wins, for example. Is APC leaving the office their main ambition? The ambition was APC, your time is up. Okay, what are your own plan? They don't have plan. Their plan is one, APC, your time is up. If you even get there tomorrow, what do you want to do? Like, show us this plan. They don't have another plan. APC, your time is up. That is their 4 agenda, 3 agenda, or 4-year agenda, just to make sure that APC doesn't retain the election in this forthcoming year. As good as that could be, as fine as that could be to an average Nigerian to know, it is not enough, because APC leaving the office is not the goal. The goal is for us to have a Nigeria better than what it is now. And if you cannot provide that, there is no need fighting for what is not worth it. APC, your time is up. Is that what we'll be celebrating for the next 4 years if you win? Just for the fact that APC, your time is up. It's more than that. We have a politics whereby people now believe in the competition of money, power, and glory than in the competition of idea. That is what politics should be. Have you seen the fleet of cars, like a professor was saying, that follows African people? If they just want to leave this room to that room to go and wait, the fleet of cars that will, the escort that will follow them in pidgin will say no be here. So many. Where are they going to? If you actually live a life that is worth it, you should be so free. You should be so free that you can walk anywhere, maybe with few maybe with little escort or whatever. But today, no, it's not in this case. As they are going, you will think the president is a car dealer with cars following him from the beginning of the road down to the end of the road because a governor is coming. Why not build a security system? Why not give us a system that works? Why not give us plan for the next 5 years how things should work? If a governor is so good, if a president is so good, you can be so good that you don't even need to campaign for the second time. People will just know that we want to experience this again. This goodness we have seen, we want to see it again. People should be so confident that they want to see that thing again, but in Nigeria it's a different thing. As soon as it's coming, we are now even becoming so used to deformity that sometimes whenever a president or a governor wins by anyhow, either by crook or by dupe or by whatever, say okay, no problem, let him just spend his 4 years and let him leave. If it is 8 years, let him spend it and let him leave. That is not democracy. That is not democracy. Democracy is when the right of the people is respected. But in this nation, nobody cares about your rights. What you hear is, let's go to court. And whenever they get to court, nothing can be changed. How about our entertainment? You see, art and entertainment is a very delicate place where mediocrity is being taught today. One came out one day and then he sang, if you don't get this money, what do you gain? And people started running to get that money because they want to gain something. Everybody was working here and there. The talk of the town was, if you don't get this money, then what is your gain? And everybody wants to get a share of that money. Another one came sometime again and then he called himself Onwika. That he is cruel. And you're like, okay, now that you're okay, what do you want to bring out of your cruelty? Somebody who says that he is a child of God doesn't have money. And this one says that he is cruel. He has money. As a child, you already know where you want to go or where you want to belong to. That is the game where we are today. Art and entertainment. It's a place whereby belief system can be sold out. There's one that I was thinking when they say, okay, Kuku do ritual. That was the song. Kuku do ritual. If you have labor, Kuku do ritual now, at least. Ritual is what we call blood money in Africa. That is when they use people or other substance to get wealth, to get money. Say, okay, Kuku do ritual. At least you've worked for so many years, it doesn't work, then do ritual. If you are to take lives, take it. If you are to get blood, find it. Kuku do ritual. That is what is being sold into the future today. You don't even have to work so hard. Do ritual. It doesn't have to make sense. Do ritual. Once you work small, it's not adding up. Do ritual. Once your 1 + 1 is not 11, if it is still 2, do ritual. Ritual is now the answer. But we need to understand that there is a life that goes beyond that, because when somebody refuses more, see, it was a G.K. Chesterton that said that when you want to remove a fence, ask first why the fence was put there in the first place. In the society, there are fences of morality, there are fences of caution, there are fences of tradition, there are fences of dignity. Before you remove them, ask why were these fences put there in the first place. But with just art and entertainment, we can remove any fence at any point in time. We can plug out any fence, any absolute at any point in time. Absolutes are like, it's a philosophical term, they are like pillars that are holding up some morality in the society. They hold them up so that they will not fall down, so that the morality will not collapse. They hold them up. So those pillars, they are there to hold up morality. But today, in an entertainment, once someone just come and there was even a time ago whereby one was singing, and in the song he was teaching guys how to masturbate themselves. And you're like, okay, like, okay, like, how do we land here? Like which car brought us here? How much do we pay that car that brought us to this junction? Because it won't adding up anymore. Teaching people how they can be walking on the street with one hand in their pants, masturbating themselves or caressing whatever they want to caress. How do we get to that level? All these things were made available through art and entertainment. That was what we saw today. And that is the vision that is being sold to every one of us today as individual. So another thing is about is the religion part of it. Now, religion as we have it today, if we are to look at it in the real sense of it, religion has not helped Africa so well. Yes, it has given us God. Yes, it has helped us to know God at some level, in some cases. But when we want to press into religion, it has not helped Africa in such a long way. Take, for example, it is a part of religion that made us believe that you have to sacrifice human being for security. Maybe during Oro festival, you have to sacrifice human being to get what you want. That is also what? A side of religion. Now, another religion now says, when you preach, when you try to convert your neighbor, and then he's not getting converted, you have the right by God to have him killed. That is another religion. Now, another religion now says that even if somebody is after your life, believe God that will protect you. When you die, and then you die as a saint, you will still get to heaven. That is religion. See, if I should possibly occupy a political position tomorrow, one of the things I'll try to curb is the tentacles of religion. How will I do it? I'm a Christian. I'm also rational. You see, those services during work hours, Monday to Friday, if it's not public holiday, from Monday to Friday, you can only have one weekly service, not less than 3 hours. One weekly service, not less than 3 hours. Toba team was 3.1. Send them out. If it's entering 3.1, send them out. Let them go and work. You will see some churches on Monday morning, not public holiday, on Monday morning, you will see people fasting and praying, casting and binding. And some will even go as far as going to mountains in the forest to go and pray. God left their home, now waiting for them in the forest where they will come and meet him there. I know there are time for retreat, there are time for seclusion, but then Africa is used to doing something out of boundary. If you ask them to stop here, they won't stop there. They will go to the extreme. They want to practice it to the end. So these are some of the things that has befallen Africa as a nation today. And religion is part of the tool that the government can use to massage anybody's ignorance until you don't even know where you are standing anymore. Religion is part of it. Religion, in a way, can help. There's a way. See, if you study, if you have studied or if you know about neuro-linguistic programming, if you know NLP very well, NLP can be used to hypnotize people. And if you look at what some people practice today, all in the name of religion, is not far from neuro-linguistic programming. You just know how to hypnotize people with words, and then Holy Spirit will move. You just know how to move the crowd. Just understand the particular aspect of psychology. That part of them that will become hypnotized will be open to you. Religion has done to us more harm than good, because Africa has taken it to the extreme. We have now started to believe that there's God can do his own part and still do our own part. That as soon as God is finishing his own part, once he finishes, please let him come quickly to come and do our own part. That is religion for you. There are some things God cannot think for you. There are sometimes even some of I was telling a friend, I say, see, God has done everything he wants to do for humanity. As it stands, he's not doing anything. Everything has been placed on motion. Everything has been placed on motion. Take, for example, God created one man. After creating that man, he put that process in a loop. A loop means, when you are playing song on your phone, there's a way you can play a song over and over again. It's called loop. There's something you can press that by right or left. Once you press it to that singular repeat, that song can be repeating itself over and over until your battery dies. That song will keep on repeating itself again. It is called looping. When God created humanity, when God created one man, and then out of that one man, he created a woman. That process of procreation, God looped it. So it was only one man he went to the ground to create from the sand. Every other person has been put in a process called looping. So they are repeating the same procreation format every day. Every day. So he has put into that man the seed for the rest of humanity. So every man have to come from that singular man. It is a process. It is a process. Which means that some of the things you say, or some of the things that religion actually have you taught, that you have to wait for the will of God. You have to stay here for God to speak. Yes, God should speak. Yes, we should hear God's voice. But sometimes, God has prepared himself for your unguardedness, for the time you will make error. For example, a verse of the Bible like, all things work together for good. That is already a preparation for man's unguardedness. So if you are still waiting for God to speak, for thunder to strike, you will wait, and you will still be waiting until gray hair will start popping out. You are still waiting for the will of God. God is more interested in you being decisive than for you to be indecisive. Let us even know where you stand. He told them, he says, see, because you are not cold, you are not hot, I will spew you out. Choose, decide, let me know where you are standing. If you need help, we'll come. If you don't, we'll leave you to be. But man has refused to decide because we are taught to wait on God. See, the thing down there is this. Whenever you make a decision, if you decide, let's take for example, the decision to stand there to speak is a decision. This is not the only place to stand to speak. It is a choice to stand there to speak. I can choose to stand there to speak. I can choose to stand there to speak. Whenever you are before any decision, any options, there are over 64 options before you. Take for example, as you are coming here to sit down, all these chairs you are seeing here, they are the options of where you can sit down. Which means choose the chair one by one. Let's say we have 40 chairs here now. You have 40 options of where to sit down. You have 40 options of where to sit. Another option is you can choose to sit on the floor. You can choose to even stand. It's part of you occupying this room. So you don't have one option. You have over 64 options to one thing you want to do. And there is nothing like, I don't have choice. No. Choice is unlimited. At any point in time, human beings have choice. Take, for example, if I'm in trouble, let me use myself now as an example. If I'm in trouble, let's say I impregnated a lady, so to say. Now, and then I don't want the pregnancy, and I don't want her to terminate it. I have so many options. I can choose to run away. It's part of the options. I can choose to deny it. It's part of the options. Now, another option we don't know. I can choose to commit suicide. It's part of the options. I can choose to lie. Okay, it's not me, it was him. It's part of the options. But sometimes we have so boxed ourselves to a place that, I don't have option anymore. You have options. There are still over 64 options available at every point in time. Just like you have over 40 options here on seat to sit down. I'm not saying that if anybody impregnated somebody, they should go and commit suicide. And I'm not saying if it happened to me, I'll commit suicide. No, I'm just trying to explain a particular concept. Okay. So there are over 64 options where you can choose from. Now, if you are coming from maybe the hotel today, to you, there's only one way there, which is this road for which you came through came to this place. But do you know that you can choose to pass other way? You can choose to pass inside the gutter. It still lead you to this place. You can choose to wait. You can choose to order Uber. Yes, to pick you from that place to this place is part of the option. You can choose to wait for bike. Is part of the option. You can choose to wait for bicycle. Is part of the options available. But the one you choose is not the only option. Is part of the many options available. Now, if you now choose, okay, let me now go by the road to a School of Eloquence Center. After you have chosen, okay, let me now go by the road. While you are coming by that road, there are still so many options. See, attached to a decision, attached to an options, are still other 64 options. It's confusing, but just follow me. Out of the first 64 options, you chose one. Now, that one you have chosen still have its own 64 options again open to it, from which you can choose. Look at all these various options available to us. And at the end of the day, a man is still waiting for the right time for him to choose. No. God has He has looped that system. You just have to act on it. Just like He has looped the system of reprocreation. He created one man and then He rested. Every other one is not creating anymore. He has looped that system. He has looped it inside one man. He has put the seed to make that happen inside one man. Then He will be the one to procreate the rest of the world. Not that, okay, as they are having sex in Meduguri, say, okay, angel, come. Let's go to the factory. We'll start producing baby. No. As they are having sex in Dubai, you say, okay, angel, come. Let's start producing baby. Then they will now go to baby factory. No. It will be so like part of what this David Brown taught us yesterday. That one is a process that is what eliminate it. God has eliminated that process and He has looped that system so that it will be repeating it. So everything you see in the world today, it is a looped system. God has looped it. He is just sitting down there watching. You decide this way, there are options there for you to go. You go this way, there are still options there. Now, I will make a controversial statement now. But just follow me. Just think along with me. Now, sometimes God doesn't know what you want to do. But He knows the available options from which you can choose from. Let me say it again. Sometimes God doesn't know what you want to do. But He knows the available options that are before you. And once you choose one, He knows the available options again that are there. Once you choose again, He knows the available options that are there for you to choose. Because if He knows, okay, let's not go into that extent. Let's come back home. But where I'm going is this: the religion we believe in Africa have to be studied. We have to improve on that curriculum. We have to do more of self-responsibility and not just leave everything to God, because God has done what He needs to do for humanity, and currently now He's resting. So He has done His own part. It is now our own responsibility to do our own part, and His own part that he has done doesn't mean he has silenced our own part. So that religion we believe in Africa, it has to be studied. It has to be diligently studied, and then the curriculum improved upon. Without that, that silent mediocrity will be one thing that will haunt us for a very long time, and it will be self-doubting ourselves, thinking we are aware of ourselves. We will be unbelieving our own belief system. We will be unbelieving our tradition, thinking we are doing right for ourselves, but not knowing that we are shortchanging our destiny and that we have mortgaged the future of our children. And another place where mediocrity has been normalized is in business. Mediocrity in business. See, if in a sane society, we normally ought not to wait for Harvard University to come to Nigeria to come and study the Igbo apprenticeship system. It was working for them. Because it was working for them, what do we do about it? We should pick it up, study it, build a curriculum around it, and then we start lecturing our people about it. But no, it wasn't so. We have to wait for Harvard University to come, study it for ourselves, build curriculum around about it. Now, they will now give us scholarship to come over there, to come and study that course that was taken from here. What was our own game? Like what we practiced. They came over here, they took it away from us, they refined it, build a system around it, give you certification, get lecturers to study it and then do it. They will now give us scholarship, or even sometimes have us come over there and insert the course in a particular curriculum where we pay in thousands of dollars to get lectured on a system that is working here. And if we are that wise, now that they've come and picked it up, why not let us pick it up? It's for us. We should know it better. We know how it is done better. We can still pick it up now. Build course and curriculum around it. Break it into sections or levels. Have our people taught in the university. And then they will graduate, and then of course they will finish as graduate in that particular level. How to pick up somebody, train that person, and after this and this years, release him into the market field, then settle him. It's something that is working. It has worked for years. It is still working now. But then we say no, we have to go to school. And we now have an educational system that only prepares us to get a job and not to build a business. So let's look at education one more time, where we have certificate over competence. This is where students read just to pass exam and not to solve problem. Because even the teachers who taught them read to pass, not to solve problem. Because if he was able to solve problem, I don't think he'll be in the classroom. Because I was somebody who studied engineering is in classroom. Somebody who studied education is in the field of engineer. You should be able to say, okay, oh, I didn't study education. I mean, I study education, I'm practicing education. I study engineering, I'm in the field of engineering. So we have certificates given to students, but then they don't know how to solve problem. Or then you won't blame them, because even the teacher who taught them doesn't know how to solve problem. It was the same curriculum that was used for him that he is now using for the children. And that children tomorrow will use that same certificate, that same knowledge and curriculum to teach the forthcoming generation. And that is why we are where we are today. Multiplication of degrees, but no competence. Some people can go to school, as soon as they are done with their university, they will go for masters. From masters, they will go for PhD. From PhD, some professional courses. After then, start working towards professorship. And you're like, okay, all these certificates we are gathering, that is, we are pulling together, can you even defend competently, efficiently what that thing qualifies you to do? They say no. But because it is the demand of their workplace, because their work environment demands them to have certification, of course they will start having it, and they will keep on having it. See, there's this particular school somewhere, sometime, somewhere in Lagos. Somebody has masters. Is it masters? Yes, has degree. He was put as the head of school. Head of a particular session. The other person has a OND, but she's very good at it, and she has spent years in her experience in that field. This one is just a fresh graduate, but then of course she has degree. Now, because of the quality of her education and certification, they gave her to become the head of that department under somebody, so that she can be a lot over somebody who doesn't have the certification but is good at it and also well sufficient in experience. Now, this is not an excuse for the person to just have maybe ND for such a long time. But what I'm saying is that there should come a time, even as it is now, that people's certificates should no longer matter but what they can deliver. But we say no, because we glorify certifications, we glorify degrees without competence. Once you say, okay, I have a MSc or MA, whatever it is, just enter into the system and start working. We should have gone past beyond that now in this century. This is where we start looking, okay, what can this person do? He can teach properly, let him do it. He can administrate effectively, let him do it. They say, but he doesn't have the certificate. Must he have the certificate? Can he do it? They say, okay, if you tried her or him, say, then why not let him say, no, he doesn't have the certificate. Certificate in this era and situation and time. This is why so many people now gather degrees today. You yourself check about it. Any little program you attend today online, you will see people in the comment section asking for certificate. Asking for certificate. Say, hello sir, after this course, are we going to get certificate? Please, after people are no longer what they will become after the course, but what they will get in form of a certificate after the course. And you can't blame them, because their workplace demand it, so that it could also be in their CV that okay, he has done 75,000 hours of lecture in this and this and this and that, and then we are now qualified to. Like, when are we going to leave that era? Now, sometimes it's also good for business, in the sense that train some people. Now, attach a certificate to it. Because sometimes if the training is just free, I'm talking about a professional training now. Because if it is just free, they say it's fine, but then. But once you attach a certificate to it, oh, you are good to go. They will buy it, so that it is going to be part of what is going to give them promotion at their workplace. So we celebrate certification while industries are complaining. Now, my brother told me that one day that some couple of church sisters came for interview. They came through his MD's link. Something like his MD, a white man, has a friend, a pastor, who said, please, my friend, two of my church members are coming to your office for interview. Please just interview them, and then find something you can give to them to do for the meantime. These two ladies came, sat in a conference room where the interview is supposed to take place. Beautiful sister in the Lord. But then, when it comes to certification, they are qualified. But when it came to, okay, what can you do? They couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. They could not do anything. Now, these are the people you want to help. Your pastor has risked his relationship to make sure you have that opportunity. But now, do something. They couldn't do it. It's painful how people are serving God. Like, how people are serving God, and then they ignore their own part of the responsibility. thinking God will just bring it on a platter of gold. Have it. Doesn't work that way. Your part does not cancel the part of God, and God's part doesn't cancel yours. In school, in those days, they will tell us, pray as if you have not read. Then read as if you have not prayed. Balance it. Balance it, because without that balance, a lot of things will go haywire. That is the world we find ourselves today. In my own former workplace, a guy came for interview one day. The guy came. If this had not happened to me as a person, I can just be doubting it. He came, he wanted to. So when he came, we were very busy that day in the office. Everybody was, all hands were on deck. So they told him they said, okay, please, just quickly enter that folder. So they said, okay, please enter that folder and take this flash drive. Copy all this and this and this and this from that flight. Put it in that folder you created. I kid you not. From morning time till the close of work, that guy was opening folder. He was creating folder. I was there. It happened live and direct. 2024, I was there. I think that should be in October or so. From morning time when he came for the interview till evening time, he was creating folder. Now, while creating the folder, of course, he was complaining the system, the mouse, the calibrator, how the screen is tilting this way. He was just making those excuses. Okay, no problem. But from morning till evening, he was opening folder. Now, that's not the painful part now. The more painful part is that, okay, the chairman was like, okay, no problem. Because they were church members, okay, no problem. Since you cannot open, since you seem to have issue handling computer, let's do it this way. Can you probably go home and then I will give you 3 weeks. Go for computer training. When you are done, come back. And then this guy went home. He didn't go for the computer training. He went to church to go and pray that God would touch the heart of the chairman to call him back. You see religion? Because he has been taught anything is possible. Commit your ways to God and he will grant you the desires of your heart. Decree and it shall stand fast. So he went to church, he was decreeing, he was declaring that God will touch the heart of my boss to call him back. There was even a day he called my colleague and was like, so and so, you see, I've been in church for the past 3 days and I'm praying that God will touch the heart of your boss. My boss was like, he was like, I'm waiting for that God to touch my heart. That was his response. He said he's waiting for God to touch his heart, to call him back. Because an error was seen. Correct it. 3 weeks just to open folder. Take training, open folder now. And from morning till evening, he was opening folder. I was there, I was in that office, I was there. He was sitting beside me. I'm even seeing his face now. So, we celebrate certification, but companies are complaining. So we are not producing graduates, we are producing problem, because the educational system is nothing to write home about. So let's come to the politics and public service, where progress is without standard. Progress there is without standard. Here you see a road is being commissioned when it is unfinished. You see that silent mediocrity, silent, very subtle. Road is not completed, but they've commissioned it. Take for example Coastal Road. Half bread is better than, at least it can carry us from VI to Ogombo. So let's commission that one. They tell you from here to here is first phase, from here to here second phase. They'll tell you as they are doing it from Lagos to Calabar, they are also doing it from Calabar coming to Lagos. So the 1 year, let's quickly commission it. And then they commissioned it. And of course, we are using it today. So you see, road that is unfinished, they've commissioned it. Which means even if tomorrow they didn't finish it, they've commissioned it already. So if he doesn't win the next election, and then the forthcoming one couldn't do it, he has commissioned it, waiting for when another person will now see that side of maybe the vision again. So okay, no problem, let's just finish it. Then they will now finish it. How about the money withdrawn from the government account for that road? It's gone. It has been commissioned. Are they not using it? They are using it. Are we not praising how that place has reduced hold up? Of course we are. Unfinished road project, they commissioned it. When you look at how we have embraced mediocrity in Africa, in Nigeria, is appalling, very painful. Because even you as a private business owner, you cannot do it. Because it's not part of your values. It's not what you believed in. You believe in a more organized, sensible, forthright, transparent, and accountable government. And in your workplace, you practice it as such. But here in Nigeria, it's a different thing entirely. Once it shows small sign of greatness, of recovery, they launch it. You know, this system we have in Nigeria, whereby nobody even knows what is right anymore. That we have been so used to evil that when any small good happens, which normally should be a norm, we celebrate it as if a Yar'Adua is back as our president. But then it is something that should be a norm. But we have been so deprived of seeing good and excellence that we are now used to evil and we are cool with it. Power supply from 4 to 6 hours, and everybody is happy. Silent mediocrity. The African way. They said at least it was at least before it was 4 hours. Now it's 6 hours. Alhamdulillah. That is it. And we even celebrate it. Sometimes we even snap our bulb and post on that. See you from last night to this now. This is now 12 hours of non-stop power supply. I better alone. Is God not good? God is good. But deep down, we have been programmed to believe that sense is as if they are doing us a favor. Whereas it's something that it's even beyond the right. It's something that we own because we are paying for it. So you see how silent mediocrity has been unconsciously welded into us. We have been injected by it that we believe it so much and we don't even know that we believe in it. I have my friends abroad. Sometimes when you maybe, let's say, in a video call and you are like, okay, can we do a video call? And at that time your gen is not on, and before you will lie that the network is not good now, so that I can quickly go and on gen and then run back to your room, it will cast. So what do? You say, well, there's no light. Sometimes it's strange to them that there's no light. Sometimes some of them even believe that they believe that you are owing, so the government has cut your light. You know, over there, once you do not pay your bill, your light will be interrupted. So sometimes they believe that it's your fault. So you to pay up your bills now. Pay up. How much is this thing? Pay up. But here, even if you pay, you will still don't have the light. And you don't pay, you don't still have it. So to them over there, like they are not used to it. And see, something is that, you know, God works in a way that you cannot interrupt how He works sometimes. And God is so perfect that He answers Nigerians as Nigerians. He answers Africans as Africans. He answers the West as the West. He answers the Middle East as the Middle East. Let me give you a good example. When you have if you've traveled out before, or if you've had people who are there, they will tell you that if you want to cook, your your gas, your energy, your gas, your light, your heat, all those things. It's just in you paying. Once you pay your bill, your water will start running, your gas will start working, everything will start working for you. But then, once you did not pay, they will not work. Now, that is their own system. Now, you will see children who are born over there now, who are even in their 40s, who have not set eyes on a gas cylinder before. They don't even know what it looks like. It's not available in their dictionary. They've not seen it before. Gas cylinder, they don't know it. Because their system dictates that once you pay, there are wires and pipes connected into everybody's home. Once you pay, yours will start running. If it's not running, then you are owing. That is their own system. Now, if a philanthropist over there wants to come to Nigeria or Africa, maybe to bless a particular village with gas, do you know that he won't be able to come from that place with that system of how gas and power are being supplied to fit it into our own system here and it will work? He won't be able to do that. For him to really bless us, he will need to stoop low into our own technology to be able to help us. The same way is how God works. God will answer our prayer in Africa based on how we perceive him. He cannot bring the type of gas cooker energy plant they use over there to work for us here. He won't do that. He will answer the prayer based on how we perceive him. He will do it. He will come through for us based on our gas cylinder and gas methodology. He won't bring that system because that system to us is an embarrassment. It won't work that way. He will help us the way we have perceived him to be. That's why sometimes whenever we pray, we shout and pray. Because God is far away, he must hear. But over there, they can just sit down. They are communicating to God. Just as friends is talking to each other, they are communicating to God. But here, drama is embedded in our history. If it is not dramatic, God has not heard. It has to be dramatic. We have to show some signs of urgency and seriousness for God to know that this prayer point is very urgent. But for them, once they just stand there, they believe they are communicating to God. They are interacting to God. It's now like there is a special Holy Ghost for the black people and a special one for the whites. Another thing we see here is that no deadlines, no consequences, no standard. No deadline, no consequences, no standard. When they were commissioning this coastal road, the minister for is he Minister for Works? He was invited to come up on Arise TV. Arise TV, to come and maybe to defend how much they have spent so far and all those things. The man was just saying all sorts of nonsense. How much did you budgeted per kilometer? The man couldn't place his word. He was just calling names up and down. That is it. No deadline, no consequences for any error. You commit it, if you can defend it, fine. If you cannot, it is still fine. All things work together for good. Everybody moves on. No deadline. No deadline. Once you exceed it, no consequences. That is because there is no standard. And another thing we say is that, and since mediocrity is rewarded, excellence become optional. Since our system has now rewarded mediocrity, then excellence becomes optional. We also have a place, church and religion, where there is spirituality without structure. Church and religion, where there is spirituality without structure. No, prayer meeting is full of prayers, and then planning meeting is empty. See, it's hard work to plan. If you have planned before, it's very difficult to plan. A few years back, my brother called me one night. He woke me up. Then he said some things to me. Maybe one of these days I might share it. He said something dirty, which, sometimes you have to speak into people's head. if they decided not to think, you have to help them think. So he was helping me to think that night, and then he was direct, raw. Now, that day, I took my book. I wanted to plan, and I was planning. I spent several hours on writing, planning, trying to map out what I should do and then what I should not do. Programs, through this, that. It took me hours to do that. So planning sometime and thinking is a very difficult thing to do. But Christians will choose to pray for 48 hours non-stop. But to sit down to plan, they are expecting God to download it from heaven and then bring it to them. God will just download it from heaven, and then in a vision they will see it, and then they will just wake up, pick up their pen and start writing. They are now John the Beloved. That God will now bring revelation to them in the Isle of Patmos. It doesn't work that way. The responsibility of God still does not cancel the responsibility of man. In the place of planning, prayer does not cancel planning. Planning doesn't cancel prayer. You pray, then you plan. You pick up your pen, your jotter, you plan. It doesn't have to be perfect. A non-perfect plan is better than no plan at all. At least you have a sense of direction. So also we have people who will fast and pray, but won't learn skill or build system or submit to accountability. Accountability is very important. Very, very important. And when you have lived a life whereby the only person you submit to is the Holy Spirit, you are in trouble. They'll tell you, the only person I submit to is the Holy Spirit. After all, he's the head of the church. Of course, he's the head of the church. But then there's enough trouble waiting for you at the corner. So, we should be able to submit to accountability. Who are you accountable to? Who are you accountable for? Well, I think over the course of the night, a friend of mine sent me a message on WhatsApp, and he said he listened to one of my speeches here. Now, when he said it, I said, hey. And then, on WhatsApp, if somebody is typing, you will know. Now, when I saw that typing, I said, okay, here he comes again, because he's a journalist. And sometimes whenever he sees my post, he made constructive comments about what I should say very well, my choice of word, how to control my breath because of my stammering stuff, so he will give me all those clues. So when I saw him typing, I thought he was coming for another. But then, in a place in my mind, I was scared. But a place in my mind again, I was ready for anything he wants to say, so I can take correction. I know that if Joshua wants to speak, he will speak. Of course, he speak in a calm way, but he will make his point. So I was ready for two things. If he wants to constructively correct me, as he does, I will take it. But then the fear that this thing has gone out, so I can't go back and correct. If it's on Facebook, you can go back, edit your post, correct the error, remove the picture, retag, and then hashtag again, then upload. But here, I can't go back to YouTube and go and re-edit what I've said out already. But then, by the time you maybe send the message, it was a different thing entirely. Then I took a deep breath. Oh, maybe after all, everything there was right. Probably. So, we should be accountable, no matter how small, no matter how big, we should be accountable, no matter how deeply spiritual or entirely fiery we are as a believer. And also, everything has been spiritualized, but nothing is strategic. Everything has been spiritualized, but nothing is strategic. The fourth one here is corporate and leadership culture. Titles over capacity. We have so many people who have titles, but capacity, error. Like the man Dean was talking about. He has the title, he has the CV, but capacity to become efficient, zero. So titles now rise faster than capacity. See, I wouldn't want to shoot myself in the leg, but let me just say this briefly. There was a course. Let's just hope this part of it doesn't go viral. There was a course we sold where I work from last year to this year. That course is for people who want to get a professional, who want to get a honorary doctorate degree. If you want to get it honorary, Then what we'll do that we'll get your CV, not just like everything you've done, probably if possible from birth, everything the person had done up till moment, we'll get it, and then there's a way we look at it. We can determine if this person is worth getting the honorary doctorate degree. That one that a doctor, Doc spoke about something today. Those of you who are not here, probably you missed, but you may have to go and watch that part again. He said that you may not have PhD, but be so good that people can consider you for PhD. But now, this honorary something, there's a way that thing works. Whenever an average African hears honorary PhD, that doctor, DR, will now be before his name. It's good. They will pay how much they want to pay. Once they can afford it, they will go any length to make sure they get that title before their name. So that as they are coming, Dr. Hezekiah, now they say, good morning. The sense that the dopamine that title secretes to them is high. But then, can you deliver what this title demands? No. But there's a particular tribe in Nigeria, I won't mention name. When you sell that title thing to them, they love it. They so much love it, because it gives them this sense of belonging, this sense of highness. Okay, it is happening to us here. But then, can you really defend or produce the responsibility attached, or carry out the responsibility attached to this title attached to your name? No. But just give them the title. They love it. Now recently, the federal government, I think last year, federal government in collaboration with the NUC said that no public officer, worker or officer should receive any honorary doctorate degree while they are in office. You can accept it before then or after, but while you are there, no honorary doctorate degree for you. See, these things are to curb some excesses of how people can go as far as getting anything to make sure they get what they want. So we also have managers as title replaces mastery, and loyalty is rewarded more than results. That is our system. Simple and silent mediocrity. And that half bread is better than none. Once you are loyal to a system, you are loyal to a boss, you are loyal to any unguardedness, of course payment is coming for you. You just continue becoming loyal. And so because of that, speaking truth is now seen as disrespect. People who speak truth, they are disrespectful. And then silence has now become survival. That is the system where we are today. And that happened because silent mediocrity has been built into it silently, unconsciously, and we've accepted it, starting from right from time immemorial, from the first educational system that was given to us, how it was chipped in for us to doubt what we believe, unbelieve ourselves. So we also have tradition, and that is when culture protects incompetence. Culture protects incompetence. It's a very sad reality. This is where when people question elders, they become rebellion. They are tagged as rebellious because you don't question tradition. You don't question the status quo. If it has been this way, let it continue to be that way. If it has not been this way, let everybody stick together to make sure that old pattern actually works. And that's where innovation is labeled as pride. If you've been in some of your church meetings before, where there are elders there, and then you want to bring in one new innovation, they say, okay, all these young adults, you think, don't worry, we know you people have that hot blood, but that idea is fine, but keep it. Stylishly, that innovation is seen as pride. This is what we know that can help the church grow, that can help this family improve, that can help this society. They say, don't worry, that one, just leave it. It's because of their own silent mediocrity of being okay with that norm at that point in time. But for improvement, they don't like it. Also, we have excellence is now a cost of thinking too much. When you are excellent at what you do, are thinking too much, because you're making other people look as if they are not learning, as if they are not thriving, as if they are not trying. And one thing here is also, it causes the shortcut mentality. Because of that range that comes with mediocrity being imputed into our system, an average Nigerian has that shortcut mentality. Let me ask you, the last time you downloaded an app, were you so patient enough to read that terms and conditions? Who was able to have that patience to read it? That terms and conditions. Well, it's not only me then. You can see, nobody wants to know what that terms and conditions says. You just screw up, agree, then you launch the app. Everybody wants shortcut to something, no matter how dearly expensive it is. Once it will get us there on time, let's just go. Yoruba will say, "Kosa buja lorun ope," which means there's no shortcut to the top of the palm tree. You climb it. There is no shortcut to the top of the palm tree. You climb it dearly, either with your hand or with your, there's this thing they used to climb it. You climb it until you get to the top. So people want money without mastery. People also want influence without integrity. People want power without responsibility. People want freedom without boundary. And freedom without boundary is psychosis. Freedom without boundary is terrible, because the freest man on earth is a madman. He's very free, no boundary, doesn't have anything to worry about. You are the one seen is naked, he doesn't see anything bad in it. That is freedom. Every freedom should have boundary. And a man is free when he can say yes when he wants to say yes, and he can say no when he wants to say no. If you cannot say yes when you want to say yes, and you cannot say no when you want to say no, no matter how free you are in bondage. You should be able to stand and say yes when you want to say yes, without the fear of losing someone's favor, and say no when you want to say no, without the fear of losing again someone's favor. So
I'm going to say this 20 days of
no, how? Okay, how?
I'm asking that. You said when without the fear of losing someone.
Okay, yo, actually, I get you. Okay, yes. One thing that we are careful, not because we are not free. There is a place of a place of freedom. There's also a place of we trying to know how to paint our nation. Commitment too. So that's why sometimes you want to say something about Nigeria, you be like, okay, let's just forget about that area, because you don't want the people to know some aspects about Nigeria, which you feel we are patriotically in quote committed to keeping, even though it's what we feel people should know. Take for example, I said something last night. I went on to, I didn't mention name, but I said that if you want to know what it looks like for a leader to be under heavy weight at a very delicate time, go back to 2022, October 21st, listen to the speech that the governor released that morning. Yes. After the killing. Listen to that news. Watch his expression. Then you know that you know what it means to be under weight. You can't do something about it. If I'm to portray that point deeper, then we'll go into another issue, which we should not bring to this global stage. So, not because we are free, because we can say it, in quote, nothing will still happen. Because even if you say it, you can't lose your citizenship for it. Because sometimes, some of the freest people to say anything they want to say are comedians. They will just say it. Once they are sued, they will tell you, it's only a joke. Once they are not sued, whatever they say stands. Take for example, if you are aware, Donald Trump wanted to sue this young man, Trevor Noah, for something million for what he said. When they get to court, you know what the guy will tell them? It was a joke. And of course, so for them they can easily, and because they've been known to be comedians, there are places of expensive joke, yes, but they can tell you that was Epstein File, Greenland. It was my lord, my excellency. It was a joke, but both of them knew or know that it's not a joke. You meant what you said, but he will tell you it was a joke, and they will defend it as a joke. In fact, that was his profession, and he has license to practice as a comedian. So we are free, but then there's a place of, like she said, there's a place of commitment, and there's a place of patriotism. So once again, I said that freedom is when a man can say yes when he wants to say yes, without the fear of losing a favor, and he can say no when he wants to say no, without the fear of losing a favor. So we skip discipline, we delay gratification and institution building. And one thing it has given to us is that it has opened up to a lot of things that we are not convenient about. But then how can we now come out of this silent mediocrity? Remember, I started from a story of mine, how on a daily basis I was prompted like AI, was prepped, meant to believe that half bread is better than none, even when there's a bakery to take over. But then as time begins to go on, I begin to understand that this thing, I need to, in quote, detoxicate my mindset about some aspect of life. And where I started from was my name. I didn't change my name. My name remains. But I needed to understand my name very well. So what do? I am Hezekiah. And Hezekiah means the strength of the Lord. The Lord's strength. That's what the Hezekiah means. So I convinced myself to believe that whenever people call me Hezekiah, it's like they are calling the strength of God. And then I'm answering as the strength of God. And there are some places that you cannot find the strength of God. It cannot be so low to be found in some areas. The Bible said about Adam that whatsoever Adam called those animals, so they were. So whatever it is I call myself, I am that thing. And I am the strength of God. Which means I live in a world whereby God wants to tell people that I want to show you what my strength look like. That if he's looking for how to show people what his strength look like, he will just tell them, go and watch that boy. His name is Hezekiah. He's the strength of God. I have to psych myself, prompt myself over and over and over and over again to begin to believe what the true meaning of my name is. Not was now. My name is Hezekiah, and it is the strength of God. So as I'm walking now, when people call me Hezekiah, to me, they don't call me Hezekiah. They are calling out the strength of God. And I'm answering as the strength of God. These were some of the promptings, like AI prompts, generate to send to AI. I was prompting myself little by little on a daily basis. I am the strength of the Lord because it is my name. When people call me, I answer that. So you yourself, you can just look inward. What is your name? If your name is, let's for example, Oluwaseyi, the Lord has done this. Now, it is now left for you to tell us, what has the Lord done? What has he done? Because whatever Adam called those animals, they are the things they are up until now. So it is now your responsibility to tell the world what the Lord has done. So, whatever, even if somebody's name is Stone, for example, but then what do you say about the name? What do you believe about that name? How do you see that name? It is the strength of the Lord, and that was my belief. So collectively, individually, we need to sit down to begin to prompt one another what we believe about our name, what we believe about ourselves, where we feel we can be seen, where we feel we can be heard. At the beginning of this year, I brought out my jotter. I wrote some platform where I want to speak before the end of this year. I have not spoken in any of those platforms. But you see this one here is one of the biggest platforms for me this year. The one I wanted to speak on, thank you. That one I wanted to speak on, it wasn't forthcoming. But life has a way of attracting stuff of the same equivalent. When those ones are not ready, it has a way of attracting the ones that are similar, bring it to you for the meantime, while it's preparing you. Even sometime in life, those ones you wrote about, you may not even speak on them, but you can build your mind so much that you have higher stages or higher things compared to the ones you wrote in the first place. So what am I saying is this: the strength of the Lord. That is my name. So what is your name? And what do you believe about the name? When people call you, do you just answer your name, just like people put tag on their neck? Do you just answer your name as a tag on your name, or you answer it based on its meaning? I personally answer my name not as a name anymore, but I answer the name based on what the name means, based on what I believe the name carries. So also we as a nation, we need to start prepping ourselves that this is what Nigeria means to every one of us. It means a nation of pride, a nation full of dignity, a nation that is a success, going to the land of success to happen. Yes, so many things have befallen us. We have had so many ups, so many downs, so many tribulations, so many war, tribal wars, this war, that war. But regardless of everything that has happened to us, one thing we believe is that this country as we have it today, no matter how inferiority complex is deep inside our flesh, a day will come, we will be free of them. And if it doesn't come to pass in our lifetime, one thing is sure: it will come to pass in our children's lifetime. And if it doesn't come to pass in the time of our children's lifetime, it will come to pass in the time of our children's lifetime. And if it doesn't come to pass in the time of our children's lifetime, believe me, it will come to pass regardless. So it is on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasing pleasure as well as the privilege to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Africa, and good morning, the whole world. Yeah, I'm going to start my presentation by saying a Yoruba proverb, and I'm going to explain the meaning. Then from there, we are going to go into the presentation proper. There's this saying in Yoruba that says, "Ẹni tó bá dúpẹ́ orí àná á rí ìmí gbà." I know some of us are familiar with that, especially the Yorubas. And in context, it means whosoever knows how to show appreciation will definitely get more later on. It might not be tomorrow, it might not be next tomorrow, but your appreciation, your gratitude will speak for you later on. Sometimes it might not even be about gifts. Yes, it might not be about getting back, but definitely in one way or the other, it's going to speak for you. Now, I want to ask you all, when was the last time you truly pause and say thank you? Maybe to yourself, maybe to people around you, maybe to people in your environment, people in your circle, or even to your loved ones, or even to yourself, or someone who has done you good. When was the last time you say thank you? Not the casual thanks that people say around. You know, sometimes when I see the word thanks, I mean THANKS. Sometimes I feel like, is this appreciation really coming from a sincere heart? To me, actually, that word, sometimes I don't feel like it is coming from a sincere heart. So that's what I'm saying. Not the casual thanks that people say. That's not what I'm talking about. But I don't know, maybe it's my own mindset. But when I see somebody say thank you, I feel like it's coming from a sincere heart. Am I the only one that feels that way? Who else also feels that way, that okay, thank you very much? Yes. Sometimes
if I want to show gratitude or even appreciation when someone do something to me and I really appreciate it, I will not just say thanks. I will not even just say thank you. Sometimes I add emphasis. Sometimes I add word like very much. So if I'm typing or if I want to tell the person how grateful I am, I'm going to say something like thank you very much. Sometimes I will even add word like I am very grateful. I know it can be repetitive, but it shows how grateful I am. It shows that I really appreciate what the person have done. Do you get that? So I'm not talking about the thanks that people say around, but the deep, the intentional, soul rooted gratitude that make you stop to reflect and even feel. Just imagine that you did something for somebody, let's say something huge, for instance, something that you don't just do on a normal day, right? And what you get in turn is thanks. How will you feel? Well, to some people it does not mean, but to me, I will see it as this thing is not coming from a sincere mind. I did something that cost my life. I did something that cost my time, not even life now, something that cost me my time, and the only thing you could tell me is thanks. I will look at you and be like, no, this person is not grateful, this person is not appreciative enough. So that is why today we'll be looking deep into it, but I'm just telling you that I'm not talking about something that we all find around today, people talking about thanks in the casual way when they are not intentional about it, when the person you are appreciating is not even feeling it. Gratitude is meant to be felt. It's not like you are waiting for it, right? But it is just a lifestyle that we should inculcate in our habits. It is just something that we should practice at all time, in such a way that the person that did that favor, the person that did you that old favor, will not think twice the next day to do something more better, something more weighty. Because ordinarily, humanly speaking, if you do something for somebody and the person did not show you, if the person did not show how grateful he or she is, you will think twice before you do that thing again. And I love that Yoruba proverb that says, ẹni tó bá dúpẹ́ oore àná á rí mi gbà. It means when you are grateful for yesterday, you are going to receive much more. That's what I'm saying. It might not be gift. It might not be gift, but one way or the other, you are going to receive much more. And I want you to know that we live in a world that constantly tell us that you are not enough, you are not doing well, and somehow is making us feel less of ourselves. So we live in a world that tells us that we need to be more happy. Maybe those things that we check on social media, maybe those things that we see others do around us, and because of that you are not grateful for what you have, for how far you have come. So today I want you to see the difference. I really want to change our perspective on how we see gratitude. And gratitude in the sense that not just even showing appreciation to others this time around, not that alone. Gratitude in the sense that you are not just saying thank you to people who have done you something great or even little, but showing gratitude to yourself, appreciating yourself. So these things we are going to be looking at it together, and I want you to know that the key to joy is having more. The key to joy is not in having more, but in appreciating what you already have. That is one of the things gratitude does to us. You are not just happy because you have more. Some people, their joy is bound, their joy is tied to whatever thing they possessed. Their joy is tied to those things that they've acquired, physical things, things they can see, things they can touch. That is what their joy is bound to. Today, I will be speaking to you on gratitude as a way of life, unlocking joy, healing, and purpose through appreciation. Gratitude as a way of life. It should be a way of life. It should be something that should be part of us. We should not be told before we express gratitude, before we are appreciative. So when you live that way of life, you somehow unlock joy, you somehow unlock healing and even purpose through appreciation. Now, let's explain what gratitude is all about. Gratitude is more than saying thank you. Just like I have said while I was introducing this topic, is way beyond that. Gratitude is a mindset, is a lifestyle, is a conscious decision. You should not be begged to show gratitude, even to yourself. Some people don't even appreciate themselves. They don't appreciate who they are. You are not anybody else. You are you. Somebody say, I am me.
I am me.
Very good. So gratitude is ability to recognize value even in the smallest things. You see that what you are doing is growing, is effective, but somehow because your friend, your colleague, they are doing way better, you don't want to show gratitude you don't want to show gratitude to yourself. No, gratitude is a mindset, and we should have that mindset. That is what I am preaching this morning. That's what I'm talking about this morning. We should live with that mindset every day, not just once in a month, not just when you acquire big things, not just when you are able to do something that is big in your own way. You are living life every day. It's fine. You should be grateful for that. So gratitude should be a conscious thing. Every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, and every year. So, just like I've said, it should be a lifestyle, and it is the ability to recognize value even in the smallest things. Now, you need to learn to show gratitude. You need to learn to be grateful. Even the breath in your lungs alone is something to be grateful for. The strength in your body is something to be grateful for. The people around you, even the lessons in your struggles, these are something that nobody should beg you to be grateful for. It's not easy to breathe in oxygen, to breathe out carbon dioxide. I'm not going to compare, but personally, as you are seated right there, are you grateful? Waking up from bed this morning is something you should be grateful for. Things doesn't go as planned. Yes, it is fine, but are you really grateful for the lessons that you have learned, even while in that journey, while you are in that process of becoming? I know you wrote exams, but you did not pass. You did not get up to your expected score, what you are expecting. But are you grateful for those things that you have learned while you are preparing, while you are putting in your efforts? Are you grateful for that? Life may be tough. Life may not go as planned. We might not get what we have wished for. I know the way you picture your life 5 years ago is not what you are living now. The way you picture your life 10 years ago is not what you are living now. But sincerely, are you really grateful for how far you have come? The strength in your body is something you should be grateful for. What if you can't even move your hands? What if you can't move your legs? What if you can't even help yourself to this place? What if you can't even do so many things that you are doing right now? You should be grateful. The breath you breathe in your lung, your strength, the strength in your body, the lessons you've learned even when life is hard. These are the things you should be grateful for. And I want to tell you that gratitude is not about perfection. No, is not dependent about how perfect you are. Just keep living, but not living recklessly. But that life that you are living, be grateful for whatever thing you have been able to possess at every point in time. We are going to learn a lot of things in this section, and I really want you to follow me wherever you are listening from, because it's really going to change your mindset. It's going to change the way you think. Why does gratitude actually matters? Gratitude affects our mind, because when you are grateful, you will focus, your focus will shift from stress to peace. Your focus will shift from stress to peace when you are grateful. There are times that we can be mentally stressed. There are times that things might not go as planned. There are times that we might be disappointed. There are times that we might be discouraged. But in that moment, if you are still grateful, you are going to have peace of mind. Because when you are not grateful, when you are not appreciative, there is a way it even affects your mental health. You are not going to you are not going to connect it to it, right? You are not going to be able to discover that this is why I'm having mental stress. This is why I am not balanced mentally. But when you really sit and pause, when you really think on how far you've come to that moment you are right there, your focus will shift from stress and you are going to have peace. That is gratitude. Gratitude also help our health. Yes, I've mentioned that. It helps you to reduce stress. The stress of comparison, the stress of wanting to be like someone else. This, when you are thinking that you want to be like this person, when you start thinking that you want to be like someone else, there's a way you put yourself under pressure, isn't it? There's a way you chase more than what you are supposed to chase. Let's say, for example, you want to be like your friend who is having Highlander. Maybe let me use the latest car now, GLE what? Go GLE 350. And this is you, that your monthly income is not even up to 500,000. Do you know that some people put themselves into such stress that what they are earning, if they are to combine all their income, even their savings, their emergency fund, everything together, is not even up to what can get them that thing they are chasing for? But guess what they are going to do? They are going to put themselves into pressure, borrowing from one bank app, mobile app to the other, borrowing from one friend to the other. And they are not just borrowing because they want to do something that is meaningful. I'm not saying getting GLE is not meaningful, right? If you even borrow because you want to start a business, it's still better. But I won't even advise that you borrow to start a business. Do you understand now? If you borrow to start a business and you have the right mindset, you are economical, you are very good, and you are strategic, that one can still bring you income, right? And you can pay back, isn't it? But I won't advise that you borrow to start a business. But these people, they will borrow to get things that are extravagant, things that are not even closer to their budget. That is unhealthy pressure. And now stress will begin to come in play after they've gotten whatever things they have wished for, after they've gotten whatever thing they have hoped for. Now what will happen? People they borrow from will start chasing them here and there. Come and pay my money, come and pay my money. They will start telling lies again. They will not be able to sleep well at night because the pressure is there. And there are some people that have this lackadaisical attitude that they don't even care. They borrow and they are having this mindset that they will not pay back until they have the money. And it will put those people who have borrowed them money in another pressure as well. That's the way life is getting spoiled gradually, and we don't know some of these things. But why can't you just be grateful for that thing that you have? Why can't you just stay with being contented? And instead of chasing the latest GLE, instead of chasing the latest SUV, instead of chasing the latest mansion, the latest dress, what you have, stay with it and be grateful. So this is the way gratitude affects our health. Stress, and somebody who does not even have that mind, you know, there are some people that will be like, I'm not even afraid of all these bank app, whatever thing they want to do, let them do, and they will not even be afraid of them, because some of these bank app, they will threaten them and they will say whatever thing they want to do, let them do. I saw a post on TikTok one time like that, and the person have the confidence to say it out there that whatever thing those bank app want to do, let them come and do. Can you just imagine that kind of life? Right? So it actually brings stress when you are not grateful. So when you are grateful, it reduces stress. Somebody who is having high blood pressure before, the blood pressure will begin to increase because you are chasing what you don't even have. I'm not saying you should not compete healthily. Yes, you can compete healthily. You can be under healthy pressure. It will help you to think aright. It will help you to develop yourself. It will help you to grow, right? But when you realize that somehow is affecting your health, you just have to stop. And gratitude, when you are grateful, it helps your health, it reduces stress, it improves sleep. Somebody that is thinking that they will come and get me tomorrow morning, how will the person sleep? The person will be running from pillar to post, from one place to the other, just because you want to pay back your debt, just because you want to get something that you are not ripe to get at that point in time. There is time for everything, and instead of chasing the luxurious things, why don't you just stay with yourself and build appropriately? Gratitude, it will even boost our immune system. It strengthens your immune system, because you are not going to be weak at all time. You can eat what you like because you are not owing anybody a dime. Gratitude, you are satisfied with what you have, with what you possess, and with that your rice that you want to cook, you even cook it in a way that is okay. That your beans, you can eat it with a free mind. Be grateful. Tell somebody beside you, be grateful.
Be grateful.
Good. Now, gratitude also help your relationship, and this is where it even gets more serious, because I can tell you for a fact that some relationships are no longer existing today because the partners, they are not grateful to each other. They are not appreciative to each other. When you are grateful, it strengthens bonds. Appreciation can even heal arguments. I know you have learned that you don't have to be sorry every time, but can you just think again? Can you just reconsider that your decision? And there is so much being sorry can actually do, but because of ego, because of pride, you don't want to be the submissive partner. And some men have this mentality that they are the head, they are the this and all of that. They don't want to appreciate their spouse for who they are. They have been showing up for them, but because they don't want to, there are some men that feel like, I don't want her to see my weakness. Weak what? And because of that, you are not appreciating the young woman. And there are some lady too, on the other hand, their pride, because your spouse got you something that maybe it's not what you are expecting, but why can't you just be grateful for at least that little thing? But what will they say instead? Do you see what my friend husband just got her, and this is you bringing this little thing for me? Be grateful. And because of that, some relations that not even past talking stage, I can't even call that a relationship yet, right? You are still getting to know each other, and you know that from that you can be appreciative, and that one will just end like that. Those ones that have even passed the talking stage now, because I don't want to be appreciative. Look at what you got me, look at what she did, look at this, look at that. The relationship will just ended just like that. Now let's leave the side of opposite gender. Let's come to people around you, your fellow gender, man to man. Because na man you be, you can't tell your fellow man thank you. You can't express how grateful you are to your fellow gender, female to female, pride. Look at what she got me. Did you think about the time? Did you think about the knowledge the person has invested in that particular thing before you start judging? Let's learn to be grateful, because when we are grateful, it can keep our relationship with whosoever person, friends, family, acquaintances, workmates, colleagues at work. That is what gratitude can do. Your fellow colleague at work did something for you. Maybe you are even under pressure. Your boss instructs you, please can you do this within few minutes, and you are under pressure, and one of your colleague at work intervene and he or she help you with that, and you can't still express that gratitude enough. It is not right. We should learn to be grateful at every point in time. Children to parents. Children, be grateful to your parents. Be grateful to your siblings. And parents, we should even be grateful to our children as well. I know there are some parents that they don't want to just come down to the level of their children. I don't know, maybe pride or something, and they can't even appreciate their children. It is not right. Let's learn to be grateful, because there is so much gratitude can do for us in our environment, in our society today, in our country today. If every one of us can be grateful, I think we are going to live a better world. L-I-V-E, live in a better world. Yes, because by being grateful alone, it unlocks joy, it unlocks healing, and it even unlocks purpose. Now, gratitude in difficult time. Now I know some people will be asking, what if things does not go as planned? What if I did not get what I'm expecting? What if life is hard? What if the storm is blowing and everything is zero and like that? I want to tell you that you still need to be grateful. I know it's not easy when things are hard, when things are not going well, but if you really check in very well, I want to tell you that there is something that you will still be grateful for. When you lose something, when you feel stuck, when you are tired, when you are overwhelmed, when you are discouraged, these are difficult times, these are hard times, and it is at this moment that gratitude becomes powerful. Let's say, for example, someone who is preparing for a job interview. Maybe the person have even been trying over time. The person have been putting his or her best. in preparing for this interview, and somehow you are even of your best behaviour. Maybe everybody around you has believed in you. Maybe they have been like, if they are not giving this person, they are not giving anybody else, and you have so much belief in yourself. Now failure comes in. Will you still be grateful? And it is this moment, it is during period like this that we should learn to be grateful. This is the moment when gratitude becomes our superpower. Because at the moment when we don't get things that we are expecting, at the moment when we don't get things that we are hoping for, do you know that we can become weak? Do you know that our strength will somehow become weak? There is tendency to feel less of ourselves. But if you can really recognize and be like, you have won this, you have won that, and begin to count your blessings without nobody teaching you, sincerely you will feel better, you will feel strong. Gratitude. I'm not saying that we should ignore pain. No. When something happens, accept it, feel it, it is fine. But be grateful. There is something to still be grateful for. When you are discouraged, you are expecting something and you got discouraged, still be grateful at that moment. When life feel overwhelming, you know, there are times that in life we are not in control of everything, right? And that is to tell you that life does not go as planned. It's always mountain, valley, hills and valley, and from one thing to the other. It's not always rosy. But when you are grateful, do you know that at that point when you are grateful, you might even discover the solution to the problem. At that point when you are grateful, you might even discover the answer that you are hoping for, that you are expecting. Because to be grateful requires you to be calm in every situation. And in the moment of your calmness, your mind will be renewed, your mind will be refreshed, and you'll be able to think aright, you'll be able to think afresh, you'll be able to think again. Sometimes when you are even grateful, at that point when you begin to discover those things that you have overcome, let's say some obstacles, things that have happened to you in life, and at the time you are grateful, do you know that you can discover formulas that can help you to navigate that situation, that challenges? During one of the speech from our speaker, he said something that when you are in secondary school and they are teaching you 13 subjects, what it simply means is that when you have 13 problems and you have 13 challenges, you'll be able to solve them if you pass all those problems at that time. And that is true. We do not just learn mathematics in school. You are looking for X that sometimes is not lost. It's just to train our brain, right? That during the time of challenges, we'll be able to stay calm and still find solution. That is it. But reverse is the case to some people. They will start running from pillar. I'm not saying that you should not try your best by meeting necessary persons, but some people are doing it on the extreme that they forget themselves. They forget that they have once won something before. If you can't reflect on your past journey, there is no how you will do better in the present. So instead of blaming your past, why can't you just reflect? Why can't you just appreciate yourself, how far you've come? And with that, you are going to perform better, even with so many things that will still come your way. Gratitude. A mother, for example, who lost a child during childbirth, I know things like this are painful. I know things like this are not what we are expecting. But why can't you still be grateful? You should still be grateful for life. Somebody will say because she has not experienced it, that is why she's talking that way. Yes. But I am telling you that gratitude should be our way of life. Myself, I've experienced so many things that should have pulled me down, that should have stopped me from going, that should have stopped me from moving on. But somehow, I have learned the way of life. I have learned the way to be appreciative, to be grateful, and we keep moving. There's this common slang, and I quote, people say life goes on, we move, isn't it? We move, we won't stop because of challenges, because of things that have happened to us over time. Because if you stop, your life will stop. But being grateful can actually help you to even accomplish a whole lot that you are not even expecting. So, gratitude in hard time does not mean ignoring pain, just like I have said. You lost somebody, yes, it will be painful. That's why I said you should accept that pain. You should feel that pain, but yet still be grateful. I want to tell you that even this platform, even though it has taken a whole lot from us, but how many of us are even grateful for it? Though we are not seeing the results yet, but I want to challenge you, be grateful. This is a very good example of my point. Gratitude in hard time. You are not getting enough sleep. You are not able to go to wherever you feel like just on your own. It's eating you hard. The pressure is there. Though it is healthy pressure, right? The pressure to perform better, the pressure to eat the 20 days of eloquence. But during this moment, how many of us are grateful? Thank you. Gratitude. Yes, it is difficult, but sometimes we need to be thankful because there is something to be thankful for. There is always something to be thankful for. So for you to discover that thing to be thankful for, you have to stay calm in that moment of storm, in that moment of challenges. You didn't get what you wanted, but you learned. You learned something. Now let me cite example again of somebody who is preparing for a job interview. Do you know that while you are preparing, you will browse this internet, isn't it? You are going to surf the net, you are going to make research, right? But after all of those things, you did not get the job. Have you not learned something? Be grateful for that. So gratitude help us to learn. So you did not get what you wanted, but somehow you are going to learn a new thing. I've talked about people who lose somebody that is close to them, pregnant woman who lost baby during childbirth. It is hurting. Relationship break out and all of that. You are hurting, but I want to tell you that you should be grateful that you are still standing. It is not easy to comprehend some of these things, but the fact that you are still standing, the fact that you can still talk about it, the fact that you can still cry, the fact that you can still feel, the fact that you can still express your emotions, with that you should be grateful. You should be grateful. Now, we can say gratitude help us to heal, and that is it. It's one of the aspects that people neglect today. And for you to really heal, you need to be grateful. Look at yourself and appreciate yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror, saying affirmative things, not because you just want to spill it out, not because you just want to say it, but that is who you are. I am strong, I am me, I am unique, I am beautiful, I am radiant. Things like that. I am grateful for how far I have come. Because see, the fact is that if it is someone else who have experienced that particular thing you experienced, they might not be able to stand. Do you know that? The reason we are being tested, the reason we face trials and challenges is because we can overcome it, and overcoming it actually have added to our strength. So when things like that happen again, you have just found one way to be better and to be stronger. That is why you should be grateful. That thing that have happened to you is not to pull you down, is not to take you back to zero. But if you can really count, when I was a child, this and that, you are grateful for that one. When you are in primary school, this and that, you are grateful for that one. When you are in secondary school, this and that, you are grateful for that one. Higher institution, either university, polytechnic or monotechnics, you are grateful for that as well. Now see how far you've come. And some people, because of just one thing, they destroy their life. And some people go into drugs and they become drug addicts. Some people even can go to the extent of taking their own life. I want to speak to you today. We should not go to such extent. Be grateful. What didn't go well today will definitely go well tomorrow. Not even well alone, it will be better. And I want to tell you that some people will learn from that your story. That is why you should be grateful, because you will pass a message to the younger generations, to the people who are coming behind you. Be grateful. So gratitude has healing power. It's not just physically, but emotionally. It has a way of dealing with our emotions, healing us emotionally. That is gratitude. But when we hold on to bitterness, we are going to stay stuck and we are going to stay in pain if we are not grateful. You are going to stay stuck in the sense that you won't even see clearly, not physically this time around, but your inner mind, because you are holding on to some things. Your mind is blocked. You are not clearing that mind of whatsoever weight it is. And one of the ways to clear off your mind is to be grateful. Is to be grateful. Let's learn to be grateful. We should not hold on to bitterness whatsoever. When we practice gratitude, we are going to release whatsoever weight that we are holding on to. You are going to release, because you are you. You cannot compare yourself to anybody else. You can't compare yourself to your friend. You can't compare yourself even to your siblings, even though you are born of the same parents. So when things happen like that, and you really sit down and you think, right, you can flash back to the past and realize how you have been strong over some issues. You realize how you have stayed effective over some things. Won't you be grateful? You will be grateful. For example, maybe you are told to do something at your place of work and you could not do it perfectly. You could not do it as expected. Then your boss gets to know about it, and your boss started saying things like, how do you do something like this? you did not get it right. You know, sometimes when bosses are under tension as well, they can say whatsoever thing, right? And sometimes they will not even care if it really affects your own mental health or not, isn't it? But now, because of that, you now feel like, I am not worthy, I am not myself. Then you stay stuck in that, you are not growing. I want to tell you to go back and remember the way you did something and your boss praised you in the presence of others. Have you done something before and somebody see it and even appreciated you with cash gift? Not even cash gift, but with a thank you. Now let me cite one of our speaker for example. Yesterday she was telling me that when she finished speaking, that even one of the audience appreciated her and was like, thank you for that speech, thank you for that presentation. You could imagine that. Now let's say for example, if she have another presentation, maybe not this platform, right? Because this platform, she has learned to use it effectively. Maybe she go out to another place and she could not perform like the way she has been performing while she's speaking during the 20 days of eloquence. Maybe because her mind is clouded, maybe because she's under pressure, or maybe because of stress, and she could not really perform like the way she have been doing. Do you know that there is tendency for her to feel like she's a failure, right? There's tendency for her to feel less of herself, right? And if she stay with that and say, because of that, I'm not going to do this thing again, I am not going to go on, she can just remember the way she spoke during 20 days of eloquence, Guinness World Record attempt, and I spoke and somebody appreciated me. I spoke and even myself, I can feel it that I did well, I did better. With that, she's doing what? She's appreciating herself. That is gratitude. And I want to tell you that you don't need anybody to appreciate you. You don't need anybody to tell you you are doing well. You don't need anybody to tell you to appreciate yourself before you should learn to do that. For every win, appreciate yourself for it. For everything you do successfully. Some people have learned in a hard way, in such a way that for any little win, they will feel like they are not doing enough, which is wrong. Because of comparison, they will feel like they are not even doing their best, they are not at their best, which is not good enough. But if we can really sit and express gratitude. Now let me ask you all, wherever you are listening from and my live audience, is this the way you were 10 years ago?
No.
Is this the way you are even 1 year ago? No. Something has happened. A shift has happened. You have changed. So why should you not be grateful? I'm talking about yourself now. I've not even gotten to the part that people need to be grateful now. I'm still speaking to you as a person. Because if you don't learn to be grateful to yourself, how will you express it to others? You don't appreciate yourself, it will be hard to tell someone out there thank you. It will be hard to appreciate someone out there. So be grateful to yourself, because you did not pass that exam and you feel like it is no. And you know, some people, when things happen to them, they will now start doing the worst to themselves. Now let's say for example, somebody who failed exam and because of that he said, I'm not going to eat whatever thing, I am going to starve myself. Thank you. Somebody said because the person is not hungry, but the fact is that some people are actually hungry, but maybe because of that pain they neglect food. Sincerely, I'm not saying that you should ignore pain. I'm not saying you should not accept pain. I'm not saying that you should not feel pain. Yes, feel it, accept it, but my emphasis is on gratitude. Still be grateful. Don't injure yourself. Don't deprive yourself of things that are necessary. And because some people have not learned to be grateful, then their physical look will change. they will forget to take care of themselves. If you are really grateful to yourself, out of your monthly income, you will get things for yourself per month for you to have spent that month successfully, and you are rewarded with a cash prize. Do you think it's easy? I know you have a whole lot of bills, emergency here and there, this and there to sort out, but can you just take 1,000 naira and even get something for yourself? 1,000 naira is too small for me. I'm not sorry to say that. I will get myself something nice, and I can say yes, I am the one that have done this, and I have won, and I'm appreciating myself. It has a way of challenging you to keep going. It has a way of helping you to keep going irrespective, because somehow at that time when your life is moving not as expected, when your life is moving slowly, subconsciously you will remember that if you can do this thing very well, you will get a gift for it, not just from anybody else but from yourself. That is what gratitude will do to you. So gratitude does not actually erase the past. Just like I've said, maybe a whole lot of things have happened, but if you can reflect, you still have something to be grateful for. When we practice gratitude, I said we release ourselves from whatsoever burden. We grow. So you did this the right way today. There is this passion in you that will help you to still do more. And because you did well, because you appreciate yourself, you will want to do more. Now let me take it into this aspect now. If you do something right and somebody appreciates you for it, won't you do more? You will do more. That is why, now listen to me, that is why, okay, now let me ask you, what is the reward of hard work?
More.
Very good. The reward of hard work is more work. Because you put in effort, you did this thing right, your boss appreciated you. Maybe you are even the best staff of the year, or not even best staff of the year, but somehow they encourage you, your boss encourage you, your colleagues are even cheering you on. Do you know that you don't want to do less? And seeing yourself and say, Joy Oluwatimileyin Ajayi, if you can do this thing, you can do better, even at the time of challenges. If you can solve the unseen X in secondary school, what is the challenges that you don't stay focused and say, yes, I can actually do this thing? It might take a whole lot from you, your time, your money. In fact, sometimes your stability, and you be under pressure in such a way that to be balanced might be difficult. But if you have learned to be grateful over time, I want to tell you that you'll be able to do that thing effectively. Not just do it, but effectively. See, let me tell you something. Those people who are grateful, their lives are always different. Those people who are grateful, they are not looking here and there. They are always focused on themselves. They are always focused on themselves and themselves alone. It's not selfishness. No, it's not selfishness. It's about me. Because if I'm not productive, how am I going to do things for others? If I'm not productive, how am I going to even do things in my community, in my country? How am I going to do things effectively? When we are grateful, we will move forward. We will not stay in our past. We will not stay in that place that we used to be. We will move forward. I've told you, you will want to learn more. You want to put in your strength in something that will even help you to grow more. You will move forward. Now let's say, for example, somebody who is grateful. Please pay attention, because it's something that I believe that we should be able to relate to. Now, it's just something that is physical that I want to say this time around. Let's say, for example, you are grateful to yourself, and every month when you get your monthly income, you decide that this month I'm going to get myself suit as a man, for example. Do you know that maybe you don't have a suit before? But because you are grateful to yourself, you are appreciating yourself, and you feel like the way you can appreciate yourself is to get yourself something that is nice. See, some people, it's not that they don't have that money, but they are stingy to themselves.
Yes.
They are stingy to themselves. You will move forward. Now, you know, I have heard somebody say this before, that intentionally just get yourself some things, because one day will come, you will be told to appear in a room and you will not have the right fit for that particular place. Sometimes there may just be emergency outing and you will check your wardrobe like this, you will look at it and be like, what can I even wear? Because you have been stingy to yourself, you can't get yourself good dresses. Some people are stingy to themselves in such a way that they prefer to manage. They will take food without protein. And how would they expect that their immune system will be strong? I told you the last time that gratitude can help strengthen our immune system. Because you are not grateful to yourself, you feel like, what will eating fruit do to me? Buy different type of fruit and make correct fruit salad. Eat it and sit down. Na me do the work. Start chewing it. Because obviously you are the one that do the work, and be grateful to yourself. Some people, they are not grateful to themselves, and the effort they are supposed to be putting in their life, they are putting it in someone else's life. They are not getting themselves whatever thing they want. Even their hairstyle, it will be so rough because they don't see value in it. I told you that gratitude is appreciating value. You see value in yourself. You see values in others. I said it, I'm still talking about you, because when you get it right, you are going to get it right in every other aspect. What is that thing that you have been craving for and that thing is good? When you get your April salary, please get it for yourself. I'm the one that said that. Yes. If it's not bad thing, if it is something good, you have been craving for it, and if it will not affect your savings, that is gratitude. When we are grateful, it will help us to forgive. And this is a very crucial aspect. If you are really grateful, you will forgive yourself. Some people don't know how to forgive themselves. They have not forgiven themselves because of something they have done wrong, and somehow it has affected them mentally or emotionally. But when you are really grateful, you will forgive. And someone who has not learned to forgive himself or herself, how will such person forgive others when someone offend such person? So gratitude teach you forgiveness. Gratitude will help you to accept and rebuild. Something did not work for you, you accept it, and you will not just sit down there. You will think and start strategizing. How can I make this thing work? How can I make this thing to be effective again? For example, your boss just deny maybe a proposal that you have just written for the company, and the way your boss rejected it in such a way that you will not even want to try it again. Will you just sit down there and just say you will not try? If you are grateful for how far you've come, that boss that have appreciated you one time before, remember that. Remember it. Gratitude will even help us to take to corrections. Gratitude will help us to take to correction, and we are going to accept and rebuild. If there is something that you are doing before that is not working for you, you will sit down and research, and you will be able to build your life, not just anyhow, but even protecting your own peace and your own space. That is gratitude. I want to say it again. Gratitude does not erase your past. It does not mean that when I'm grateful that everything that has happened to you in the past will be no, but you will be grateful that there is still life after so many things that have happened to you. So gratitude will now transform how you carry it. Gratitude will transform how you carry it, how you can now think in such a way that your past will not affect you, but you will be grateful that you survived it. Somebody who escaped fatal accident and such person is not grateful. Do you know that somehow it can be traumatizing, right? Especially when it's a fatal accident that the car somersaulted, a whole lot of people, maybe they lost their life, or maybe you sustained injury and you are murmuring, you are complaining. When you are really grateful, when you are really grateful for life, you will rethink, and somehow you will learn to carry your past. So many things have traumatized you while growing up, but now you have unlearned those things and you have relearned so many things. Still be grateful. Now let's look at why people struggle with gratitude. Why is gratitude really hard? Do you know that when you do something to some people, it will be very hard for them to say thank you? And some people do not even know that it is wrong. And I want to tell you that it is not until when something do something big to you. It is not until when something when someone break a bank because of you, that's when you should say thank you. Let me still peg that aspect. Let me still speak to you. Why is gratitude hard for you? Number one is comparison. Because my friend have all of these things, I don't even have 1% of it, and because of that you are not grateful to yourself. It's going to affect you. So comparison makes gratitude hard. If you keep comparing your life, if you keep comparing yourself to someone else, you will not be grateful. You will not learn to appreciate yourself. And now let me tell you something. I hope you are listening. Let me tell you something. Maybe the reason your friend is doing better, maybe it's because she has learned gratitude. Let's say for example, you see your friend always appearing neat, dressing well, but you, is just the dresses that you have since 100 level that you are still putting on. And it's not that you are not working. It's a different thing when the person is really managing. Seriously, it's a different thing when this person is spending wisely. Seriously, right? But you both have source of income, a very good one, but because you've not learned to appreciate yourself. I'm even talking about appreciating yourself with material things this time around. And I'm not defining your life with material thing, but somehow some people are not having some things because they've not learned to appreciate themselves with even that material things. But your friend have learned that way. It's not that she's spending anyhow, but strategically she knows that she deserves something new every month. If the chance is there, if the income is there, if the money is there, and all of that, and you start seeing her as somebody that is doing much more better than you, and because of that you start comparing your life, you start comparing yourself with that person. You won't learn that way, and it's going to affect you. So comparison is one of the reasons gratitude is hard. I don't have this, I don't have that. Will you just stop and think about your own life? And because of that, you are going to rethink, pen down something, strategize what is not working for you, and build. Another thing is entitlement, and this is very common in society today. You feel like you deserve more. Of course you deserve more, but be grateful for that little you have first. And now let's take it into this setting. Maybe somebody give you something and what you are expecting is even more. For example, family setting. Your uncle, you expect that this your uncle should have sent 10,000 naira to you in a month. You feel like that uncle is having more. Well, maybe your uncle is doing well and is having a good source of income, and because your uncle did not send 10,000, he decide to send you 6,000. It's even more than average. Because of that, you are not appreciative enough, you are not grateful, feeling entitled. Do you know what that uncle at that time is going through? Do you know the financial challenges that have cut your uncle or your aunt's income? And because of that, he could not meet up to your expectation, and you even struggle to say thank you. I don't like it when people type that in thanks. It feels like you are not grateful. Yes, there is a way you express your gratitude, and the person who have done something for you will feel like this person is really grateful. So don't feel entitled. Don't feel like because my mom have helped this person should be able to help me. Life doesn't go that way. Help yourself first. So feeling entitled will make it hard to be grateful, and we need to learn to stop the feeling of entitlement. Let us stop it. My boss is expected to do this. What if what your boss is handling at that particular time is way more than what you are even thinking? There is tension everywhere. Even your boss wants to meet a particular expectation, but because you did something and you did not get what you are expecting. I'm not saying that we should use this as a way to behave in a very bad way. No, it is a different thing. When we are supposed to do something, let us do it right. When you can really afford that thing, let us do it. But if you are not getting what you want, if you are not getting what you really deserve, still be grateful. That is my point. Another reason gratitude is hard is busyness. Too much of activities, and because of that you are distracted from your blessings. I want to tell you that it is not all blessings that are big things. It is not all blessings that are big achievements. It's not until you get yourself the latest GLE, it's not until you get yourself a mansion before you should be grateful. But you could solve a particular problem in your place of work. Be grateful. You could help somebody, still be grateful. You are working freely, still be grateful. So when we are busy sometimes, it can distract us from blessings. It can distract us from little wins, growth that has happened. I know that sometimes growth is not visible, but I can tell you for a fact, this is not who you were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, even last year. I know we are in April, but something have changed. So many of us, it can be hard sometimes to stand in front of people to speak. So many of us, we learn to speak while preparing for these 20 days of eloquence. So many of us, we learn to learn fast while preparing for these 20 days of eloquence. This is not who you were even last month. Are we grateful for this platform? Gratitude. And another reason gratitude is hard is because of pain. Yes, I've told you that gratitude does not erase pain. Gratitude does not mean that you should forget your pain. Yes, feel that pain, accept that pain, express that pain, but you should still be grateful. Sometimes life can hurt us so much that gratitude will feel impossible. For real, so many people have been in that state that you feel like, what do I have left? What am I going to do? You will not even say blessings at all. That is why this teaching is very important, because if we have learned it as our way of life, I want to tell you that irrespective of whatsoever happened, you will still be grateful. I'm not speaking to you as though pain is not something that cannot happen to you at some point in time in your life. I'm not speaking to you as though maybe you cannot be overwhelmed, maybe there is nothing like life struggle. No. But I'm saying that when we learn gratitude, we will still find purpose even in pain. We will still see blessings even when things are hard, when things are not going the right way. Now, how can we really practice gratitude daily? Because for over 1 hour now, I've been saying gratitude, be appreciative, this and that. But maybe someone is listening and you feel like, how can I be grateful? How can I learn gratitude? Now listen to me. Start small. It doesn't have to be big. You don't have to throw party before you can be grateful. You don't have to start sharing biscuit, drinks and I am grateful for life. No. Start small. You woke up healthy, be grateful. You can still breathe in, you can still breathe out, be grateful. These are little things that you can be grateful for. You have clean water in your environment, be grateful. For conversation, you can speak, you can relate, be grateful. Even those people who are created specially, do you think that some of them, they have joy even more than some of us? Do you know that? Be grateful. And another way you can express gratitude daily is gratitude journaling. Intentionally, every day, you can just pick your pen and a special note to you and write 3 things or even more. It might not be up to 3. Let's even say 1 thing that you are grateful for every day. And somehow, do you know that I said it, that when you are grateful, it's going to help your growth. And by journaling things that you are grateful for every day, tomorrow when you come back to it, you will see that something has changed in your life. And when you are truly journaling, if something happen and you pick up your journal, just start scrolling through. There is a special joy that you are going to have, and you'll be like, so I am the one who have done this. The pain that you overcame few years ago, you will be grateful that this thing does not kill me. I am still standing. And with that, you'll be able to scale through that present challenges, that present situation. So journal is very important. If you don't have a book, you can use your phone. It's just that sometimes that can happen and maybe you change your phone or some other things. That's why we advise journal. Journal every day. 1 thing that you are grateful for, 2 things you are grateful for, 3 things you are grateful for. Just pen it down. Even with that, it will ease you of stress. Do you know that? It will help your mind to be free. There are some people that don't know how to communicate with other people like that, but when you practice writing down, it will really help you to ease stress, to ease unhealthy pressure. And another way you can be grateful is to express it. When you are able to get something, you have a specific win, express it. And now this is where it gets more serious. I want to speak to those people that don't know how to appreciate someone, especially when they have done something nice to you. I've told you it doesn't necessarily have to be a big thing, but somebody really give you something, somebody really helped you, tell the person how grateful you are. Appreciate such people, express it. Don't just feel like the person knows that I appreciate him, the person knows that I appreciated her, and you did not express it. It is not good enough. Express how grateful you are. If somebody give you, I know that our currency lately, it is very hard for you to find notes like 10 naira, 5 naira, but sincerely, if somebody give you 10 naira today, still be grateful, because if that person decide not to give you, heaven will not fall. It is my money, it is the person's money. But for somebody to think and say, Joy, you deserve this money, that means the person have you in his mind or in her mind. And Nigerians today, when you have heard from your friend for over a long time, you know, there is this tendency to start accusing the person. You forgot me in this economic situation that everybody is looking out for how their life will be better, and I remembered you, and the next thing you could tell me is you forgot me. Next time I go check on you now. But the fact that the person checked on you, be grateful. Thank you for checking up on me. I do that a lot, because randomly the person just check into her contact list and just say, let me call this person, let me chat her up, how is she faring? The fact that somebody asks you, how are you doing, it means the person is intentional, the person values you, especially when it's for a long time. The statement that should come out of your mouth or that you should type should not be, you remember me today, oh. No, just be grateful. It is nice hearing from you again. Thank you for checking on me. How are you feeling too? But because of entitlement, if this person did not check up on me, I'm not going to check up on her as well. Already have that bad attitude, and the person took it up upon himself or herself and checked on you, and the next thing you could do is just to make the person feel bad. That is not gratitude. But if you are grateful indeed, there's a way you will communicate better, that even next time the person will want to do much more better. Do you know that the person can even check up on you in a better way and just tell you, send your account details to me, I want to send you money. Or the person can come to your house with gifts, or even recommend you for something better. Maybe the person message you because he or she wants to ask you for a vital information that can help you get opportunity, but because of lackadaisical attitude, because of bad attitude, you have cancelled yourself out of that opportunity. I'm not a bad person, but if I'm the one, maybe for example, if I see that there is something that this person can do and we've chatted for a long time, and I just message you, Femi, how are you doing? And the next thing you can tell me is, you forgot me. Thank God that you check on me today. I will hold down my opportunity to myself. Yes, it is people reaction sometimes that push them into failure. That is why I am encouraging you all, be grateful wherever you are listening from. Be grateful. Express that gratitude. Express it. Wife, your husband will get you a gift, and the best way to express it is to keep malice, because it's not up to what your friend is having. Husband, your wife cooked for you because of a little mistake and the salt is not enough or is too plenty. still be grateful. I know things like this is hard, maybe as a man.
That's not a little mistake.
Sometimes it's mistake. Nobody is perfect. That is what I'm telling you. Sometimes she can be tired. Do you think entering the kitchen and bringing something nice out of it is something that is easy? For you to calculate how many maggi, how many seasoning am I going to add? Seriously, it is not. I feel like some people are not grateful because they have not been in that shoe.
They don't know.
And you are expecting something perfect at all time. She has been doing it over months. Just that one little mistake and you flare up. If you are really loving, you will be grateful. Another way you can express gratitude is for you to pause and reflect. Take a moment in your daily activity. Notice that thing. Pause and reflect on it. By reflecting alone, sincerely, you can have a whole lot of things to think on and new ideas will pop in. You are stuck in a particular thing, and the best way you think you can go ahead is to quit. No, that is why as a public health advocate I tell people to take a break. If something is choking you up at some point in time, don't force yourself into it, but by taking a pause and reflecting, ideas will pop in. Strategies, ways you can move ahead, ways you can forge ahead will pop in. So another way you can be grateful is for you to pause and reflect. You can even jot down. And gratitude in speech, that is another way you can be grateful. So you should replace your complaint with appreciation. The government of Nigeria is not doing this, they are not doing that. Yes, they are not doing it, but you are better than some people. Don't forget that. And I am not trying to put a comparison here, but we should just be grateful. In your speech, look at what, some students will be like, look at what my parents are even giving me, look at the school I'm attending, what happened to this so big school. It does not mean that you are not going to succeed. Is it the school that really defines your success in life? Though it can contribute to it, right? But if you really know what you are doing and you are testing for success, you are going to push yourself to do more better, because that is what they can simply afford. Some people will be like, they are not successful because they are not studying abroad. What happens to Nigerian university? We have men in this country who are successful and they graduated from Nigerian universities, and I'm going to be one of them. Yes. So be grateful instead of complaining, instead of always seeing the bad in everything. Have you ever sit down and see a good in something? If you're always seeing bad thing in a thing, there is no how even your whole life will be good. It's not a cause, it is just fact. So gratitude in your speech, gratitude in relationship, and this is one ingredient that some relationships are lacking today. It's not just love, it's not just trust. I know trust, love, communication, they have preached that to you over time, but telling your spouse, thank you for standing by me all along the way, thank you for not leaving me, somehow he or she will be encouraged to still stay even when there is challenges, even when you have misunderstanding, because you know that you are that appreciative spouse. Not even opposite gender, not even marriage this time around, but relating with others. Somebody show up for you during difficult time and you can't express how grateful you are, you can't tell the person thank you. That's not good enough. By doing that, it will help the person to do more, it will encourage the person. If one person show up for you today and you are grateful, do you know that next time the person might come with a whole community? So be grateful instead of complaining, instead of always seeing the bad in everything. Have you ever sit down and see a good in something? If you're always seeing bad thing in a thing, there is no how even your whole life will be good. It's not a cause, it is just fact. So gratitude in your speech, gratitude in relationship, and this is one ingredient that some relationships are lacking today. It's not just love, it's not just trust. I know trust, love, communication, they have preached that to you over time, but telling your spouse, thank you for standing by me all along the way, thank you for not leaving me, somehow he or she will be encouraged to still stay even when there is challenges, even when you have misunderstanding, because you know that you are that appreciative spouse. Not even opposite gender, not even marriage this time around, but relating with others. Somebody show up for you during difficult time and you can't express how grateful you are, you can't tell the person thank you. That's not good enough. By doing that, it will help the person to do more, it will encourage the let's go and support this person, this is our person, not because you are giving them anything in return, but because they see that this person is just different from every other person out there. It's not just about gifts, but acknowledgement. I really see this that you did. Even if the person did not see it, you have learned to pause and reflect, and you can see how the person have helped you. Say thank you. I see your effort. I see what you are doing. As boss, yes, let me talk to people in the corporate world. Don't just neglect your staffs and just leave them just like that. I know you are giving them monthly income, but still appreciate them, because if they are not there, maybe that organization will not be standing. Appreciate the effort they are putting into the organization every day. You are a leader somewhere, and people who are under you, the only thing you know how to do is to lash them with word. You are not even doing this, you are not doing that. How about that thing they've done? Do you know that that person who is not doing well might be because the person has not been appreciated enough? Not about money, because sure, the person knows that I will be paid for it, but there is a way thank you very much can boost somebody morale. There is a way, I see what you are doing, I see your effort, just keep on doing it, you are doing well. There is a way it can boost somebody morale, and the person will even do much more better. That is what I'm talking about. You can see people value and you appreciate it. That's why I said it's not just about gifts. If you are a boss and you have pride, you have ego, and you sack that your staff, do you know that the value the person you just sacked, the value the person is putting into the organization might be hard for you to see it in someone else? It's a different thing to correct your staff, and you as staff or followers under somebody, you should have a good character. Even if your boss is not appreciating you enough, even if they are not treating you right, just keep on doing it. But boss, leaders, appreciate people who are under you. Some people think it's just their money. Some people think it's just because they are there and the spaces they are filling. No. Sometimes coming together, working together can help us to achieve common goal. Is that not what the meaning of cooperation is? It is. But if somebody starts pulling out because the person is not feeling enough, the person is not being appreciated enough, it's going to spoil a whole lot of things. That is why there are so much of responsibilities as leaders. There are so much of responsibility as boss. So if you are saying I want to start doing this and I want to employ people, just know that you have a whole lot to do. If they are not doing it well, still encourage them. It might just be little word of encouragement, little word of appreciation that they need. Your boss did, your staff did something that is very paramount, that is very noticeable, but because of pride you can't tell him or her thank you. Do you know that next time if something like that happen, the staff might just decide to keep quiet and not even say things like that? So not being grateful can really cause a whole lot of harm than good. That is another thing I want you to know. So let's learn to be grateful. Just like I've said, my topic is gratitude as a way of life, unlocking joy, unlocking healing and purpose through appreciation. Now let's talk about gratitude and purpose. Do you know that gratitude connects with your purpose? Because if you are really grateful for the skills that you have, for the talent that you have, for everything that you can do, what you will think of is not to keep those things to yourself. You think on how you can use it to help others. Why do you think some people are having NGOs, why they are having initiative? It's because they have appreciated that thing that they have. And the best way they can appreciate it is to use it to help people out there. When you appreciate what you have, you begin to ask yourself, how can I help others? And gratitude also turn your blessing into responsibility, and that is how your purpose can grow. And I want to tell you that purpose is not one big thing. What you know that you can do better, and you are thriving, you are impacting life even from that little thing, that is, we can call that purpose. And when you are grateful, when you appreciate yourself for it, you will want to expand, you will want to grow more. And growing more is helping people. It's not just about achieving big things, buying car, buying luxurious things. Do you know how many lives you will touch? That person that you have impacted will grow out there to impact others. People will talk about you in rooms that you are not. If you are not here today, what will people remember you for? What will they say about you? Someone who is not grateful to his or herself, how will the person be grateful to others? Don't see things as we deserve it. If it's not there, it's not there. The fact that you have it, be grateful for it. Now you've heard me talk about gratitude and appreciation. I really want to ask every one of you, and I might point at anyone or you raise up your hand. The question is, what are you grateful for today? Anybody?
For the gift of life.
For the gift of life, yes. To being able to come here, ma. Sound health. Now let me talk about this. Many people are not grateful for sound health because health is not luxury. It's not that you deserve it. There are little mistakes that you are making and it will have cost you a lot. But the fact that you are not spending money on drugs, the fact that you are not in a difficult condition, are you still grateful? You can eat whatever thing you like. Do you know that some people, there are some special food that are just meant for them, and those people, they are still grateful? How much more you, that you can do everything? Are you really grateful? Now let me ask you again. Now this one, you might not necessarily raise up your hand, but answer it deep down in your heart. Who have you not appreciated enough? Who is that person that has done so much for you and you have not appreciated the person enough? Do you know that it might not even be one big person? Parents, it might be your own children. Children, it might be your own parents. It might be your friends. And we have not appreciated them enough. It's not about money. It's not about gift. But as you are seated right there, or wherever you are listening from, be intentional this morning and send a message to such people. Just appreciate them. Thank you for standing by me over the years. I see what you are doing. I see your effort. I see how you are investing in my life, in my growth. I just want to say thank you very much, not just thanks. Because that thanks is not showing that you are grateful. To me, that is just me. I can't tell somebody thanks. It sounds weird. I know it's English word. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is how it should be done. I really appreciate. Exactly. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. That is it. And another question you should ask yourself. I said I've asked you what you are grateful for. I've asked you who have you not appreciated enough. And another question you should ask yourself is, what lesson have life taught you recently? That lesson, be grateful for it. Some of us have learned to be disciplined during these 20 days of eloquence. Some of us have learned to be more focused. Some of us have even learned to sit for a longer hours. Are we grateful for that? Some of us have learned to speak for longer than what we have ever done. Are we grateful? I just cite this scenario, but what other things have happened recently that you are really grateful for? Think about it. It might bring pain, right? But there is something that you will definitely learn from it. I've told you, maybe you are preparing for exam or you are preparing for interview. You will read, right? You will learn, you will solve the net. But in the long run, you do not get it, you do not pass the exam. That thing that you have learned, it will stay with you, and you can use it in another examination or another interview. As I round up, I want you to remember this, that gratitude is not about having everything. You don't need to have everything. It's about recognizing what you have. It's about knowing that what you really have is something. It's about recognizing what you have and know that what you have is something. Yes, sir. You have a cap right there and you use it. Some people do not have it. That is gratitude. Life may not be perfect. Just know that every time. But there is always something to appreciate. Always something to learn. Always something to grow from. So today I want to challenge you as I round up. Live intentionally. Speak kindly. I've talked about those people that will just speak to anybody anyhow, and they are not grateful for people who are under them. Please speak kindly. Appreciate deeply, because in the end, please note this that I want to say. A grateful heart is not just a happy heart. A grateful heart is a powerful heart. And that is how we can change our world. Stop complaining about Nigeria. Just be grateful for where you are. Stop complaining about everything. Just be grateful, because you will not just be happy, you will be powerful. You have learned strength and you will grow with it. Thank you for listening. I remain Jolu Atimleye Ajayi, and right now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, the world. You know, I'm grateful for this platform. I don't think I've ever spoken for 2 hours before. And she just effortlessly did it. So I decided to I don't know whether I'll be able to do it today, but let's see how I can challenge myself. It's really been amazing being here, you know, talking, learning, you know, being among fellow minds. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, so once again, I'm Emmanuel Akiwamide. I'm a medical doctor, and as a medical doctor, I'm not just interested in whether or not you are sick or you have any illness. I'm also interested on how you live your life, because that in a way affects your health. And today I'll be talking about a very interesting topic. Well, I'm bringing my references from the book of beginnings. I said previously that I was working on a book, and you know, my interest, or the reason why I started writing that book, was because of a question I asked myself, you know, as a young Christian just entering, you know, the whole concept of Christianity. I was like, what is the whole point? I mean, after the whole thing, what next, you know? And then going through that book really opened my eyes, and I want to share with you just one point there that was written that would really enlighten and give us a brief, is it brief now, or a comprehensive view of what life is all about and how we should live our lives. The topic is going to be 3 ways of living from the book of beginnings, or you could put it this way: 3 dimensions of existence from the book of beginnings. And I'll take it from the 11th verse, which says, it says, "And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, who seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. Now, the topic is 3 dimensions of existence, or 3 ways of living from the book of beginnings. What are those 3 ways? The number 1 is grass. Number 2, herb yielding seed. Number 3, a fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind. Those are the 3 levels of existence I want to discuss with you today. You see, someone said something, I think it's Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. He said, truth is universal, but the application of that truth is personal, is contextual, and geographical. Meaning that we could say the same thing. There are principles applicable to everybody that will guide our way of living. But the way we apply those principles to make ourselves better is dependent on our personal views, on our personal context, dependent on the contexts of which we are living currently, the environment we are, which is also the geographical aspects. Those 3 things: personal, contextual, and geographical. So as we listen to this, because we are speaking to I'm talking to the whole world, remember that this application could vary in different ways, dependent on technology, dependent on exposure. Now, the first one, or before I go into that, I say life operates basically on principles. And what I'm discussing with you today is a topic of principles. You see, there's hierarchy everywhere. When we call hierarchy, we talk about levels of existence. It's everywhere, in the developed world, in developing countries, in underdeveloped societies, even in countries experiencing war. Everywhere there's a form of hierarchy. Where human beings are, there's always a system of hierarchy. And hierarchy, is not fixed. In some places, it might be very restrictive, but still it's not fixed. Meaning that as a person, starting from a low level of hierarchy, probably a low standing in the society, or probably a low financial stand, or a low social stand, people see you and they view you as someone in the low class. There's a possibility for you to move from that stage to the next stage, and to the next stage. And also, if you are someone from a very, very high level of existence, high level hierarchy, there's also a possibility to drop from that level to a lower level. So it's not stable, dependent on circumstances. We see world powers like the Roman Empire, who were the most powerful in the whole world. Right now, we just hear of them as legends. They are totally gone out of the system. Currently now we have world powers like the US, we have world powers like China. Several decades ago, they were not at that level, meaning that hierarchy changes even at the level of countries. So wherever you are currently, because I'm going to be discussing these 3 stages, so wherever you think you fall into, don't let it be a limiting factor for you. Yes, understand, look at it, be convinced that, this is where I am currently, but I can move to a new level, I can move to a new stage. And if you are, after listening to me, if you discover that you are living or operating at that, probably the highest level, please don't think that you are there yet, because as I said, there's a possibility to drop, there's a possibility to degrade if you are not careful enough, and if you don't pay attention to the way you are living. The first level of existence I want to talk about is the grass. Now, if you think about the grass, or in fact, if you look at the whole picture, the 3 levels I discussed, the grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit bearing tree, you discover that they are all about plants. They are all about plants. And I use this because I wanted to bring forth one particular point, which is productivity. I'll come to that later. So starting with the grass, the first level of existence. What do we know about the grass? The grass represents plant life without a visible system. What do I mean by that? If you think about, now, Please, I told you truth is, geographical, contextual, and personal. And when I mean grass, I'm talking about, for botanists, I'm talking about from the microscopic level of plant life to the common grass we see on the streets. Yeah, that's the range. And if you should look at that range of species from microscopic to macroscopic, you will discover that there are billions of them. Starting from the microscopic, there are a lot of plant species you can't see with your eyes. A lot you don't know about. A lot human beings have not even discovered. Under the sea, the algae, so many of them, so many in existence. So I said grass represents a plant level without a visible system of operation. We all know about grass. We all know about grass. But if I tell you to identify, let me even ask the question. Can anybody stand up and tell me 10 types of grass? Names of 10 types of grass. We know grass. We see grass every day. That's the truth. Except even desert people, you see some shrubs. Maybe they can identify those guys because they see the same thing over, and probably they can. But we that live in Africa, in the tropical rainforest, how many can you identify? 10 types of grass. You see, they don't have a generative system that guarantees sustainability or multiplication. They exist. We all know grass exists. But do they have any impact in your lives? Well, if you look at it from a scientific point of view, you will say yes, because grass are producers. Grass, they take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen. Grass can act as a form of, food for the herbivores that we eat, and many other things. But if you look at it really, this grass, they basically just exist. We ourselves, we can't, even as human beings that have explored the world, explored a lot of things, created a lot of things, the majority of us don't even know the name of the grass in our compounds. Why? Because they serve almost, in fact, no value, no conscious value, let me use that word, to us. They have limited productive capacity. Now, when I mean productive capacity, I don't mean the ability to produce, because grass are plants and they are producers, they produce food. But how much value can you identify yourself from this grass? Yes, they provide value by their virtue of their existence to the environment and everything. By the time they die, they act as manure to the soil and everything. But their existence to you personally, what value does it bring to you? Their reproduction is dependent basically on the environment and environmental processes. You see, if for botanists, if you look at the reproduction of algae and plants, you discover that many of them reproduce either by cell division or by simple form of sexual reproduction. There are two types, asexual and sexual. A very, very simple rudimentary form of reproduction that can be altered and changed, and high possibility for failure. These plants exist. There are so many. That's another thing. There are so many. In fact, of all the species of plants, the most numerous are the grass. The most abundant are the grass. And in quotes, the most useless are the grass. They cannot be strategically cultivated. Now, of course, this may not really apply to some developed countries, where they've developed systems to strategically cultivate this. But if you look at the majority of the whole world, and you ask yourself, can you plant grass? Let me ask you, can you plant grass? Let me ask. You should have some. Have you at least you've done some form of planting?
Yes.
But have you ever planted the grass before? Have you ever seen the seed of grass before? Grass? No. Okay. They either transplant it, maybe by cutting one part of it, or
they keep watering the ground.
Oh, so you don't even see the seeds. Now that's the point I'm bringing. Now we know I told you there are three levels. There's grass, there's herbs. There are two different things. Herbs have more value. I'm coming to that. But I'm talking of grass. The shrubs. That if I remember when I was in secondary school, and if you come late, they give you cutlass for you to go and weed and cut the grasses. So they cannot be strategically cultivated. Yeah.
Can we
Yeah, that's the same thing. Now, the thing about weeds, the reason why I don't want to use weed is because, some weeds, weed is a word for functionality or for application, meaning that even if it's a useful plant, if it's not in the right environment, it's a weed. You understand? But grass is talking about the species. So that's why I didn't use weed. So now another thing is that most grasses, or practically all of them, are confined to their natural environment and state. Meaning that if a grass is growing in a particular area, it's quite difficult. Even when you look at the principles of grafting, the principles of the artificial methods of reproduction human beings have developed in order to move plants from their previous environment into a new environment. When you look at the concept of grass, you discover that it's far more difficult. To some extent, it's not even possible. Especially those in the desert, for example. Now, you can't move that grass because they have a system of reproduction or living that cannot be easily transferred to another environment. So basically, they are usually fixed to that particular environment. Another thing is that they are easily replaced or removed. Now, in fact, one thing is that this particular point, that they are easily replaced or removed, is so true because, number one, many of us don't even know their names. Many of us don't even know their function. Many of us don't even know the role they play in your life. You don't know. They probably play some roles. They are not utterly useless in the terms, if you look at it from a whole context, from a geographical context. But if you look at its relevance to your life, you could practically say they are useless. And so you can easily replace them. Many of us would probably have experienced that. Maybe you came late to school, if you're in my generation, and then they give you cutlass to cut the grasses, or they tell you to go and pick up the weeds in the surroundings. They are easily removed. They are easily replaced just by the whim of others. By someone just coming up and saying, oh, let's change this policy, let's change this thing. And then they are removed. Their life has little to no importance when it comes to the grand scheme of things. They are sustained entirely by the ecosystem. They don't have that ability to, internally generate systems to ensure their survivability. As I said, grass is present everywhere, yet they are rarely treasured. They represent existence without intentional development. Now remember, I'm using this scenario to picture 3 levels of existence in terms of, with relating to human beings. Now if you look at the majority of people we have in the world, you discover that their state of existence is extremely similar to grass. Very, very similar to grass. You find many people who just exist. You find many people who just survive. You find many people who are limited in their productive capacity. They practically can't produce anything. You find people who cannot strategically cultivate themselves. You find people who remain completely confined to their current states. And funny thing is that these people form the majority. These people are easily removed. They are easily replaced by changing policies or by changing laws. Someone can just come up somewhere and bring up something that will totally remove them from the system. They exist. Yes, they provide some form of value. When you look at if you look at it on a very, very broad scope. But when you look at their impact on their immediate environment, you discover that it's so little. Most of their impact is limited to how they can survive. The grass represents life that is lived passively. A life that doesn't have any intentional way or pathway to develop. Grass represents presence without progress. Just there. One of the ways you can identify grass is that they have limited heights. There's a limit to which grass can grow. Well, you always have some exceptions. But if you think of grass from the microscopic to the macroscopic, they practically are not as even tall as your knee. Limited in growth capacity. Now, one thing about grass is if the condition of a grass environment should shift, it withers. And before they think about the grass, I told you there are 3 levels. There's the grass, the herbs, and then you have the trees. If there's a conditional shift and we are to protect, plant life, the first thing we think about is not the grass. The first thing we think about is not the microscopic organisms. No, we leave them to fend for themselves. But rather we focus on the plants that actually bring value to us. And that's the truth in our society today. If there's going to be one form of change or the other in the society we have now, if there's going to be any form of adjustments, if there's going to be any form of adjustment whatsoever, the first people that we'll think about are people that will bring value. Ask yourself this question. If, for example, things are to change dramatically, and probably in your place of work, they are to replace people, can you boast and say that you are not the grass in that company? You are not the grass in that organization. Probably in your immediate local government area, and something is going to, they want to really do some replacements and put some people, promote some people or something. Can you identify as something higher than the grass? Do you provide value? Without internal transformation, outward change is temporary. Now, this statement, is driven from the fact that when I say grass, I'm not just referring to your appearance. I'm not just referring to who you are outwardly. I'm referring to the kind of person you are. I'm referring to your mind. Are you a grass in your thinking? Are you grass in your mindset? Are you grass in the way you carry yourself, in the kind of things you do, in your habits? Are you grass? Now, later at the end, I'm going to talk about how you can move from one hierarchy to the other, especially from the lower to the higher. And one of the ways to do that is to adjust your habits. Because what makes you are your habits. You are the only one that can actually know your habits. You know the things you do consistently every day, and you have done it over a long period of time. And the big truth is that it's those habits that keep you where you are. Now, as I move to the next stage of existence, which is the herbs, I'll say this. Somebody said something. He said, sometimes if you want to grow grass, you can't really identify any visible seed. So you just have to, water the ground, and in a place like this environment, it would grow by itself. Now, that's a point. And what point is there? Saying that grass, they don't have visible seeds. And that's what leads us to the next point, and the difference between the grass and the herbs. Because without seed, continuity fails. Now, the next stage of existence is the herbs that yield seed. The simple difference between herbs and the grass is in their ability to produce seeds. Now, if you look at the very, very common herbs we have, let me use the word vegetables that we have around. The edible vegetables, the medicinal herbs that are intentionally grown. You discover that these herbs have seeds. Some of them may not have seeds in terms of the traditional, little round thing or hard stuff. It might be in the form of little seedlings. In one way or the other, they have seeds. Now, what does the herb? What do herbs represent? They represent potential without fruit. Now, remember, this is just the second level. Yes, herbs may differ from the grass by their ability to, or with the presence of seeds. These seeds only represent potential. These seeds only represent an ability inherent. They carry potential within. They can reproduce by virtue of those seeds. But you know what? These seeds don't translate to fruit. The only purpose of those seeds are to grow the next generation. The only purpose of those seeds are to bring forth the next plant life. How many of you can eat the kind of? I mean, if by the time you even look at the seeds, you discover that they are barely. I mean, if you open a cucumber, for example, I mean, just open it, and then you look at the seeds inside. They are barely noticeable. They are just potential. They represent discovered potential that has not been converted fully into multiplied value. Now, let me just quickly go back to the grass. Now, remember I said grass don't have visible seeds. I didn't say they don't have seeds at all. Now, the reason I said that is because microscopic plants, for example, for those that engage in sexual reproduction, they have seeds. I mean, the same equivalent of the sperm and the egg in humans, they have that same equivalent in them. So those things can be referred to as seeds. But you can't plant those seeds. You can't plant those seeds. So they have potential that are not discovered. But herbs, they have visible seeds. So their own potential has been discovered. However, that potential has not been translated into value. You know, when I was in secondary school, my dad usually tell me this, and I always ask myself that question. I mean, I will always ask for the meaning of that. You always say, Emmanuel, you have potential. I see potential in you. And I'm like, potential. You know, and I'm just thinking, what's potential? Like, where is it? I've not seen it, you know. And I just keep hearing that thing, you have potential, and I'm like, what does that even mean? You know, most times, people that are in this level of existence, they don't even recognize they have the potential. I mean, most times. Because, yes, it might have been, you know, when I mean they don't recognize it, it's not like they are not, I mean, they've not, they made, because I knew what I could do. I knew I had things that stood me out from other people, but I didn't see it as something that could bring such value as people, you know, were elevating it to be. So, for the herbs, they've moved beyond just mere existence. They've moved beyond the grass, just existing, just being around. But they've moved into something that people can value. You see, as a medical doctor, I can attest and say that many of the drugs that we use currently are products of herbs. Meaning that these herbs, they have extreme value. Very, very amazing value. But by themselves, they don't know. Except higher or things of higher existence will come forth and extract that value from them. Differentiate this from a mango. There's no way you see a mango tree and you can't identify value at a glance. But you see, I'm not a botanist, so I don't know the name. Whatever plants they got an anti-malaria from, there's no way you could, in fact, you probably don't even know it's even a herb until someone knowledgeable comes and extracts that value from it. Now that's the difference. They have potential. No, they have things. I mean, they have talents, but these talents remain unutilized or or really, really utilized. They carry something inside. Now, as I said, their seeds serve basically just to generate another version of themselves. And you see, one thing about herbs is that for them to translate to another or to reproduce, they have to expand themselves. One thing about herbs is that they have a very, very, very is it low lifespan now, or what I use, or what word will I use? Their lifespan is very limited, meaning that they can't live for long, and so their seeds are basically used by themselves to sustain their existence. So yes, they discovered those seeds, but they only see those seeds as instruments to sustain their existence. And it's the same thing with many people. Many people have potentials, talents, value, you know, that they can provide, but they only see those seeds, those potential, those value, as something to just prolong their existence on this earth. Many people working in jobs delivering amazing value. I mean, these are people that are practically irreplaceable in their company, but they only see themselves as, they only carry themselves or present those seeds as something that can only sustain their existence within that period of time. Now, I'll just briefly run through some of these characteristics. Herbs have higher worth than grass. Grass can just be used for survival, basically for herbivores to feed on so that they can continue living and all. But herbs, they have far more higher worth. I just gave you one, meaning that they are widely used in medicine. Some countries practically use herbs as part of their major health system. Now, because of the presence of visible seeds, herbs can expand into new territories, but of course they are limited. So for example, if I want to take a herb from one particular point to another, I can, use the seeds or use the form of seeds they have and move it rather than taking the whole plant, and move it to another location. They have their own internal reproductive capacity, and basically that means they have capacity, they can do things. However, they have a limited expression of value, and they must expend themselves to release seed. And after they fulfill their purpose, they die off. They don't leave any legacy. Nobody remembers them. Yes, they remember that there was a herb but of course there are many other herbs we can always pick from. Now, what's the difference? Herbs have capacity, but they lack sustainability. Their values lie within, but their output is limited. They have value. Come on, they really provide value, but the output is very, very limited. They reproduce, but they don't generate compounded returns. If you just look at the difference between the common ugu that we know and a mango tree, the difference is wide. The compounded returns is very vast. They have potential, but that potential is not optimized. And the truth is that the life of the herb is the life of many gifted individuals today. There are so many individuals with talents, with gifts, but grossly underutilized. We go online, a lot of content creators out there displaying all sorts of talents. But let me ask you, do you think those talents are actually being utilized to their full potential? Talent is present. You can see the capacity, you can see the ability, you can see the potential. But if you look at their trend over the next 5 to 10 years, do you see sustainability? Or do they just fade out into the background? They actually, to some extent, fruitful because they provide some value, but it's just limited to reproducing. It's just limited to survival. It's just limited, to just sustaining their present states and probably achieving mediocre dreams. But there's no multiplication. The herb produces but does not compound. So let me ask you, which of these are you? I've talked about the grass. I've talked about the herbs. Which are you? Are you a herb? You have potential. But if you are here, of course you can't be a grass. Come on. If you are here, you can't be grass. However, if you notice you are a herb, you notice you have things, you have talents, you have gifts that you grossly underutilize, or you underestimate, or you see as this one can't really give me what I want. Are you sure? Are you really sure? You see, there was something I had will I call it a reality check recently. One of the things I was really, really looking for was how to increase my current income. And I was really thinking hard. And one of the things I wanted to do was to learn new skills. And by the time I entered that journey to learn new skills, I discovered that number one, I'm not getting younger. Number two, is it that I don't have anything at all that I can build on, that I have to go and learn new things? And so, God really just helped me. I just sat back and said, no, let me think about what I've done over the years. And I thought back. I discovered that, wow, I've had prior knowledge of data analysis. I have so much talent in music. And all these things, I'm a doctor. So, I was like, these are skills that I could utilize. And then I did some research. And what I found out of the potential in each of these sectors that I mentioned, aside just the one that we all know regularly, because one of the things that can limit people is by the time they see how well people are doing in some particular areas, they kind of just unconsciously exclude themselves and say, I can't do it like them. But even while after excluding yourself, you still discover that there is still so much. And that's when I picked up my data analysis again, and I found that the amount of potential that lies or that lay in that data analysis was so much that I had to explore. By the time I started now, so and that's applicable to many people here. You have probably learned skills, probably done one course on Coursera or Udemy, probably just did something. Maybe you just learned to walk, probably before you entered school. And currently now you are struggling with income. You are struggling with, probably having a muscle. Just go back. Think back. This lying potential, this, potential that is just there without being utilized, how can you translate it to the next stage, which I will talk about? Now, the highest level of existence I will talk about is the fruit tree, or the tree bearing fruit. Now, this is the highest level of existence among the three that I've mentioned. Now, remember I talked about hierarchy. That is hierarchy in life. This is also a form of hierarchy, and this is the highest form. Of course, inside this, you also have different levels. So you also have different categories if you are going to really, really explore. So the fruit tree doesn't just carry seed. Unlike the herbs, whereby the only thing you can identify are the herbs. If you are going to eat herbs, you actually utilize the plant itself. Herbs don't have things that you can utilize and then still preserve the herb. No, if you are going to use a herb, you use the whole thing. If you are going to extract anything from that herb, you practically sacrifice the life of that herb to get the value you want. But you can't say that for a tree. You don't need to cut down a tree, to get the value you want, because they have fruits. They have fruits you can feast on. They have fruits you can always, rely on. Even sometimes when you even want to, when you want to cut down a tree because you want to utilize the wood, as long as the roots are still there, that tree still survives. But the herbs are not like that. Many of them, value has to be extracted from their own sustenance, and that's why you see a lot of employees, they practically sell their life to keep companies afloat. They sell their life to keep their life intact. You can remember, just imagine that. They sell their life, they have to extract their life source to keep their life running. But the fruit trees are not like that. Why? The major difference is because they have fruit. The difference between the grass and the herbs was that the grass have visible seeds that can be utilized, and they have inherent potential and value that can also be used, and that takes them that gives them more higher value than the grass. But the fruit tree goes a little further and transforms those seeds into fruits. It produces fruit, and within that fruit you find seeds. And you see, this is a very, very beautiful system, because by the time you feast on the fruits of a tree by yourself, without the plant telling you to do so, you plant those seeds. In Nigeria, for example, you take probably orange, and then probably after eating it, you just spit out the seeds anyhow. You discover that those seeds by themselves will grow. When I was in school, one of the things we did, because there are some things I schooled in OAU, and we have a very, very rich plant life there. So at our backyards we harvest tomatoes. At our backyards we harvest vegetables. And this is after grinding tomatoes, you just pour the water contained, you just pour it outside. Those seeds that you pour outside like that, they are the ones by themselves that will grow back. So you see, they don't have to expend their life. You just plucked out the fruits, but by yourself you are planting those seeds for those trees, and that's what happens. Many of the people that are doing really well, by the time they give you value, or they provide value to you, by yourself you multiply their value. Yes, that's the truth. They don't need to do so much marketing for you, because they provide so much value that you can't but just help them to multiply that value without them telling you to do so. They carry value. They generate value that carries future relevance. and they multiply impact without exhausting themselves. Now, I told you that herbs, especially for those that are in pharmaceuticals, you have to extract from the herbs themselves. Most times the herbs die off by the time you do the extraction and everything. But that's not the same thing for a tree, because they are so well rooted, so well grounded, so well grown, produces fruit. So by the time you're extracting the value from the fruit, from the tree is still alive. But if you are doing the same thing for a herb, the herb dies off. And so what are the characteristics that we can bring from this? Number one, they have optimally utilized potentials. Now remember I said seeds are potential. Now the trees go further to translate those seeds into fruits, optimizing those potential. And aside that, due to the existence of those fruits, the ability to produce and multiply is extremely, vast. They can do so effortlessly. Why? You ask yourself, why is it that some companies grow so fast, other companies struggle, to make their next level of growth? The simple reason, one of the most, of course, amongst other factors, but one of the primary reasons is the kind of value you provide. The kind of value you provide. By ourselves, human beings, because of the fact that we need food to exist, or we need to survive, we can't but just preserve. We just have to do it. We just have to preserve fruit trees because of the value we gain from them. They don't need to preach to us. They don't need to, tell us that they need it. No, they don't need to do so. By themselves, they provide that value. Now, one thing about fruit trees you need to understand is that fruit trees take time to grow. A very, very long time to grow. You see, grass can grow within 1 week. If you water your surroundings, you will discover a lot of things start growing. And that's why there are so many. For herbs, they may take a bit more longer than the regular grass. But for a tree, number one, you need to even find the right environment, because they don't just grow anywhere. They grow under specific conditions. They grow under conditions that favor the production of those fruits. So usually they are intentionally cultivated. So they are not just planted. Yes, of course, if you go to the rainforest, right, place like this place, you find a lot of fruit trees because their environment is suited. But if you go to other places, you discover that it's very difficult for these same trees to survive. So they are intentionally cultivated in favorable environments. So if you're asking yourself, how do you translate yourself from being a herb to being a fruit tree? And the first thing I would say is look at your environment. Does your environment support the growth of a fruit tree? Where you are currently, can you say that if you decide to start bearing fruit from your seeds, will you be limited or will you be encouraged to grow? Because the truth is, not all environments are suited for the growth of fruit trees. Not all environments are suited for you to bear fruit. And if you don't intentionally decide to take yourself to that position of bearing fruit, then you would remain in that position for as long as you can think of. Intentionally, put yourself in an environment that would guarantee the bearing of fruit. And another thing too is, don't mind the time. Yes, don't mind the time. It will take a long time for you to bear fruit. That's the truth. When trees are growing, they practically, if you look at it, they practically don't have the kind of value you may think of, because they are not really giving you anything. They are just growing. They are just growing at that point. But by the time they get to maturity and they start producing fruit, they are indispensable. So even though it takes time for them to grow, by the time they are grown, their value is irreplaceable. So don't think about the time. And another thing too, it will take resources. Because you see, one of the reasons why it's very difficult for people to move from a low hierarchy to a high hierarchy. Somebody said the rich get richer. The simple reason is resources. Because you need resources to actually grow. But if you, probably in that low hierarchy, decide to take your time, gather those resources, intentionally build and fix yourself in the right environment, and give yourself time. Once you start bearing fruit, you will discover that you don't need to advertise yourself, mostly, especially when the fruit is relevant to the problem currently faced in that particular time. Most of the time, you don't need to loud the horn by yourself. You find people that will push you. You find people that want to want to put you out there, especially when you are intentional about it. Now, I will say this: fruit trees are rare. You ask me, why did I say that? They're actually rare. The truth is, for example, in this area now, Ikoyi, how many fruit trees have you seen? No answer now. How many fruit trees have you seen? Did you see a mango tree here? Did you see an orange tree here? Or did you see grass? You saw grass? Wow. Tilapia fish. Yeah. But you get my point. They're actually rare. They may not look rare because we hear about it all the time. We are very familiar with their names, but you can't find them everywhere. They are rare, but they are indispensable. They seem common and available, but the truth is that you can't really find them. And you can use the same thing with very, very valuable people today. We hear about Elon Musk all the time. We hear about Tesla. We hear about Microsoft. We hear about Dangote. We hear about all these people. But the truth is, have you seen them before? No. So they're actually rare, but they just look like they are common. They just look like they are everywhere because their noise is all about. So they are rare, but they are indispensable. They are highly valued and protected. So you see, one of the things that, why developing yourself into a person that can bear fruit or into a person that can produce, as I said, you spend a lot of time. But one of the things that you can, that can motivate you or keep you going, because it's not easy to spend that long time, is that by the time you bear that fruit, sincerely, even though yes, you become endangered, but I can assure you, your security is sure. Because when you provide value to people that recognize that value, they won't want to let you go, and they will do everything in their power to keep you. Fruit trees extend influence beyond their immediate surroundings. As I said, a tomato doesn't have to preach to you for its fruits, for its seeds to be disseminated. A mango doesn't have to preach to you for you to just eat it and discard the mango in another place where it will grow. An orange doesn't need to do that. No, you do that by yourself. So multiplication in fruit trees is practically effortless, because the fruit is always the only business the fruit tree has is to produce fruit. As for multiplication, as for expansion, they really don't bother themselves with it. All they just do is whatsoever fruits they have, they put their seed inside. You see, that's a big strategy, because if you give people fruits without the seeds, you will die off. That's the truth. You will die off, and you will expend yourself producing fruit. You will expend yourself disseminating seeds. But if you put those seeds inside the fruits, those people by themselves will plant the seeds for you, and with that you grow. I've already talked about requiring time. They require time. They require patience. For you to build yourself into a person of productivity, into a person that produces, it requires patience and substantial nourishment, which is resources. So please, don't say that course is too expensive. There's a reason why it's expensive. It may take you time to save up money to get it, but just do it. By the time you do that, you increase your value. And another thing about fruit trees is they produce consistently over its lifetime. A mango tree has not fulfilled its purpose until it has borne fruits. And you will never see a mango tree in the right environment without bearing fruits. So you see, one thing about human beings is that we can actually decide which level we want to operate in. So unlike a mango tree which is programmed to bear fruit, we are We are not innately, programmed. So by yourself, we just wake up and start. No, we have to decide to bear fruit. That's why there are more grass-like people than there are herb-like people, and there are more herb-like people than there are like fruit tree people. As I said, the fruit tree doesn't need to die to reproduce. They live and they continue producing. They are cultivated intentionally. They are planted strategically. They are nourished carefully. They are protected deliberately. And you see this protection, another thing I want to say is take care of your health. As much as you want to bear fruits and develop yourself into that person, apart from the regular protection from insecurity and everything, another form of protection you can give yourself is by taking care of your health. Yes, you want to work hard, you want to hustle and everything. Beautiful. I'm also hustling. But take care of your health. Take care of the machine that gives you the results you want. Now, another thing about the fruit tree. I used a particular verse in the book of Beginnings that says, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind. Now, that takes us to the next point, which is the law of kind. You see, a mango tree will not bear orange fruits. An orange tree will not bear lemon fruits. You can only produce after the kind of person you are. I talked about habits. That the only way for you to move from one level of existence to another is by intentionally cultivating the habits you do on a daily basis. And that's where your nature actually lies. You see, your true nature lies in the habits you do. See, if you want to change the kind of person you are, you discover that you're not getting some results and you want to actually change it, you are really intentional about it, change your habits. Just change what you do consistently every day. Just identify those things that, you do this thing practically 4-5 hours a day. Just change it. And you discover that the way you think will change. You discover that the way you approach things will change. You discover that so many aspects of your life, in fact, you will probably not even recognize the change. People will tell you, you're not like this before now. Really? So trees yield fruits after their kind. And that's a law. That's a principle. It's everywhere, globally. Your nature will determine your outcome. And until your nature changes, your fruits will remain the same. Bearing fruits doesn't come by accident. As I've said, they are intentionally cultivated. And the kind of fruit you bear is diagnostic of the kind of person you are. So we are talking about value creation. We are talking about productivity. We are talking about becoming someone that is indispensable. And to become that, you need to consciously or intentionally build the kind of person you want to be. And in doing that, you have to determine the habits that will take you to that position. In one of my speeches, I gave a scenario while I was in school of 3 ladies I worked with, who I think we are in 100 level when we met, and the best out of those 3 ladies had, I think, a 3rd class. The best. And I, tried to find out what was the issue, what was the reason why they were like that, and whether it's possible to actually, move to another level or to another grade, or to a much higher level, or to a much higher grade. And I found out that the major reason why they were at that level was simply because of what they were thinking about. as simple as that. All of them wanted to become doctors. They were in nutrition, studying a course in nutrition. They are not writing JAMB. They are not making any attempts. They are just thinking, I want to be a doctor. And you are in nutrition. How? And so because of that, it defined the kind of things they were doing. It defined their habits. The truth was we read together. You know, I'm not a night reader. I don't really read in the night, except I've slept very well and then I wake up to read. But I had to just follow these people. You know, they call me, oh, let's go and read together. And when we go there, I first of all say, let me sleep for 10 minutes, and for the next 2 hours I'm still sleeping. And then after, you know, we start by 10 p.m. It's probably maybe around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I'll now wake up and say, oh, let me now start reading. And I'll probably read for like 1 hour 30 minutes, and then I go back to the hostel. But these people will stay overnight reading. You know, because it's not convenient, so I'll sleep, wake up. Anytime I sleep and wake up, I'm meeting them with the sleep. And I'll be like, how? And then when the final results comes out, I make a first class and they make a third class. And they're like, man, what are you doing? I say, you to ask yourself, what am I doing? You can practically see my life, you know. And I discovered that the major difference between our results was not the fact that I was working harder than them, no. But just because the way I thought was vastly different from the way they thought. Vastly different. And all we did together, because I couldn't teach them anything related to their course. I was in another department entirely. I was in medicine and surgery. They were in consumer science and nutrition. But we still worked together, and the only thing I taught them how to do was how to think. The only thing I taught them how to do was to change the habits they did so frequently. Simple habits, very simple, that we all know. The affirmations, telling yourself you could do it, taking little steps towards your goal every day, defining the kind of habits, stopping distractions, keeping yourself away from things that take your mind away from your goal, and doing that consistently. At the end of the day, all three graduated with a second class upper. In fact, in quotes, the worst of them, that was already close to probation, had a 3.5 total CGP. And I was like, wow. Of course, they graduated at 400 level, but me, I still had up to 600 level. So, but that blew my mind, because I didn't even, when I started that, I didn't even think, not like I didn't think it was possible, but in my mind I was just like, if it happens, it happens. And then it happened right in my front, and that convinced me that your habits determine where you get to. Your output reveals your origin. What you produce reveals the kind of person you are. When you talk, when people listen to you, they can practically see who you are. They can practically identify the kind of person you are. I say, one of the things I've discovered, you see, while we are all talking, is anytime I hear someone talk, I can practically see the person's life. I can see what the person, I can see the books the person has read. I can see the kind of things the person has watched. Unconsciously, sometimes when you come up here to speak, you say some things you don't mean to say sometimes. Sometimes you mention some movies you probably have watched, probably you didn't even mean to say it. And with that, people have a feel of the kind of person you are. You see, the manifestation that you exude exposes your nature. See, many people, especially, our Christian setting, say, I want to manifest. You pray for manifestation. You see, the truth is, that manifestation you are praying for is very dependent on your nature. And your nature, as I've said, is defined by your daily habits. Now let me help somebody today. Probably you are struggling with your habits. Probably there are some things that you really don't like. You are doing them consistently every day, but they are doing nothing to move you forward. They are doing absolutely nothing to take you to where you want to get to. It's not as if you are not dreaming. It's not as if you don't have goals. It's not as if you are not dreaming big. It's not as if you are not making a. You are doing all those things consistently. You are, but you just find yourself stagnant. Let me just give you this. Something I did. I started this 2026. I started this 2024 because I was also this part of my own journey through life. I developed a simple daily routine because I discovered that it's not about what you obsess about. It's not about your obsessions are good. In a way, if you obsess about good things, it really works. But you see, obsession only lasts for a while. You cannot carry obsession long term. That's the truth. You can't carry obsessions long term. People that say, "Oh, it's only," especially people that read very, very close to the exam. They only say, it's when I feel the exam is coming. That's when I want to read." Yes, sometimes it works, but it's not. It doesn't give you consistent gains. It doesn't. The only thing that helps is doing the little things that will take you to your goal consistently over a long period of time. And so, the simple way to adjust and to change your habits is identify where you want to get to. Number one. Number two, of course, identifying where you want to get to requires a lot of, thinking, a lot of acknowledgement of where you are currently and where you want to get to, and also a lot of research. But after you've identified where you want to get to, look for people that are already doing those things, because there's really nothing new under the sun anymore. So whatever you want to do, the kind of person you want to become, someone out there is already living that life. Someone out there. And one thing about people that are living this kind of life is that many of them, right now with the advent of social media, there are a lot of them you can find. And as I've said, when people talk, you can practically see their life. You can see their habits. So just do a brief study. To take a bit of your time, do a brief study into the kind of person they are, the kind of things they do. They'll say, oh, I read this book, I read it. See, when they say, I've read this book, you see successful people saying that, oh, I read this book. It's not just telling a story. It's giving you success tips. You write down the name of the book. You say, oh, I did this, I did that. You write those things down. And then you ask yourself, okay, all these things I've written down, how do I begin to do it consistently every day? See, oh God, if I tell you the power of consistency is something you can't, you see, the medical profession is an example of that. Let me give you an instance. See, as a doctor, by the time you graduate from school, the truth is medical school is very exhausting. Very, very exhausting. The people that survive through medical school are not those that are intelligent. I'm serious. Or even brilliant. The people that survive through medical school are not those. The people that survive through medical school are those that are rugged and dogged. It's not about I'm brilliant. I can tell you, I know many brilliant people that dropped out. Okay, when I was in 300 level was my most difficult year. I was one of the, said to be, because I was very young. I was just, in 300 level, I was just 18. Or I was about to be 18. Yeah, so relative to my age, I was quite very, very young. Yeah, I was just doing my 18th birthday when I was in 300 level. Now, so I was really, really, if you talk about intelligence, or, you could say that, oh, I am. But I was struggling. And this is a personal example. And I had people like me too that were very bright. You see them talk, you're like, wow. You see them think, yeah, but struggling with anatomy, struggling with physiology, struggling with biochemistry, not because they don't really understand it, but because the work is too much. You see textbooks that will scare you. You'll be reading foreign books. You have to understand their English first before you understand the concepts, before you now memorize the concepts, and a lot of things. So I had a very, very close friend of mine, very, very brilliant, but she got tired. See, that's the truth. You just get tired. That's the truth. You have to, we say it's 6 years, medicine is 6 years, but the truth, I spent 8 years. I didn't repeat, I didn't resit, I didn't have any issues. I just spent 8 years for a course of 6 years. So doing the same thing, and the truth is you do the same thing. You do medicine, there's really no, you do the same thing. You come to class, you write notes, you hear the same thing. You go to the hospital, you hear the same thing. You go to the lab, you hear the same thing. You get to the exam, you see the same thing, and you see it over. And let me tell you, medical training. When I said anybody can become a doctor, sincerely speaking, just be there, just hear it, do the little reading you can do, the consistent and repeated actions of you list, because there's really nothing. You just hear the same things over and over again, and with that you build skill. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's why people that graduate from school, even after they've repeated a lot of years, you can't know when they are giving you any diagnosis or giving you medications. No, you can't know that they repeated. It won't be visible because they've had it over and over and over again. And by the time you start practicing, just this month alone, I think this is the 10th of April, if I'm not mistaken. From 1st to 10th, I can't remember how many times I've diagnosed malaria. I can't, because because I also do telemedicine. You just keep diagnosing the same thing: malaria, acute pharyngitis, nasopharyngitis, gastroenteritis. You just keep diagnosing the same thing. The drugs I didn't know when I was in medical school, I know practically all of them now. I know that, not because I read them, but because I did it consistently. And that's why anytime a medical doctor, no matter how brilliant he was when he's in school, if he doesn't practice, then he's a useless doctor. Trust me. He just has head knowledge, but he can't really do anything out there. So it's not about obsessing over a short period of time. Oh, you just do it and then you feel so motivated. No, it's not about that. Sometimes when we are doing the medicine, it feels so boring. In fact, oh Lord, when I'm talking of boring, real levels of boring. Okay.
So, sorry, I just want to say that, and it's consistency.
Yeah, that's what we build. Sincerely, that's what we build. So that's why when you say when I say a doctor really has little problems in achieving things, if he really takes his life serious, it's not about the fact that he's brilliant. No, it's about the kind of things he has been forced to build, the kind of habits. Sometimes you just tell yourself, let me just read 1 hour a day, and you see that 1 hour a day, you discover how powerful it is. Just 1 hour a day, because you don't have time. We start classes by 7 a.m. We finish from postings by 5, 6. Sometimes you have to come back for classes till 7, 8, and you do it every day. It's not just one thing, you do it every day. And then you only have 1 hour to read. So this whole topic was all about how you can change your nature. This is not about religion or anything, but practical things that you can do. So I used that same concept that I learned while I was in medical school. I applied it to myself. I just wrote down some few daily habits I'll be doing when I wake up. The moment I wake up, I was going to be doing this thing. Like when I stand up, I was going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Simple. Within 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes, I'm done. I mean, as simple as that. And I can tell you, as simple as those things were. Sometimes I just need to do it for 5 minutes. Sometimes I just need to do it for 10 minutes. And as simple as they were, as someone that has lived a boring life, it was still quite difficult. But the funny thing is, by the time I look back and I measure the kind of person I was 3-4 years ago and the person I am now, the difference is so vast. Like so vast. So vast. Sometimes my colleagues, they just look at me and say, Emmanuel, wow, I know you now when you were in school. What I mean, tell me now, what are you? Sometimes I will tell them some things like, where did you see this one? Somebody messaged me, said I saw you I saw you on this person. Like, how did you do it? This was when we were in school, and because I remember when I was in school, I was very young. I didn't really have much experience. I've not seen the world then, so I didn't really know the value of strategic relationships, how to connect with people. I was practically by myself all the time, so a lot of opportunities passed me by. So of course I knew many of my friends that because of relationships, they made it very, very fast. So when they look at me like, what happened? We thought we were this guy. I'm like, bro, I changed, But it didn't just happen like that because I obsessed about it. No, but because of strategic, consistent, continual work. And so if you are there, because I've talked about 3 levels of existence. I've talked about the herbs, I've talked about the grass, the herbs, and the fruit-bearing trees. I told you that hierarchy is prevalent. It's a principle in life. Everywhere you go, there will always be hierarchy. But hierarchy is also not constant. It changes. So you can move from one level, you can move from being a grass, from just existing, being among the majority, no value, undiscovered potential, into a herb. You discover yourself. You find out things you can do. And you don't just stay there. You start working on yourselves in order to develop fruits, to develop value that people can, be impacted by. And that journey, it will take time, but it's really, really possible. So these three dimensions of existence lets us know about number 1. The grass represents survival. Just surviving. The herbs represent potential. Yes, you can do it. But the fruit trees represent multiplied value. And they are not just botanical categories. They are developmental stages through life. If you look at it really, even if you are born from a very rich family, you start as a herb. You start as a grass. Because you don't even know who you are, you don't know your talents, you don't know anything. And that's why your parents take you through that developmental process, especially parents that really, really know what they are doing. They take their child through that developmental process to let that child discover himself, moving the child from being a grass to being a herb. And for the very, 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 deliberate and intentional parents, they now work on those children to help them move from just having the knowledge of, they have potential, into developing value, fruits that they can use to impact their society. Grass survives. Herb reproduces, but the tree multiplies. Grass is common. A herb is useful, but a tree is indispensable. Grass, just exists. Herb carries potential, but trees shape ecosystems. Now, while concluding, I'll ask some questions that you can reflect on. Number one, as you are currently, which level are you operating on? Are you grass, just there, among the majority, doing what everybody is doing? If anything changes, you're out of the system. Or are you herb? Yes, you can do it. Yes, you have the gift, you have the talent. But what value are you giving? Are you consistent in producing value? Or probably you are a tree, and you are really producing value, you are creating impact, you are, climbing up the ladder. But also identifying, because as I said, hierarchy is not constant. You might be tree today. If you're not careful and you relax, you don't build systems to ensure continual productivity. You see, one thing about trees is that they have a system that ensures their survival. And if one of the simple systems is, number one, they produce fruit. Number two, their seeds are inside the fruit, not outside. So anybody that feasts on that fruit has no choice but to plant the seeds, intentionally or unintentionally. So they don't need to worry about whether they are going to continue existing. No, they will exist. They will keep existing. So all they need to focus on is producing the fruit and put those seeds inside the fruit for continual reproduction. So if you are a tree or you are building towards a tree, learn a lesson from this. Are you merely existing? Are you carrying unused potential? Or are you producing fruits that will carry generational impact? Are you living as grass, present but replaceable? Are you functioning as a herb, gifted but limited? Or are you functioning or becoming, yes, that's the word, becoming a tree? You don't just come as a tree. No, you become a tree. You go through the process until you become a tree. And trees are rooted. That's the first thing. They are rooted. No matter how much the wind blows, a tree won't fall because they have solid roots. They are cultivated intentionally in the right environment with the right resources. And there's really no excuse. The only difference between a rich person that succeeds and a poor person that succeeds, the only difference is time, not resources. Because you can take your time to gather resources. As long as there's time, you may not have the opportunities a rich person has. This is something I learned personally, because one of the excuses I gave myself before was I don't have the resources, my parents are not for me. Because in medicine, one of the things you face is you interact with people of really high standing, really high standing, sincerely. So sometimes I'm like, oh no, I don't have the same this, I can't afford this, because they'll be reading some textbooks you can't even afford to buy, and you'll be like, but that's not true. That's not true. Yes, you can't afford the resources now, but if you work on it, you can actually build to get those resources later. So, intentional cultivation in the right environment. Trees multiply through systems. Herbs multiply by expanding their life. They have to expand themselves, and so they get tired. They can't build legacies. But trees multiply through systems in a way so that they have to. The only thing, I think, was it Bill Gates that said it now? He said, when he was, I had this from Miles Monroe, he was giving a talk about Bill Gates. And he said when he met Bill Gates the first time, he was the richest man in the world then. And then he said he asked him a question that what role, I think the question, I can't really remember. Maybe he asked that what role does he play in the company? And he was like, I just this my computer stuff. And he was like, why? He said that the time he dabbled into being on the board and controlling things, managing things, he discovered that his value completely disappeared. And he was like, and of course, if as the owner of the company, you desist or you exclude yourself from the value producing part and you focus on just management, that company will run down. Because no matter how well managed a company is, if that company is not producing value, it will go off. That's the truth. So, multiply through systems and produce fruits with seed inside. And of course, I've already talked about the law of kind, that the kind of fruit you produce is dependent on your nature. And I've told you your nature is dependent on your habits. Your habits are what you do consistently, whether intentionally or unintentionally, every day over a long period of time. And as I conclude, I'll say production precedes consumption. Your nature determines your fruits. Seed guarantees continuity. And whatever transformation that you are looking for begins within. You have to be intentional about all this. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. It happens deliberately by intentionally working on yourself. You see, I talked about the fact that trees become. They don't just exist. They go through a process. You know, our botanists will tell us that there are 3 types of trees or plants. Say we have the biennial, we have the annual crops, the biennial crops, and the perennial crops. And you discover that even though you have these 3 levels, you discover that the annual crops actually die fast. Yes, they produce fast, but they die fast. The biennial crops, yes, they may not, I don't know if I'm mixing it up now, but their levels of production, yes, might be a bit different. But when you look at continuity over time, you discover that the ones that you actually see regularly, still standing, because they take a long time to grow, a very, very long time before an oil palm tree will grow. I don't know, probably it will take 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, or 3 years. Yeah, it takes a really long time before it gets to that height. But once it gets to that height, no matter the wind, no matter the temperature or the climate of that area, it remains standing. And it doesn't just remain standing, it remains standing, providing value consistently over time. So you see, okay, consistent in what? Because yes, no, if you are reading consistently, see, passing an exam is not just about reading. Yeah, reading is one of the things, just one of the things. Because you know, I told you that I gave an example of myself reading with a group of people, and I was just reading practically 1-2 hours a day. They were reading up to 4-5 hours a day, especially at night. And I still had the first class I didn't do it. One of the reasons was because I wasn't just reading. I was very strategic in my reading. I don't do overservice. And I go, no, you teach me in class, I carry the same book that day and I read it. You see, that strategy I learned it in school. Sincerely. Whatever they teach me, because I know that the teacher, at least the same teacher, will give me what he teaches. So you teach me something, I write my notes, and then I read it. So if I have the time to read other things, then I go ahead. But my primary thing is what you have taught me. So you can read, yes, but what are you reading? Are you reading what will come out? One of the things in medical school I learned painfully, was that, know what to read. Because medical school, oh god, if I show you, I don't know if I should bring my textbooks here, you understand what I'm saying. I have textbooks that are as big as this, 4 of them, and that just covers just 2 courses, just 2 out of others, and there are others like that. Now sometimes you can just sit down with that book, and if you decide to finish that book, trust me, you can't finish it even in 1 year. You can't finish it, and yet you find people that are getting distinctions. How? Did they read all the books? No. There are some materials you don't know that are flying around. And I learned it painfully because I discovered that I was reading. I was getting knowledge. I was really good. But my scores were low. Not because I was not reading, but because I was reading the wrong things. And the people that don't know up to me, by the time the exam is closed, and then you see the questions, after the exam, I'll start like, where did they get? I'm like, oh no, it was in this material, it was in that thing. I'm like, where did you get all these things from? So it's not about consistently working or consistently acting. No. It's about doing the right things. That's why I said your nature will determine your output, and your habits will determine your nature. So what you do consistently over a long period of time will determine the kind of output you generate. Thank you very much for listening. It's been a pleasure. And with that, I'd like to pass on the mic to
Thank you, everyone. Please, may I see your hands, your two hands, if you can show them to me, please. Can you show me your hands? Very good. Very good. Thank you. I'm glad to see these hands that must be working, must be productive, and must be yielding something. You see the hands you've just shown me? I'm sure you think that they are just your hands. Of course they're yours, but they're not just your hands. These hands belong to the productive segment of Nigeria. These hands must be doing things. I'd like to show you one of mine, and for a simple reason. The ring on my hand is a gemstone mined from the soil of Nigeria. The silver is also from here, and it was made here by Nigerian hands. My earrings are amethysts, mined in Nigeria, made by Nigerian hands. In fact, while at it, my dress, this is our local adire, made in Nigeria by Nigerian hands. And just in case these little white frills may not be noticeable, this is crochet, handmade by Nigerian hands. Now, why am I mentioning all this? Because somewhere along the line, we have begun to undervalue hands, what the hands can make. And so, while you've shown me your beautiful hands today, and by being here alone, you have told me that your hands are active, they are busy.
Yes, ma'am.
Just as they should be. However, I'd like to tell you another side of these hands. I'm talking about the missing hands. The hands that we do not see, the hands that are not active. And imagine, there are millions of these hands now in Nigeria. Hands that are missing from action. Hands that are not doing much. And why? Why are they not doing much? I can give you some instances. Of course, they won't always be the same for everyone. There will be variations. However, we have among us people who are waiting for a particular situation. You know, the way they've imagined it to be. They want the setting to be just a particular way. And without that, they do not want to move. They don't want to do anything else until the conditions are met. Now, and what does that mean? Many of them are comfortably waiting. Some of the work they could do is beneath their status. How dare you talk about me working as a petrol attendant? I'll tell you a quick story. There was a day my husband said he got to a petrol station and the lady who came there said, "Shall I fill her up?" And he was like, "Excuse me?" Her English was impeccable. Why? It was her father's petrol station. And if she wanted to have anything to do with that petrol station, she had to rise through the ranks. There was nothing waiting, ready to be handed over to her on a platter of gold. And so, we have situations like that. But we have situations where many are idle and they are waiting, sitting comfortably, waiting for stipends. You know, the uncle that sends this amount of money, the auntie that sends that amount of money, which, if going by one of the earlier speakers, could also be regarded as being too small. I mean, what can that money do, really? Why? Why have we become so entitled and so dependent in a country where millions of people need things? They are going to need things. For how long are we going to be importing this and importing that? Let me tell you, when I started my company, Crafties, some of my neighbors, at the shopping mall at Adebola in Ikeja said they'll look around and come and say, what is this craft? Is this woman serious? Does she know what she's doing? Ha! Instead of her to start an eatery, or a garment shop, buy from this country, buy from that country. This was, of course, they told me this after several years. And we've been there for 23 years now. Now, there were also instances when someone would come and I would purposely talk to them and say, oh, I like what you're wearing. Did you make it? And they'll look at me horrified. Of course not. I bought it. Now, they didn't know that all I was trying to tell them is that with our hands, we can do a lot. Why do we think that people are coming here? Why are other foreigners coming into Nigeria to look for work? Because we have the potential. Please tell me, where else in the world you have the population of so many people who are going to need to eat, who are going to need housing, who are going to need to wear things? Look, here, without looking outside our country, I'm telling you, our hands can do wonders for this nation. Rather than the situation where we're in now, where millions of hands are idle and people are going around looking for work. The other day we were trying to fill positions at Crafties. And someone said, oh no, I can't work in a shop. No, I'm sorry. I can't work in a shop. I'll be a shop girl. Please. I am a shop girl. I clean. I wash toilets. I know how to do everything. I wash my car. If you see my Instagram page, you'll find it there. If there's nobody coming to wash my car and I want to go out, I would wash it myself because I know how to. How did we come into, I don't know how we came to be this way, where even young children look down upon house helps and look in a derogatory manner without learning. We equip our young children with 2 nannies at a time at their beck and call. How are they going to be able to do things for themselves? How are they going to be useful to themselves and to the society? How are they going to learn to do things? When hands are idle and people are waiting comfortably, why do they need to work? Tell me. If somebody has access to a car that has fuel in it, by the way, I hope you all know the current price of fuel. If you have access to it, even I now, if somebody going to give me a car that's fuel, wouldn't that be nice? Except that I cannot be idle. It's not possible. We now have situations whereby people are used to these stipends at the end of the month. They're not hungry to work. They're not hungry to earn anything. I'll even tell you that there are people whose families, maybe the mother, the father, the kind of work they did to be able to send them to school. And then they come back and say, I could never do that. The same handwork, the same grinding that got us to where we are. We can turn around, look back, not wanting to join them and finding a way of upscaling them, but no, we're looking for that job somewhere. The job that AI has replaced. Look, there are many things that human beings can still do now, but they require a lot more. There's a lot of creativity involved. Otherwise, AI can do it. We're still waiting for those jobs. Instead of even looking into what the family can do and learn from it and join them, we want to, what's prestige, esteem. Wow. This is a problem that is actually prevalent in many places. Turn and twist as we may, people look at cars, you look at this person and that person, and you think of them as overnight successes. Overnight success? What's that? Do you know the number of years that went into getting them to where they are today? Do you know the painful experiences they went through and the days when they didn't even want to get up because it was too difficult? Rather than that, we're idle. Hands are idle. On the other hand, please find out from those who are running their businesses, even the farmers, the skilled people, who can they find to employ? Nobody. On one hand, in Nigeria, the level of unemployment is so high. Yes, it is. But what employment are they looking for? But there is work, plenty of work. As I stand before you today, we're looking to fill at least 4 positions. But then the office, oh well, do I have a private office to myself? I don't. Oh, I'm so sorry. I won't be able to take that job. You would rather go home, sit down, idle hands, missing from the workforce of Nigeria because conditions are not what they want. Name any famous person you know who has worked their way up in life, who didn't have to start small. Someone told me the job offer that was given to her by a neighbor wouldn't even pay her transport to work. I said, my dear, there are many who did that. And today, they are in a different place entirely. And so we have this situation, it's this paradox. Unemployment, we can't find workers. In between, millions of hands that are idle, that are not contributing anything to our country. For how much longer are we going to be able to do this? Now, if we're comfortable, the hunger to succeed, the desire to make something out of the little we have goes away. I mean, why get out of bed if without doing any work at all? Money gets into your account. You can pay for your data, you can eat, and you can look comfortable. You can even go out on outings, with the pocket money you have. The hands remain idle, and Nigeria is missing the work of your hands. So, I don't think there's been any time in Nigeria where we've had so many free trainings. Look, there are organizations rushing to train such that even those who are training now, they're missing out on revenue because they'll tell you, oh, free training. And then what happens? Please, do you have any idea at all that sometimes trainers are busy asking, please, I have a grant to train 100 people. They can find 22. Out of the 22, they start, and after 3 days, they're out of there. It's boring. They're not enjoying it. And really, what's it going to yield? Oh my goodness, we cannot go on like this. We can't do this. The hands must work. The hands must report for duty. And really, where you realize that some of the people I train, I'll give you an example. When I started teaching people how to make beaded jewelry about 23, 24 years ago, it wasn't the in thing. Nigeria had money then. People could import, get your gold from Italy, get this from there and there. And so, gradually people took interest. And with the oil boom gradually not booming anymore, it was then possible for many people to learn to make beaded jewelry. And what do we have today? We have an industry that is so vibrant that even now on the international scene, there is something called Nigerian jewelry, beaded jewelry. What does that tell you? With our numbers, it will happen. And you know how we are. We are somewhat in this part, maybe not everywhere, but at least in this part of Nigeria, we're a little flamboyant in our dressing. I mean, go for a wedding and see our people, gele, complete, and then the jewelry. People can learn things. They can make businesses out of it, but I tell you, it is not going to be possible to run a marathon without first learning how to crawl, without learning how to stand up and walk, without having to even practice taking steps. But we are there in one hand. The hands are idle. The hands want everything that the busy hands can have without making a start. That is something that will definitely not work. So, I was telling you about the story before I actually veered into that again, about training some people in beaded jewelry. And would you believe that even as we speak now, I have designs. And I'm talking about myself because I can tell you with all certainty, I'm looking for people to work with, to bring these ideas. Because how many can one person make? The beauty of this is that somebody comes up with a concept, other people join, they work, they carry out things. We now have products for sale, more people can buy. That is even in Nigeria. Let's not even insist on export. But if we're then to go for export, already you can tell by looking around you what Nigerians are doing that people are now interested in actually buying from our country. We have the potential. I don't know, is it that we don't believe in ourselves? That we can actually make an impact? Is it that we don't realize how creative we are as a people? So, I have people that I have trained. Some of them are not doing anything. They're waiting for the right everything. A shop in Lekki, somewhere that people will be coming to. But rather than start from where they are, even if they don't have a shop, start with an online store. Oh no, the shop has to materialize first, and thereby their hands are idle. The case of the missing hands of Nigeria. It is from people who want to be comfortable, who want everything without doing much with their own hands. And this to me, ladies and gentlemen, is a national emergency. It doesn't seem like we even understand it yet. That these missing hands, these idle hands, are depriving Nigeria of tremendous things. Do you know? I recently took a training and they spoke about the GDP of Nigeria. I said, the GDP of Nigeria? We're hard-working people. We're very creative people. So how come? How come the GDP is so low? Are we such lazy people? I mean, there are many things that contributed to that. There's, of course, the issue of wrong pricing, not being able to cost our work, price our work well and all that. But what are we doing? Where are the missing hands? And what are we going to be able to do about these missing hands? Hands that should be productive, hands that should be earning. They're waiting at home, waiting for stipends from relations. Why did we become such a proud people? I can't do that. Oh, my mom used to fry puff puff. No. I can't bring myself to do that, because it took all that time to train you, to go to university, only to come back and look down at the same hands that that fed you and clothed you and trained you. There are people who sit down looking for work. I know of some. They have a business that this person could go into, learn the ropes, and elevate it. But that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for some prime oil company job or, bank job. Don't forget that this regular work, the ones that can easily be put together for AI to carry out, has already eliminated several jobs. Now, without creativity, what are we going to be able to achieve? When they say, AI will take away jobs, yes, but not everything, because AI could never replace a human being. And you see the skills? AI could never replace those things in that way. Now, I'm going to be a bit partial and talk about crochet. You see, I love crochet. Crochet, the one that you use one hook, not two, because we need to clarify that it's not knitting, okay? Crochet, and of course, we know each other. There's a whole community of crocheters in Nigeria. Crochet is the one I know that you cannot use a machine to do. There's hand knitting, but you cannot, there's no crochet, because crochet requires, the interplay of so many things for you to come up with a product. And what can't you make with crochet? I know somebody who wore a lovely crochet dress yesterday. Full dress in crochet. Mine is just this little trim here that is crochet, but look, my dress is unique. There's nowhere else in the world where there are two of them, because I have done something to it. Now imagine all these skills. You don't know how to sew, no problem. Collaborate with a dressmaker. Prepare motifs and things. Oh my goodness, no, we can't do this to ourselves. We must be able to move this country forward and stop saying, oh, there are no jobs, because guess what? We are saying we cannot find workers. How are we going to bridge the divide? What's going to change? If we have hands, what can't we do? We will become the kind of country that people would admire from afar. We will become the kind of country that, in utilizing the resources that belong to us, people would look up to us, because then we will be taking our rightful place among the community of nations. I'm sure you must have heard that before. Well, when we were younger, much younger, we used to take pride in the fact that we were Nigerians, because they used to tell us, at some point in time, we will be taking our place among the community of nations. Well, somewhere along the line, I think there were deviations from that. Well, guess what? It's always possible to correct these things and make the changes at the time we need to make the changes. Nigeria needs the hands. The idle hands cannot continue. And I ask you, Is it skills that we lack? Are we lacking in skills? The amount of knowledge in this country, in fact, all over the world, Nigerians are said to be the most educated. So we have the skills, we have the know-how. It is the decision to do something about it. If we use the skills well, then we can develop, we can earn, and our country's GDP can grow tremendously. But if we decide not to use the skills, if we decide that, well, the conditions are not right, the conditions are not going to be right because one step leads to the other. And if you don't start on the first step, then it's not likely that anything is going to happen the way we imagine it will. And so, without that decision, and especially where idle hands are allowed to be comfortable, as far as I'm concerned, if hands are idle, I would recommend this to parents. Make sure that they don't starve. That would be unfair. You don't want anyone to starve. Give them food. They must eat. Pocket money, zero. Because in comfort, there is no fire to achieve. In comfort, there's no need to even wake up in the morning to go in search. In comfort, what it means is that effort becomes optional. And where effort is optional, I tell you, human beings will like the life of ease. And that way we'll be missing a lot for this country. Then there's also the personal element. You know, the pride in earning a living. Let us make sure that we bring this back up within ourselves. Why stipends? Do you know what business owners are going through? We have workers who will look and say, you know, because of what I do, these people are making millions. And then the tax man comes. And then this one comes. And then the landlord doubles his rent. And so on and so forth. And these people are still struggling. They don't have enough hands in the first place. Where are we going to make the necessary change so that our country can move from where it is now to the state and the position it actually belongs, because of the sheer numbers of the educated Nigerians who can make a difference? Oh, by the way, the puff seller thing. Are you aware that now in the UK there are restaurants that have devised different ways of, you know, making puff the way they present it, and they're being served in restaurants? And that's one person who is still looking down at what their mother is doing. I can't join them to fry puff. I don't know where we got into this state of, you know, having, yes please. You are very correct. I'm actually coming to that. And that's why I mentioned that why make people comfortable when they're idle? Why? Give them food. I know of someone who, when during NYSC, the stipend from NYSC did not even cover the food he was to eat. I think the parents tried. They gave some allowance so that at least he would not starve. Being a man, you know, men tend to eat more than women. And then what happened? Could I have money for data? I said, oh no. What skill do you have? What can you do to earn some money? This young man started drawing. He was a little bit good with art before. By the time NYSC was over, he was fantastic with his drawing. And while during NYSC, what was happening? Somebody will send him a picture and say, please send me, you know, can you do a sketch of me? You know, using pencil and all that. Sometimes he got 10,000 naira per picture, ladies and gentlemen. He wasn't idle. He also knew he came from a home where nobody was going to indulge him. We should stop this indulgence. You know, sometimes we shy away from discomfort. Oh, it's going to be very tough. What's wrong with tough? What's wrong with tough? Tough is what we need to be able to be to survive during tough times. If everybody only had comfort, then it would be difficult to get much done. But parents also need to have a change of attitude. My child? You want my child to suffer? Excuse me, did you ever suffer? Was there ever any time in your life when piecing things together was difficult? Why do we think we should deprive people of that? The things that have made us, the things that have built us, why are we all of a sudden thinking that those things are bad? Why? It is under pressure that a lot of evolving happens. without pressure, with comfort and ease, sloth is what ensues. And that is why today we can have so many hands missing in Nigeria. Hands that are waiting for the situation to be right. Hands that are waiting for government to create jobs. Hands that are waiting and ignoring what they could be doing right now. Look, I'll tell you another story. There was a young lady who was telling us how her brother, who she had sponsored through school, when he finished, she allowed him to, he stayed with her. But in staying with her, I think he watched for 1 month, nothing happened. 2 months, nothing happened. By the 3rd month, said, you know something? You see, you studied mechanical engineering. Okay, so there's this mechanics workshop not too far from the house. You need to go there. She said the guy was shocked. Me, mechanic. Why? And that for weeks he didn't talk to her. But then she came on a different boat and she said to just look away. And so for 6 months, this guy was a mechanic's apprentice. As far as he was concerned, this woman, his sister, definitely hated him. She didn't budge. And then when he started looking for other work, I saw that he sent an application. I mean, all this while, of course, he was meant to still keep on looking for a job. But nothing happened in 6 months. But he went there. He learned how to use a screwdriver. He learned how to do things. Bring this out, screw it back and all. And then finally, the first job he got was to pay him 600,000 naira per month. A company that dealt with what? Drone repairs. Drone repairs. Please tell me, with our education system where we don't really have a lot of practical things going, if he didn't work with the mechanics shop, if he didn't learn how, if he wasn't comfortable screwing and unscrewing, I mean, how many of you here know how to even change a light bulb? By the way, I can. Except that the last time the electrician warned me that he didn't want to see me climbing on a chair or a ladder to go and change the bulb. But I know how to do it. I can fix a plug. I know how to do it. There's so many things that we could do that we're not doing. And of course, we're having to spend money. If your bracelet breaks, you have to go and look for a jeweler. Ha, lucky jeweler. They'll just put elastic, tie a knot, and then you pay them how much. We can learn a lot of these things. Of course, not that everybody will always have time to, but there are things we could do ourselves. And if we ensure that hands are not idle, one can then determine. If you are the CEO, for example, of a company, must you be going into the nitty-gritty little details of everything? I remember a cousin of mine who works in a big organization, and then he was trying to clean the test tube, and he said his boss looked and said, "Oh my goodness, you trying to clean the test tube? You that were paying this amount of money to come up with, please leave the test tubes alone. Let those who don't have your skill level go and clean the test tube," which makes a lot of sense. But again, you look at it on the bright side. The person knows how to clean test tubes. So nobody can come to him and say, "Oh, you know, this my job is so difficult." Like, I have gone through the ranks at Crafties. I've worked at the till, I've worked everywhere. In fact, I had to learn to use Excel so that I could teach people how to use Excel. And then of course now we have the software. Even then we still need Excel. And I'm telling people, you go out of school, you have a phone, you have data, you haven't learned how to use Excel. These are things that can upgrade you, upskill. In fact, by the time you go somewhere and say, "Oh, actually I'm very conversant with spreadsheets and all that," "Oh, please give me that person." But meanwhile, these same hands are idle or pressing the phone in an idle manner, in a manner that is not productive at all. We can't continue this way. Surely, we all know that. And how are these changes to come, I ask you? What can we do? How are we going to move people from this state of idle hands, where they are dependent, always waiting for one uncle or auntie to send them some money? Uncles and aunties, stop it. I tell you, stop it. Let people learn to know that the money is not easy to come by. Let them find work to do. Whatever work, let them start. Work should be something that you are proud of. Why should we feel that some jobs are beneath us? At my store the other day, someone said, "I'm not a cleaner. I'm not a cleaner. I can't clean toilets." I said, "Oh, great. I can show you how to clean the toilet. I know how to do it very well." And I remember the manager coming and said, "I will not allow it. Madam, I will not allow it." I said, "Why not? I know how to do it." Let everybody know. If you want a cleaner, That's not a problem. Agree among yourselves, and then from your salary, we will deduct the cleaner's salary. What do you think happened? Just guess. Huh? Of course, everybody wants to clean. But why did we all these things become a job of a lowly person? Who is a lowly person? If the last time the person somebody was meant to clean the bathroom and wash the napkins that we use for hands, because we don't use paper towels, we use napkins and then we wash them every day and recycle them, and that person didn't come, what do you think happened? The napkins piled up in the laundry bag, and we already missed that person even for that alone, not to talk of the other work they are meant to do. Because hands that are idle are hands that are productive. They are hands that will be missed if they are not there. So if we don't really look at it from the perspective of the nation, we might not really get this quite right. How important is that? Why I say it's actually a national emergency is that the country becomes weaker. The country, if you compare our GDP with that of Ghana, do you know that theirs is higher than ours? I mean, please, people, not with all our talents and our skills and our hands and all the things we can do. We can't continue that way. So, where would the changes come from? I'd like us to take it from two different angles, if not even three. Maybe two, because I think the starting point of all this is the family. And why do I say it's a family? Because everybody comes from a family. At least sometimes circumstances in life make it that it's not your actually biological family, but then a family is still a family. What do we permit? Do we allow, from the young age, somebody will carry the bag, somebody will carry the food box, and then the child saunters to school. They don't know how to wash anything, not even their smalls. They need help with it, even when they're old enough to do it for themselves. They can't wash plates because Janet is by the sink. She would wash the plates. So their hands are idle. The hands don't do anything. How then do we think that changes would happen if their hands don't get busy? Then someone goes to let's even say secondary school. While they're in secondary school, she needs to study. No, he must study. Then please just leave him alone. When his food is ready, call him. Really? What happens when he gets to university? What happens in real life? Would he be held to ransom the day someone is not able to cook? Will she be unable to take care of herself when there's nobody around to do it for her? I'm telling you, these vital hands, these precious hands that Nigeria needs, we need to groom them from home. Let the hands get dirty. What's wrong with that? Let them learn to clean. Let them learn to garden. Plant the food you're going to plant, tomatoes, plant a few things, plant okra. Let them get their hands dirty. Let them get their hands working. And then we can tell that there will be differences. The young man who went to work in the mechanics workshop must have worn some very dirty, what do they wear all these overalls and things, yes. So what's wrong with that? And among them, would he have been saying, excuse me, I'm a graduate, I'm a graduate. What does it matter? There is no skill that we cannot upgrade with our education. Whatever we learn is the application that counts. Why do we think it's just the titles that matter? In many businesses now, in many organizations, what does your title mean? Even if you have all the qualifications in the world, if you cannot apply it, then you are not of any use to the company. And so if there are practical things to be done, make sure that your hands can do them. Because if not, you are not going to be a valuable person in that particular organization. So when we learn how to do things, I remember I visited one of these schools many years ago, because we used to run craft classes in some secondary schools. And there was this man, the principal of the school, wanted to interview me to know whether we were really genuine or not. Apparently, as a Boy Scout, as a member of the Boy Scout, he had done some macrame. So he looked at it and then came out and said, "What knot is this?" I smiled. I told him the name of the knot, and then he nodded. Okay, so yes, you can come and teach our children. Now, to survive in this environment, we have learned that not even 3 sources of income are okay. I remember that my sister shared with me, there was a conference she went for and they said, how many sources of of income do you need? And that they were told 9 sources of income. This was not in Nigeria, by the way. It was in a country that will regard as being a developed country. But I'll share with you what she said the lady told them. 1, she marks exam papers in a university. 2, she has written, I think, 2 books, so those count as 2. So while she's asleep, okay, people are buying her books on Amazon and money is coming into her account. 3, she has her own personal business, which she runs. 4, something else. Anyway, she listed the 9 for them. 1 account was meant for her travel, so that whenever she needed to travel, there'll be money in that account, she'll be able to spend it. I'm mentioning this with the hope that we can, begin to look at things a little differently and develop that inner pride of earning what we're going to spend, and stop waiting for dole outs from people, always being needy, and then they ask, has so and so got a job now? You say, no, okay, please let me just send them this amount, let the person buy data with it. Now, I'm not saying that there won't be situations like that, but please, those situations cannot be permanent. Those situations must be very, very temporary. Whether it is how to draw, you're going to be drawing and fine, and then you don't sit down. I remember someone who said she wanted to start making jewelry and she didn't know how to, she didn't have a shop and so on and so forth. Guess what she did? She was able to make one for herself. And the training that I usually give people is this: before you wear it, cost it. Make sure that you know the price. So that when someone says, oh, this is beautiful, I really like it, I'd like to have one. Oh, yes, madam, it's available. The cost price is this, and you need to give me 70% deposit. Shall I send you my bank details? Hey, then you're in business. But if you don't do all this, you want to have a shop first in the best part of town. From home, let us now let our children work hard. Let them know that contributing to Nigeria is not an option. It is a necessity for our country. And it is not by pampering anyone. It's actually this so-called inconvenience we're talking about is good for many people. That's how they wake up. They know that they have to fight. In the olden days, people had to get up in the morning to go and hunt with a spear. You don't need to do that anymore. But you must get some things going. And it is on the home front that we need to understand that hands that are idle are not useful, not even to the owner. In fact, they are the owner's worst asset. Hands must work. They must get to a stage where they're eager to earn something. And when they're that way, they know that the home is not just a place they can run to, where they can eat for free, use the data, use the car when they need to. I told someone, I said, oh, nobody can use my car. No, it's mine. I worked hard for it. It's not available that somebody will just go and take the key and use it. Oh, no. And to some, it appears like a strange way of thinking that, the children we brought up, who are now at this stage, shouldn't we try and keep them up on that level? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that they must find their way to that level. If they don't get to that level, how are they going to proceed? Do they know where many of us started from? Somebody was describing to me once. He said, ma'am, you may not know Iju, Alagbado. You know that we stay in Iju. We stay at Alagbado area. I said, oh, which bus stop is that? Is this at Ishaga or where? The person looked at me like, huh? How does she know about Ishaga? I said, oh yes, when I was doing my NYC, when I got married, that was my stop. From Ishaga bus stop, I'll get down and walk to the streets of the house where we lived. So I know Ishaga very well. What else do you want to tell me? People they don't understand that without the beginnings that many of us had, we wouldn't be where we are today. And even where we are today, don't forget, a bird that is flying in the air can glide for a short time. If it continues to glide, please, what will happen to the bird? Exactly, the bird is going to fall down. And so there's constant movement, there's constant work, That's what keeps us going. And that's what we all have to bear in mind. Our children must also learn this. And so if from home, we ensure that during the time when they're trying to find their feet, give them a month, 2 or so, yeah, that's fine, or even 3. But stop giving generous stipends. Why are we doing that? Is it that we're so, even the aunties, when one of the speakers spoke earlier on and said the auntie, some uncle that gives 10,000 and you feel, oh, the money is too small. Why is the uncle giving it? Let the person know the value of money so that they can really appreciate it. Otherwise, they would not. Is this being cruel? I don't think so. Is there anybody here who thinks that it will be cruel? Because people have to learn to do these things. And, yeah? Exactly. Look, I know of someone who told me when they got out, you know how, I mean, everyone was once a student. And then you finish and you have to spend your own money. And it's like, ah! I say, oh, please, could you buy this, that. I was like, with my own money? Of course, with your own money. Whose money were we spending before? That is the same way. There was somebody who was told they needed to go for a cousin's graduation. And the person came back and mentioned that, do you know it's going to be almost $2,000 just to be able to attend that graduation? I know what the person was told. Say, yes, when the mother came for your own graduation, that's about how much they spent, if not even more. You see, we can be appreciative when we know. But if we don't allow people to know the value of money, then it's difficult for them to appreciate. So, on the home front, that is what has to be done. Parents, let our children get working. If you run your own business and somebody is sitting down in your home idle, please, why are you giving them any money? They don't want to come and help you. I wouldn't give any money. I would not, because you could come and work. You can learn so many things. Is this social media? How many things can a business owner do? A child that grows up in a home who learns some of these can bring it to the business and upgrade the business. How can people just spread out their hands idly and be demanding for more money? It should not happen. So if from the home front, we ensure that the children are encouraged to do things and they learn the right value of money, I believe that Nigeria will benefit a lot from that. Now, that's one aspect. What about our country itself? Is there anything our country can do? I'm not so sure, but there was an idea that occurred to me because I heard of what happened in a country, years ago. I believe it was in Germany, when they had refugees coming in. So there was a documentary I watched on TV, and somebody was interviewed. He was an engineer. Where he came from, he led a comfortable life. He had a wife, 2 children. They were comfortable, but circumstances changed and they became refugees. And then in this country now, he couldn't find a job. First month, I think they gave them, I'm not sure if it's 3 months or 6 months. I don't remember the details now. After that time, the country assigned them work. They were not allowed to be idle. So, we have in our country now, we have NYSC, you have to register, you have to do your NYSC. And with NYSC, what happens? You are told, go and work in this place, or you can go and work in that place. And then you do. And so, we already have a database of some of our people. If after a year or 2, they are idle, why can't they be found work? If they cannot voluntarily look for work, I'm just wondering, this is just my own thinking. Based on that example, why can't they be assigned? Because there are many places, many organizations looking for work. And workers, mind you, they cannot find workers. And then we have a lot of people who are out who say they are unemployed, they don't have work. So how about maybe after 2 years? Maybe after 2 years of not finding a job, which is a long time, why aren't people assigned? Do you know what the benefits of that will be? People are going to want comfortable places. Imagine if you are sent to a farm in the middle of nowhere, where maybe data is even not so regular, and where maybe they don't have electricity all the time. Who wants to go there? Many people don't want to go there. Assign people. That might be what our country would need on the long run to ensure that these idle hands show up. That these idle hands no longer stay idle. You want to learn crochet? You know how to do crochet? Learn it very well so that you can earn money. If you are on Instagram, you'd have seen how somebody made a dress. That dress was a showstopper. It was a stunner, and they made a lot of money from it. Mind you, that was a lot of work because I know how to crochet and I know how to do beading and I saw everything that was there. So I also read the comments. Oh, for how much? I can do it for you for 80,000 naira. Listen, all those things, we look at it and we have to laugh that these people obviously don't know what they're talking about. And that's another aspect of our lives that affects our hands from showing up. Let us dig ourselves into whatever we want to do. Let us learn it very well and then be able to excel. And then you can command the kind of money that you expect. Someone makes an outfit for 2 million naira and somebody tells you can do it for 80,000 naira. Please tell me how. Is it their time? Because I'm telling you, I consult, I've been doing so for many years, and I know that many people, many crafters don't even know how to cost their work. They don't know how to cost their time. And for 80,000 naira, the materials used on that garment did not cost 80,000 naira. They cost a lot more than that. So you know automatically that that person doesn't have the in-depth knowledge that can enable them do that. But we also have another issue, for those of us in the craft world. There are those who are waiting. I'll mention one of the jewelry designers, Benga Artsmith. Those of you may have seen him on Instagram. There are people who are waiting for him to release a new design. Once he comes up with a new design, they rush to go and imitate it. So we have the copycats. So their hands are busy, but their hands are busy doing what? Copying the work of others for less. They're not earning enough. They're not using their own creativity. They're not developing. They're not growing. They're not actually contributing properly to the economy. We need people to change. Mindsets have to change. This country, Nigeria, this country can be a great country. But I'm telling you that work ennobles. Work is not something that anyone should feel is demeaning. And idle hands, to me, idle hands are the most, in fact, there's no room for them in our lives. Idle hands are not for our country either. And so, I don't want to get technical and start talking about GDP, but do you know that these active hands, the creativity of Nigerians is such that we can dominate. Well, we don't even need to do it for the sake of dominating anywhere, because everything we do should be our own form of gratitude. The lady who spoke earlier on spoke about gratitude. What is the best form of gratitude? If you get a gift, you use it very well. So the creativity of Nigerians, we should use it very well to show our gratitude to our maker and not to be idle, because then that in itself is a negative thing for us. Now, that way, many of our people who have run abroad because the situation is here is so bad and all that, we could also ennoble this environment. You see all those paved roads they have, where the gutters are cleaned regularly and all that. There are people who do it. They have machines that do some things, but there's still people who run them. We can do the same thing in this country. If we don't have so many idle hands, the brain can also be refreshed, can begin to think. Like they say, think outside the box. As far as I'm concerned, there's no box. The box does not exist unless you put it there in the first place. We can think creatively about how to develop our country by using the hands that we have to develop it, by adding our own value to the environment. And so, I'm rounding up so that I don't bore you with this issue to me, which is I feel very passionate about. Please, ladies and gentlemen, in our different areas, let us encourage hands to be working, to be busy, to be earning, and no longer being idle. Because when there are idle hands, these idle hands are the ones I referred to when I said speaking and said we have missing hands. The missing hands of Nigeria are the hands that refuse to contribute to the growth of Nigeria. Let the missing hands show up. Let them occupy their space. If they don't want office work and they want to learn some creative skills, there is a lot. We have jewelers, potters, we have those who are into crochet, knitting, in fact the list goes on and on. Raising crafts. What can't we do here to ennoble our environment? Why can't you get into a home and feel, wow, this place is so beautiful? Because Nigerians can do it. It's going to be up to us what we do. So let the hands stop being missing. Let them be found. and let our country's GDP grow. Let our people take pride in earning their own income and able to, proudly say, I work. My hands are not missing from the workforce of Nigeria. At this point, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much. I'm Oluseyi Abdullahi, the founder of Crafties, and I'm glad to have shared with you today some of my own thoughts. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I hope we're having a wonderful time here. Okay, so my name is Victoria Heritage Udor, and first I want to say thank you for having me here, and I'm so privileged to be speaking with great minds here. Thank you so much. So I'll be speaking on a topic: why many young people avoid responsibility. And I'll try as much as possible to narrow it down. I'll try as much as possible to make it relatable, so much that I'm not promising it's not going to hit home, but we're all going to get our subs, because it all starts from individual, why the younger ones avoid responsibility. And part of the things I'm going to talk about, the previous speaker already touched on, bit of the things she made mention of. So, why do many young people avoid responsibility, right? Firstly, I'll say that responsibility is not simply about age. No. Responsibility is about ownership. It is about accountability. It's about maturity. And it's about purpose. When you own something, you want to keep that thing safe. When you own something, you want to make sure that that thing is in good condition. When you own something, you want to be sure that for every given time, that thing is in good and in perfect shape, right? Whether a property, business, or even your spouse or your kids, you want to be sure that everything is in good shape. You can't own a house and you just leave the house unattended to. No matter how beautiful the house, well built, well structured, if you leave it for years without attending to it, with time it starts doing what? It starts losing value, right? So ownership, it requires that you maintain that thing. Okay? So now, you can have a wife and you don't protect your wife, you don't provide for your wife, you don't, profess your love for your wife. You can own kids and you don't take care of them, you don't nurture them, you don't care for them, you don't see that they feed well, they are kept well in a safe environment. That's ownership. You want to be sure that that thing you own, it's safe, well kept, right? Now let's move to accountability. A lot of people shy away from accountability, right? I could go on and on and on and on, but I'm sure that we all understand what accountability is. Maturity. You know how when you were a kid and you did some things like, the cute, and everyone, oh wow, that's so cute of you, oh that's so cute of her, that's so cute of him. But guess what? Years after, you're not expected to do that same thing and look cute in it. Because at some point, you're expected to what? To grow. Grow out of it. Grow into something else. Because it will be an aberration where you give birth to a child and the child is, the first have to learn to turn, right, belly rolls, and then learn to sit up straight, and then try to crawl, and then make some moves, and afterwards
perfect their crawling and then try, hold up something and stand, and then from there they start taking one step. Yes, they fall and they get up again. They try, fall, get up again. They try before you know it, they're good. Then they start running up and down the house. As a matter of fact, even making you chase them because you know how kids can be very, very mischievous and all of that. But then you give birth to a child and that child remains that same way for years. No, that's how it is expected of us. Maturity. And couples, why are you doing what you're doing? What is the driving force? Right? So a lot of people we see now shy away from those things. So many young people today are intelligent, they're quite creative, expressive, and not just that, but then they are exposed to opportunities, yet many struggle with responsibility. That's a very huge it's a very huge word, responsibility. Then this is not because they are weak. No, that's not the case. It is because their environment, their upbringing, fear and society have shaped them in a particular way. Right? Environment really matters a lot. Upbringing matters a lot. You grew up in a home where your parents would always cheer you on and encourage you and let you know that, oh, you can do this, even when you feel like, oh, I can't do it. But then they keep cheering you on, oh, you can do it, you can do it. Before you know it, you have this confidence that, okay, mommy said I can do it, daddy says I can do it, and that means I can do it. And then they encourage you to try, right? And then you try and you tell that, oh wow, I can do this. And then you try it again. And then you see that with time you're getting better at it. But if you never tried, so that is where upbringing comes in. How those young ones, how were they brought up? How were they modeled? Who taught them? And in your teaching, what did you teach them? How did you teach them? Because the truth is, children don't listen. They don't listen. Literally, they don't listen. They don't hear you, what you say. You want to teach them, you don't teach them by talking. You teach them by modeling. They see what you do and they learn. If you tell a child, don't lie, stop lying. Lying is bad, lying is not good. And then one day the child comes to you and said, oh mommy, did you take my chocolate? And you said, oh no, I didn't take the chocolate. And the child took the chocolate. What did you? You have just succeeded in telling the child that it is okay to lie, or you lie about it. So the next time you tell the child lying is bad, you're like, hello. The child may not say it out, but in their mind, well, you took my chocolate the other day and you said it, but I need you. Took it. Right? Or you're telling the child, oh, can you keep your environment clean? Can you keep your room clean and all of that? But then the child sees you come home and just, yank off the wig and just fling it somewhere, and then your shoe, because, they're really, really itchy, you just fling it, and then you take off your jacket and just, and the child is wondering, what's happening here, mommy? What have you just done? You're telling the child that it is okay to just, keep your environment, and be good. But then you tell the child, can you keep, what happened here? Can you just keep this whole place tidy and all of that? And the child is like, okay. But you came back the other day, your clothes, your floor, your makeup, your shoes. And I'm expected to keep my room tidy. Upbringing. It starts from the house. So you don't teach them by talking. They see you do things and they learn. That's the most easiest way. If you're telling a child to do something, please make sure that that thing you're asking the child to do is something the child will do every now and then. And that way, you have just saved yourself a whole lot of time explaining and all that. I have two girls, 9 years and 6 years. My oldest daughter said to me one day, "Mommy, why do you like gardening?" I looked at her and I smiled. I said, "Because I love to give life to things. Nothing dies in my hands." And she was like, "So you just garden?" I said, "Not that I just garden. It helps me. The thoughts. It's therapeutical. It calms me down. It helps me focus. It helps me while I'm doing this. I'm thinking about something else. And at the period when I'm doing this, I'm getting solutions for other things. So it's not just about plants, soil, water, manure, and all of that. No. I'm creating life, not just with my hands, but here, inside. So I had to tell her about this, and she was like, "Okay." That same day, I think later on in the evening, she went to the kitchen and picked a grain of bean and said to me, "Mommy, I want to plant." I said, "Oh, that's beautiful. Please go ahead." And then I have a vacant pot with soil and manure, and I said, "You can have that one. I wanted to use it for cactus flower, but you can have it." And then she did. She planted. And then each day she would go and water. Each day she would go and water. Each day she would go and water. And before you know it, the beans did what the birds. At least, say 2 months later or 3 months later, she harvested a couple of she saw me do these things and she learned. I didn't have to say anything. I didn't have to tell her, "Oh, you have to plant, you have to." No, I could as well just plant and then leave it and say, "Okay, you know what, I've done my part, let me just get it." But she will see me go there in the morning, and in the evening I'll check. I'll take out some dry leaves and just so she see me. They both see me do those things, and so they learn. Right. So you don't teach them by talking. Yeah, at some point when they grow up and understand, you get to talk to them. But at first, at the formative age, it is by what you do. That's how they learn. So our society has shaped their response as well. Wow. Growing up as a child in the kind of community that I grew up, our parents, with so many kids, in the environment. And each parent may not know themselves, right? But, associating with this child, we bring ourselves, we visit ourselves and all of that. And then when you go home and one asks you, "Who is your father?" You just have to, "Oh, my father is so person." Which block do you live in? And block B or block C, this or that, They want to be sure who their kids are associated, which is very, very important. Don't want to go out there to play with your peers and you learn some funny things and you come back home and you want to. So they want to be sure that, okay, this child, this is this person's child, okay, what's the reputation of the father, what's their, they just want to know all of those things just to be sure that their kids are in the same hands and the same, association. But these days, it's more of, oh my goodness. In fact, the social media is not even helping matters. Like, everything has, it has its own, advantage, but at the same time, the disadvantage, oh my goodness. They just pick a lot of things from the social media and then they want to forgetting the roots. Like, so the society has actually not really helped in a lot of ways, but we can actually help these younger ones by teaching them right. So now, when you hear the word responsibility, I'm going to throw this question to the house. When you hear the word responsibility, what comes to your mind? What comes to mind when you hear the word responsibility? Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. Things that needs to be done. Okay. I'd like some more. Thank you. Some more, please. Thank you. More? So when you hear the word responsibility, some people will say pressure, some will say stress, some will say leadership, some will say, oh, fear, some will say work, some will even go as far as saying expectation. But I would tell you that responsibility simply means doing what is right, even when it is uncomfortable. As simple as that. Doing what is right, even when it is uncomfortable. Yeah. Take for instance, you are in you find yourself in an environment where the weather is very, very cold, and you have an appointment, and you need to wake up quite early in the morning. There is no access to stove, to electricity where you can boil water, and you're a woman, and then it happens to be that time of the month. And you know that you are to step out for an appointment and you cannot go there not looking your best and not having a very good scent. And the weather is very, very cold. But you just have to do what? You just have to clean up. Please tell me, will you bathe or not bathe? Even when the weather is cold? The weather is cold, no electricity to boil water, no stove or gas to heat up the water. Will you or will you not? You will. Oh wow, amazing. But is it comfortable? Thank you. Different ways of bathing, right? But then when you look at the one's word now, especially for those of us that are very, very prone to cold, when you look at it and you're like, oh my god, in fact the phobia first, the fear of how do I deal with this cold water? Is it comfortable? No, it is not. But should you? Yes, you should. That's you taking responsibility. Doing what is right, even when it is not comfortable. You have a child, got back from work, you're knackered, right? And your child is hungry. You can scale through and say, later, I'll get something to eat. I just want to sit first. But your child is like, mommy, I'm hungry. Just the sound of mommy, I'm hungry. It has a way of just breaking you. Please, will you not get up and make food for that child? You will, right? Is it comfortable? But is it something you should do? Who's responsible for that child in the first place? Who brought the child to the world? The child then you want now you go bring her and come. So you are responsible. Even when even when it is so uncomfortable, you understand? You have to do it. So that is responsibility, doing what is right, even when it is not comfortable. So I'm going to go into section 1 of what responsibility really means. Number 1, personal responsibility. A lot of people shy away from personal responsibility though. And when I say personal responsibility, that includes managing your emotions. Oh goodness. I can ride on and on this managing emotions. As a young girl, I had to learn emotional intelligence because of the kind of environment I found myself. At my young age, I understood that when I am angry, that's not the best time for me to say something. Yeah, when I'm very, very angry, I'd rather not talk. I'd rather be quiet and process whatever it is. I'll find my space. I'll get out of the house if need be. And if I can't get out of the house, I'll look for a corner in the house. Just find my space and just, sit and think everything through. Was I at fault? Were you at fault? How did it start? What happened? And what could I have done better? I'll just sit and, think about it. That's not the time for me to start yelling. That's not the time for me to start cursing. That's not the time for me to start throwing fists or getting violent. No, that's not the way forward. I'd rather be quiet. But then the other person on the other hand, I'm talking to you. You're not responding. I won't say anything. Because you know why? I want to be sure that whatever I'm going to say, it's not something I will regret much later. I want to be sure that whatever I'm going to say, it's something that I will be justified, vindicated, and just to be sure that, okay, it's not going to be a case where everything just goes out of hand and everything is messy and all of that. So I'd rather be quiet and think it through. And then when I'm done, I can now decide if I want to talk to you about it. If you're the type that I can hold conversation with and reasonable conversation with, and you see from the other side. Or if I'm just going to move past it and just avoid some scenarios with you and just make sure that that does not repeat itself again. Because the truth is, I am in charge of myself. I have control over myself. I may not have control over the other person, but I'm in charge of myself. So I determine what happens and I just leave it be. So if it's something I want to have conversations with you about, then I can okay, at that point I'm calm and then we'll have conversations. I'll let you know, Nne or uncle or daddy or mommy, about what happened earlier. This is how this was how I felt. So it made me feel this way. It made me, I'll just let you know how this thing, affected me in such a way that I don't feel good about it, I would give you the opportunity to tell me your own side, why you reacted that way. Because I mean, there's always a reason why people do things and all of that. So you don't just judge. And then afterwards, we'll have that conversation. And of course, everything will be, that's you taking responsibility, managing your emotions. But I've seen people that, oh my goodness, at the heat of the moment, they don't have control over their emotions. They will say things to you that will hurt you, something that wasn't even up to anything. Like a friend of mine would say, you carry AK-47, come for night fights. I mean, for night fights.
Yeah.
Like something very, very, and then just blow it out of proportion. Why? Because they couldn't, keep their emotions in check. They could not manage their emotions. They say stuffs that later becomes, they do things they later get to regrets. And you're like, this could have been, you could have avoided this if you were able to manage your emotions. You could have avoided this. And now I'll move to decision making. I learned that the best time to make decision is not when you are happy. The best time to make decision is not when you are angry. The best time to make decision is when you are neutral. Because if you make decision when you are angry, you'll feel the bond. And if you make decision when you are happy, you will pay for it. But if you make decision when your head is cool headed, you're calm, you're neutral, you sure know what you're doing. I have a friend who will make promises whenever, she's in a happy mood. Oh. And then she'll forget about it. And then the person you brought, like, oh, you said you were going to, like, when? Thank you. When? Oh, you didn't remember? You said and then she'll now start looking for how to redeem her promise. Not once, not twice, over time. So I had to tell her, I said, Auntie, come. See these habits, you will get yourself in trouble one day where you are making promises because you are happy. It's not a bad thing. But please, check it. Nip it on the board. The best time to make decision is not when you are happy or sad. It is when your head is right. And then habits. When you wake up and then you do the same thing you do over and over, the first day, second day, third day, it takes how many days to form an habit?
21.
So when you're responsible, there are just some certain things you will not do. You will just know that, okay, this thing, no, it's not expected of me. It's not expected of me. So I'm going to move on to social responsibility. But before I go to social responsibility, I think I should talk a bit about family responsibility. Supporting parents. I'm sure most of us, growing up, we had very strict parents. Extremely strict. Some call their mom Margaret Thatcher. I have a friend, when he wants to address his dad, he'll like, oh, President Abacha. One day I asked him, why do you refer to your dad as President Abacha? He said, because my dad is very, very strict. I said, but being strict is not a bad thing in a sense, but it depends on how you see it. To this friend of mine, when he was a child, kind of felt the parents, were quite strict. And it happened to be that the kind of parent he had were, when a husband says this and the wife says yes, that is it. So you as the child or the children, there's no way out of it. If daddy says this is it and mommy supports daddy, forget it. That's the end. Or if mommy says this and daddy says yes my dear, that's yes, just forget it. That is the end. But if mommy says this and daddy says okay, and then you find your way to daddy, that's a balance. Or if daddy says this is it and then mom says okay, no wala, and then later like, come, let me teach you what to do, that's a balance. But some family did not have that. Some had just one way traffic, one road, one way. They didn't have to and fro. It was just right. And so they just knew that, okay, you know what, if mommy and daddy says this, forget it, that is it, final. But some had, if daddy says this, mommy will say yes. But somehow mommy has a way of talking to daddy to tone it down a bit, somewhere around, just for some soft landing. But some people did not have that. And so he will address the father as President Abacha. I'm like, God, wow. So supporting parents, siblings, and structure. And also, I came across a particular guy who hated his father for the longest of time, right? Simply because, quote and unquote, the father, didn't treat the mom well. As the first child, he grew up seeing all of those things. The father didn't treat the mom well. The father was not responsible. The father wasn't the one or the type that provides or show love, care, affection, or even protecting the family and all of that. So that takes me back to how you model a child. It's not about talking, it's what they see you do. So this guy grew up seeing the father, the way the father was, and natural tendencies, guys are drawn to their mom and the ladies are drawn to their father. So over the years, seeing the mom struggle, trying to raise them and all of that, and the dad was just, and then all of a sudden, the father just disappeared for months. And then there was no phone, no way to, communicate, not what we have now that you can easily, track someone or find someone and all of that. In those days, we didn't have all of that luxury. And then for months, the father was nowhere to be found. And you know how it is in Africa. The wife would have, she bore the brunt of this whole thing. The family came after her. Where is our son? Da, 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 da. The pressure of having to raise how many children again? All by herself. It was much on this woman. So you can imagine the trauma it left on her. She had to be the one to provide. She had to be the one to, everything was just too much for her. And then, after like maybe almost a year or something, the husband, came back. And you're like, Baba, where did you go to? He said, that he went to the mountain to go and pray. Wow. You went to the mountain to go and pray. And you didn't think it wise to send words back home. You just left. Yoruba will say, Okon law. You just left, leaving wife and kids behind, no words. Of course, that caused a lot of, unsettlement in the family. So this boy hated the father for that for years. He didn't forgive the father because that incident later on settled in the mom. There's a way trauma settles in the body as illness, and then the mom became sick, and lack of maintenance and all of that. Sorry, lack of maintenance and all of that. Eventually the woman passed, and then this thing really pained this guy so much so that he mentioned and said, "I wish you were the one who died, not my mom." That's to tell you how pained, how bitter this guy was, right? You would have thought that, oh, maybe that would have taught him a lesson, so much so that when he gets married, he will not do the same thing. But guess what? Children, when they come into this world, they come in blank. It is what you program in them at a formative age. That is what plays out when they grow. Unknown to you, you'll be shocked that the things you think the children don't know, you'll be shocked that when it begins to play out later in the future, you'll be amazed. Who taught you this? Where did you learn this from? But guess what? They learned it from you. Right? They learned it from you. So when this guy grew up, he got married. It was a beautiful one. He had a very wonderful, fantastic woman for a wife. Had kids. Somewhere along the line, one thing happened, one thing led to another, whatever it was, nobody knows. This guy also just disappeared into thin air. And everybody was looking for. You know how it is in Nigeria and Africa. Please guess who they came after? The wife. They came after the wife. So you see now, it is how you bring up a child will also determine how responsible this child will be. So when we hear young people don't want to what, they don't want to what? Let us check it. Who taught you? Who trained you? But on the other hand, you know that you can be in a family, or you probably grew up in a family where all of these things, no responsibility taken, you were not well taught and all of that, but a mentor of mine will always say that you can never be better than your background except you have been retrained. There is no how you will escape it. If you're going to be better than your background, you have to be retrained.
What if the person doesn't know?
That's where mentorship comes in. But then again, some people shy away from mentorship. They feel it's too much of information and access I'm giving out. Because when you're going through a mentorship, you have to be willing to be. You come tabula rasa. Everything you've known, you think you've known. Everything you've learned, you think you've learned. When you're signing up for a mentorship, you have to come tabula rasa. Come blank, like you don't know anything, and relearn. That way you have options of learning new things. You have options of relearning things that you knew before that were good, but you just needed to, upskill. And that's where you have options of unlearning things that are not helpful, that are harmful to you, to the society. So that's where mentorship comes in. But a lot of people then, they don't want to go through that because they feel, oh, that's too much information, that's too much access, I don't want, I just want to keep to myself. Whew. Family responsibility is where this whole thing comes from. If you're from a family where you are not well trained, it has a lot. It has a lot to tell. It really has a lot to tell on an individual. Social responsibility, respecting community values and relationship. Please, how many of us grew up in an environment where every last Saturday of the month, everybody gets out of their bed? We call it environmental.
Yes.
Please, did it work? Was it helpful? Please, can I hear your own? Yeah, please, let me just hear just a bit short comment.
Then
Mhm.
there was less erosion.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that recently I was like, why did we stop?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, because it really worked. The society was cleaner,
Mm-hmm.
unlike what we have today.
Mm-hmm.
And then people were more responsible for their environment.
Thank you. People were more responsible for their environment. How do you stay in a place where the stench, even graveyard, doesn't smell? But you stay in a place where the stench is killing. And some people are just comfortable, just staying there, not even minding the health implication. How? Can't you just take it upon yourself and get a rake, clear the gutters, or whatever it is that is causing that stench, clean it up, right? Or get a cutlass or hoe and clear the weeds. Clear out your environment. Burn whatever needs to be burned. Right? Keep your environment clean. Keep your house in order. Like they say, charity begins at home. When I'm in the car with my kids, they know they dare not drop anything outside. Whatever it is, you just finished eating, whatever pack, whatever nylon, whatever, drop it in the car if you don't have anywhere else to drop it. It will be cleared out when the car is, going out for clean. But that you wind down and you drop. Oh wow, I am so packing. I will park that car. I will open the door. You will go and pick it up and come back into the car and sit. They will move. Why will you drop something on the floor? I'm in the bus and then someone finished drinking bottled water and just
Me once.
wow. No, there was one I was like, okay, why did you do that? He said, no be bottled water. I said, I don't understand. No be bottled water. Like, waiting make you put some inside motor. When then they go, why did you have to? I said, now government then do that one too. Because it's everything is government. Why don't you take responsibility for keeping your environment clean? Let it start with you first. You see that a place is not well, you don't need anybody to tell you. You don't need the government to come and tell you that you're supposed to keep that place clean. Get a broom, sweep it. Or if you're too busy, get a child around. Please, can you come help me clean up this place? The child won't tell you no. Right? I mean, I've seen some people in their big wagon, jeep, whatever it is, and they just finish drinking and they just wind up. I'm like, oh my God. Did you just wind your G-Wagon down and throw something? Wow.
Banana peel. Recipe for accident.
Chim. Like, and the next thing, oh, the government is not, the government is this, the government that, the government is the government. Please, please. The government will not do everything for you. The government will not clean your house. The government will not clean your surrounding. At most, they can contract people to clean the general, community. But why is it that some people are cleaning and some people are messing up? Why? It doesn't make any sense. Social responsibility. Well, let me move to number 4. So the first one I talked about was personal responsibility. Second, family responsibility. Third, social responsibility. And fourth now is financial responsibility. Are you working? Or are you just lazing around? Like the previous speaker said, you don't indulge them. Let them work. No food for the... You don't work, you don't eat. A short story. My younger brother, when he was a little younger, I asked him to go get me something across the street. And when he came back, he just dropped it. And then, guess what? Young chap, he went out to the field to play football. And I didn't know that he had returned. I was waiting and waiting and waiting. 1 hour plus. So I got up. And then I went to the kitchen and I saw that he had returned and he just kept the item. He didn't come to tell me that he was back. And then, looking around, I didn't see him in the compound. I figured, football. Okay, you come and meet me here. I got into the kitchen and I made the food. The standard is, when mommy is in the kitchen, you're in the kitchen with mom. When I'm in the kitchen, you're in the kitchen with me. Even if you're not cooking, but you're watching. You're helping out. Please, can you hand me this? Can you bring me that? Can you please help me peel this? Can you ring this for me and all of that? You're helping out. My brother went to the football field to play football. And then he came back. And the old aroma filled the house. But guess what? He knew. I didn't have to say a word. I didn't have to say anything. But he just knew that the best you can have is that aroma. You see that food? No way. You are not eating it. Because tell me, why will I ask you to get me something and you came back, you didn't tell me that you're back, and then you left and went to, and you know that you're supposed to cook? That wasn't me trying to punish him. That was me teaching him, you have to be responsible, sir. I am your elder sister, but I'm not your maid. Someday you will get married, and I don't expect you to enslave somebody's daughter. You have to learn to cook. He didn't eat that food. I didn't tell him anything, no. I didn't say, Jack. But he knew better not to go to that spot. And it was okay. He stayed. I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I just kept quiet. Mom was not around, so there was nobody for him to run to. And even if mom was around, Momsy will not answer him, because mom was like, I don't want to be a part of it. You and your sister, sort yourself. That was the last day he did that, and I didn't have to say a word. I didn't have to say a word. He just knew that, no, my sister, So now tell me, will it be a thing of There are just some things you don't just allow. If you see it the first time, just instantly stop it. Don't let it. Right? Don't let it repeat itself again. Because if you allow it, it becomes a normal thing. So you did not work, you want to eat. How? No, no. You see, some people just go extra mile, stealing and all of that, duping people and doing all sorts, just because. Why? They are lazy. Lazy. They don't want to get their hands dirty. They don't want to roll up the sleeves and get their hands dirty. We drink wine today. You think to produce wine is beans? Like real wine? You think it's beans? In the crushing, it's a whole lot of work. You have to pluck the wines. You have to clean them up. You have to put them in the basin. You have to get your foot in the basin and start crushing. You are there for hours, crushing. For days, you are crushing. Some will even sleep and hit their head, get up, get themselves treated, and still continue doing it. Because it is work, it is process. They know that the end result will be beautiful. What are you doing? Are you working? Or are you just waiting for handouts, for stipends? Or are you just looking for the next person you will dupe? Or the next person you want to, play a fast one on? What are you doing? Are you working? Are you saving? That's another responsibility a lot of people don't even want to. They just want to spend the money as they come. They'll tell you, what is money? Spend the money. Money, yeah. You need to spend money. But are you spending and saving? Or are you just spending and spending? Now, saving, it's not a bad thing in the real sense. But are you saving smart? Or you're just keeping your money in the bank just for keeping sake? How about you keep your money in the bank and the money is working for you? That's another thing. Some people just want to be seeing that amount in their balance. 00100000000, just to feel like, yes, I've arrived. Or do you want to see -000, but that -000 is actually yielding some more 000s for you, even when you're not seeing it, but it's yielding, because you know that at the end of a particular tenure it will come back. Are you saving? Are you planning? What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? Have you said to yourself, oh, okay, I want to become, say you want to become maybe a fashion designer. First step is to what? Get yourself trained. Look at it. Okay, so how long will it take for me to be trained? Will it take me 2 years? Or a year? Or 2.5 or 3? Get enrolled and start. And be sure that you're learning. Not just to go and mark register. Be sure that you're learning. You know how to press the machine, you know how to pass the thread, you know how to handle the scissors, you know how to, And then you'd say to yourself, okay, I give myself a space of, say, 3 years. I should have been done with this, tailoring apprenticeship, whatever it is, and then I want to start on my own. And then while you're learning, you're practicing, and then you're telling people, oh, I'm this and that, I'm doing this, I'm into this and all of that. So that by the time you're out, you know that, okay, at least some certain level, and then you start. Are you working towards it? Or you're just sitting there, just daydreaming, I want to be a tailor. First month, I want to be a tailor. 6 months, I want to be a tailor. Yes, you're dressing well. You have good fashion sense and all of that, And I want to be a tailor. And then 3 years down the line, I want to be a tailor. No practical step. I've not done anything. I'm not taking any step. Nothing. You're just saying I want to. Oh, if wishes well. Just. Are you planning? You say to yourself, I want to be a tailor, and then you start go and register. Because the thing is, whatever you don't pay for, you won't pay attention. So even if someone enrolls you and say, okay, you want to be a tailor, go, let me pay for you, and then you go. It's just 2 out of 100 people that will take that kind of gesture serious. Yeah, just 2% out of 100 people that will take such kind of thing serious. Something you didn't pay for, and then you pay attention to really want to learn. But when it comes out from your pockets, you worked for this money and you're using that money to pay for something, a skill that you want to learn because you have a plan for yourself. The money is valuable now. You know that yes, I work for this money, so I have to see the result of this money. And then you will value it. You will keep your head down. You will keep your head down to what? To learn. And then you know that, okay, yes, I'm planning towards this. I have a target I'm planning towards, and then you walk towards that. And you say to yourself, okay, so I have achieved this, I've learned this, and now I'm certified. But I want to own the largest fashion school. It won't just jump on your laps. It takes years for you to be able to get to that level. Then you start working towards that. Some will say, oh, that's my 5-year goal, that's my 10-year goal plan. So do you have short-term goals? Do you have long-term goals? Or are you just living Sarah, whatever will be. Nalayo. Whatever will be will not be. If it is going to be, it is what's completely and solely dependent on you, if it will be. That's just it. It's completely solely dependent on you, if it will be. Some will say what's gonna be is gonna be. What goes up must come down. You run you. You run you. Some things have gone up and do not come down. And some things have refused to go up. They still remain there. What's gonna be is not gonna be. The grass is not green over there. The grass is green where you water it. Because where you see that the grass is green, some people walked and watered it. Some people make sure that that place is green. So when you're looking at, it's green, I want to go. Go to do what? What happened to the place where you're standing? What happens to the place where you're standing? So are you planning? Or you're just living your life, anyway, whatever, German, work it. No. That's not you taking responsibility. That's laziness. And if the younger ones see you do that, they will copy it because they will think it is normal, So they shy away from responsibility because they see adults, older ones, not do the right thing. So they think it is okay. If mommy can, why can't I? If daddy can, why can't I? If my uncle or if my auntie or if this adult can, why can't I? Spiritual responsibility. Are you living intentionally? Are you living purposefully? I don't even want to delve much into that. Because the truth is, if you're going to grow as a Christian, not even as a Christian alone, even in life, if you're going to grow, you have to put in the work. There's this song we used to sing then as a child. It says, read your Bible, pray every day, pray every day, pray every day. If you want to grow, there are no shortcuts, there are no two ways about this thing. As a Christian, if you want to grow, you read your Bible and you pray every day. Reading your Bible will open you up to how, as a child of God, how you should live your life. It will give you an insight of your identity, of who you are in Christ. Because the first and first, you have to know who you are before you even say, okay, yes, I want to do this. If you don't know who you are, then forget it. Misplaced identity. So reading your Bible will make you know who you are, will teach you, will guide you. Praying doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go pray because you're asking God for something. No. How will you feel if your spouse only comes to you whenever they need something? Once they get that thing, they disappear. No communication, no intimacy, no companionship, no sitting together to play or talk or play games or nothing. They just come to you, honey, I need 500k. And you, as the wonderful, most loving, caring, ever just yeah. And then you expect that, okay, she will come back later, you guys will talk and all that. And then she goes for like another 2 months. That's an act of irresponsibility. No spouse wants to do that. No father wants a child that only comes to him whenever she's in need or in need. Not even, oh, hello, hi, daddy, how are you? I just called to check in on you. How's work? How are you feeling today? How's your health? Are you good? When am I coming to see you? Or when are you coming over to, when are we going? The child only calls, daddy, good afternoon. And daddy, please, I just want to tell you that I need money for handouts. And then daddy says, okay, how much is it? 200k. For handout, for this. And the father, okay. Maybe it is my responsibility. I will go send the money. And then afterwards, he doesn't hear from you again till the next semester. And even when he calls you, you just pick up the phone. Oh. So praying doesn't necessarily mean you're going to ask God for something. No. We call it koinonia. Time to be intimate with God. Time to just sit at his feet and just enjoy his presence. Nobody can walk this thing for you. It is like muscles. You see this one? Doctors can walk it for you. Your bakasi, doctors can walk it for you. But you see your muscles, nobody can walk it for you. You have to hit the gym and lift some things, make some moves, and build those muscles. Because nobody is going to work it for you if you're going to grow the muscles. So that is how growth is. You have to take responsibility. You have to be responsible. To be intentional about, okay, this, I want to do it and I'm going to do it. So it's not just about our spiritual life alone. Every other aspect of our lives. Taking responsibility. Are you living intentionally and purposefully, or are you just... So responsibility is not punishment. No, it is not punishment. Responsibility is preparation for destiny. Simple. When you give some people responsibility, they think maybe you're punishing them. No, you're teaching them. You're helping them. You're helping them. As young as my two girls are 9 and 6, the one who just turned 6 at age 2, when she sits on the dining to eat and she says water, I tell her, go and take water. Go and take water. So she knows where the drawer is. She takes it out, pick her cup, and goes to the dispenser. And kids, they like to play. So you see that button now, they'll always go there to play. So if you know how to go there and play with water, please, how then can you not go and take water? Play with that water and take that water and drink. So she won't come and meet me and say, Mommy, I want water. You want water? You are thirsty. You know that you are thirsty. You know where the cup is, Abi. You have access to where the cup is. You have access to water. Knock yourself out. She doesn't come to disturb me to say, Mommy, I want water. Because what? I already taught her. She knows that she's responsible for this one. That doesn't stop me from, oh, I give her food and I give her water. No, it doesn't. That's not saying I cannot do that. But that's me teaching her how to be responsible. What if Mommy is not there? Or you finish eating and you leave your plate there. Yeah, when she was 2, of course. Even the fact that, when she finished eating, of course, she'll pick her plate. I was like, go and drop your plate in the sink. She'll go and drop, but I don't expect her to wash the plates at that age. Right? I don't expect her to wash the plates. Just like I don't expect her to be the one to work, then go to the markets, buy foodstuffs, come back home and cook and serve. That's my own responsibility. But at a young age there, I had to teach her, when you finish eating, at some point I had to feed her, and then later she had to start feeding herself. That's taking responsibility. When she finished eating, she knows that she's to take her plate to the sink, even though she cannot wash the plates. But she'll want to offer to wash. I'll tell her, Mama, don't worry, when it is time you wash. But she knows that she's to pick up her plates and drop in the sink, not to leave it on the table. Gradually, she grew to know that, okay, when I make a mess, I'm supposed to clean up after myself. Right? Now she's 6 and still washes her plate herself. Same thing with the other one, 9 years old. They wake up every Saturday morning. It is what's environmental. Everybody, they know their duty. Because in the morning, Monday to Friday, of course, you're waking up early to go to school, right? So there's no much time for you to, and all of that. Yes, I have a nanny. But the first ground rule I told my nanny was, hello, ma. You don't wash their plate for them, 1. You don't bathe them, 2. You can supervise them. You don't wash their panties for them, 3. Their socks, their singlets, you don't wash for them. Right? If they make a mess in the room, leave it for them. When they go to wherever they and come back, tell them to do what? The things you're to do for them, I had to tell her this. But I see these ones, no go area. Do not do for them. I didn't bring you here to enslave you. I brought you here to come and assist me. Right? So do not do for them what they are supposed to be doing for themselves at this age to learn. Because what if you're not there? What if Mommy is not there? Won't they do it for themselves? Will they be depending on someone too? That is responsibility. They have to start learning it. They have to start learning it. Someone once said to me, oh, you're too harsh with this girl. You're too strong. You're too strict. I said, please drop me. Allow me. I am a typical African mother, and I'm so unapologetic about it. Unashamed. Because the truth is, the way my mom brought me up is not even the way I'm bringing up my kids. Because children are quite unique. I was that kind of a child that even if you leave me here and travel to Ibadan and come back, now where you leave me, now there you go see me. I wasn't a troublesome child. I was not. If I get up from there, it is either I'm going to wee, poop, eat, or sleep. You won't see me running up and down and all of that. I wasn't that kind of a child. So it was when I grew up much, I was like, okay, But I'm sorry. You see the children of these days, they are wired differently. I know how kids will do, they know how to test your boundaries. Oh goodness, they know how to press those buttons. Like they want to press the button to the very last and see what you can do. And me, you cannot come and stress me. Nah. A friend of mine will say, well, momo. Meaning that you cannot come and wound me and say, oh, it was a mistake, I did not know. You can't stress me. So what I do is, the way I train them, I don't even do beating. The era of beating have passed. I just look at you in the eye. You are lying. I don't know how many of you had that kind of mother. She just look at you like this. Without even talking. You know from A to Z what she's saying, even without opening her mouth to say Jack. My mom trained me with eyes. I'm training my children with eyes. I look at you, you are lying. I don't need to talk. You go out in the public and I'm looking at you, I'm smiling. Oh my goodness. No, you just know that. You don't done for you. When you get home, you will answer query. I may not beat you. I won't beat you. But you just know that, oh no, I have crossed the line. Something I'm not supposed to do. Something I'm not supposed to do. So someone said to me, you're too strict. You're too firm. You're too hard. You're too harsh. And I said, please. When you born your own children, you train them as you like. These ones are my own children. But guess what? As African, or as a typical African mother that I am, some will say, oh, these kids will be afraid of you. They won't come close. They won't tell you things. They will be secretive and all of that. Guess what? My kids, you see me and my kids, the girls, we are best of friends. There is nothing they don't gossip me about. So help you God, that you do something and mommy comes back. Mommy will hear it too. Mommy, can you imagine? Especially the younger, mommy, can you imagine? And then she starts. And then the other one will say, yes, so mommy, this, and when I am the one they love the most. But guess what? They fear me. If their nanny wants them to do something and they don't want to, I told their nanny one day, I say, if you want them to do something and they are not responding to you, just tell them, I'll tell your mommy. You see that? I will tell your mommy. It's like a factory resets. They don't want to hear you say, I will tell your mommy. What is it you want them to do again? They will do it ASAP. Not because mommy will bring koboko and beat them, or mommy will. It is just that, some things are not allowed. Some things are just not allowed. So that's what I will tell your mommy. It just shapes them and just, okay, I got this, let me do it. Even when it is not comfortable. That's responsibility. Doing the right thing when it's not comfortable, when it's not convenient. I had to teach them from this young age. So ever since then, whenever I will tell your mommy, the next thing, everybody, And I'm not that kind of a mother that when they hear my car, pim, 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 they are running into the house. No. Even if the house was scattered, unkept and all of that, if they hear the car, pim, pim, they are running to the gate. Mommy is back. Mommy is back. Let me now enter and now see that, the house is, what happened here? Who did this one? Mommy, it was, okay, start doing it. We'll do it together now. So I have created that balance. They are not scared, but they know that some level of revere is in the house. Right? So they know that, okay, some things are expected and some things are not allowed. Some things are just not allowed. So responsibility is not punishment. It is just preparing them, because you have to just, prepare them at this tender age. So why young people avoid responsibility today? I would say a lot of them, it's fear of failure. Yeah. Many young people think, oh, if I try and I fail, if I try and it didn't work out, what will people say? They will laugh at me. What would they think? Right? So it kind of cripples them, and they're like, okay, I'm not sure I'm not sure if people would what's the word? If people will accept it, if it will make sense and all of that. So they just do not want to try because they are afraid. They are scared of trying. So they avoid responsibility completely. They prefer to postpone making decisions or just staying comfortable in their comfort zone, in their cocoon, not even making any attempt to want to try. Hello? Why not try? Try and fail. Yes, failure is the best way to even learn. Because if you don't try, you won't even learn. You won't know. If you don't try, you won't even know the capacity, the length at which you can. If you don't take a step and fall, get up again, take a step and fall. Please, how will you walk? You won't see a child who is learning how to walk, falls the first time and say, no, I'm not walking again. I'm not trying again. The child will get up. Even after busting the lips or tearing the forehead or whatever, you see the child get up again and try to. It is in the trying we make it. So people would say, I'm afraid, I'm not sure what they would say. I'm not sure, if it will be accepted. What will people think? And so they just leave it, postpone, stay in their comfort zone, or even avoid responsibility, leadership roles entirely. But then something is, when you avoid responsibility, it will protect your ego. Yeah, it will protect your ego. At least it will save you some shame and all of that. But guess what? It will destroy growth. Yeah. Avoiding responsibility will protect your ego. But then it will damage your growth. Responsibility requires courage before confidence will appear. And then, overprotection from parents. How do you overprotect your child? Some family unknowingly weaken their children. They weaken their responsibility growth in the kids. So something that you know that at this particular age, this child is supposed to be doing this. You're too overprotective because you don't want the child to. Why? Didn't your mama do that for you? Didn't your father do that for you? Why are you depriving this child from growing? Why? Tell me. Because you so love the child? Why? To me, it doesn't make any practical sense. You want to feed the child forever. You want to wear diaper for the child forever. At some point, you have to potty train the child. Can you just allow these children, allow them grow? Take for instance, eagle. You know how the eagle will just pick and then fly up to the highest and then do what? And then watch. The eagles will have to do what? At some point, survival mode what? And then if the eagle does not do that, how will that baby eagle learn how to fly or even soar high? You know, they derive joy when they soar high. Like, they go to the highest. That's where they derive their joy from. So if you don't allow those children, if you're so overprotective of them, you don't allow them to grow, you have just crippled them. They'll think, okay, why try when mommy can always, why try when daddy can always? So there's no point, you're providing their food allowance, clothes allowance, this allowance, that allowance. The company you have worked so hard to build, you just hand it over to them without making them learn the ropes. No, it will crumble. Allow them to grow. Let them learn. Let them learn. Take responsibility. Stop overprotecting these children. Stop overprotecting these children. How are you doing everything for them? Making decisions for them? How? As young as my girls are, if there's any major decision, I carry them along. I will carry them along. Take for instance, I needed to change their school some time ago, and then I gave them options. I said, oh, this one is this one is this one. And then guess what the other one said? She said, mommy, this one, we don't want Israelite journey. We don't want Israelite journey means that we don't want a school that is too far, because she had calculated it. When her mates are still sleeping, she'll probably have to be awake an hour before them, because she needs to get ready, bathe, eat, dress up, and then join the school bus. Now, joining the school bus requires that each drop, each pick, each drop, each pick, and then they will miss out on the assembly ground. What's the fun of going to school without joining the assembly ground? And then she had calculated all of that and said, no, mommy, we're not doing this one. No. We're not doing this one. I said, why? And then you see, this explanation was what she gave to me. And then she was just 7. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. So are you saying now that? And she said, yes, mommy, we're not going to that. It's quite far. And I said, okay. So which one? And she said, me and my sister, we decided that we were going to go for this one. I'm like, why? She said, because this one is this one. Like, meanwhile, that's the one I actually wanted them to go. But I just wanted them to, be in the decision making. That is me teaching them how to make decision. I want to just make the decision myself, even though I already know what I want, but just to carry them along. Right? Or you want ice cream, I will tell you, okay, ice cream is beautiful, is sweet, is this, is yummy, but it doesn't have quite much health benefits. How about we replace it with yogurt? At first, oh, no, mommy, you gotta say, is it the sweetness or is it the flavor? Which one? And the both. I said, we can introduce it now. Yogurt with strawberry, or yogurt with then sugar. And why not? Is it not to be sweet? We'll make it sweet. So the day I tried it and I frosted, and it came out beautiful. Oh wow, we didn't know. I said, now you know. So they make better and informed decision if they want to have something. So they would have weighed it. If we go to mommy and say, mommy, we want this, mommy will probably say, this is better. So they already know. That's not me just making the decision for them. I have to teach them how to make decisions. Am I protecting them? Yes. But in protecting them, I'm also teaching them I'm not overprotective. Right? I have to teach them how to solve problem. You come to me with your schoolwork and you say, mommy, please can you help me with my assignment? And I look at it. I said, okay. The first question is, were you taught? You say yes. When your teacher, did you understand it when she was teaching you? If you say no, I say, okay, now I know the root of the problem. I'll pick up my phone. I'll send the teacher a message. I say, ma, please, I have a favor I need to ask. Your girl just came back with this assignment and said she doesn't know it. Could you please help me put her through the next time in class? And I want her to come back home to do this assignment right in my presence. I just want her to understand it so that she'll be in the same, frequency with her peers. Why am I doing that? I could have easily just said, okay, you know what? And then we're done. But that will be me depriving her. Because, hello, during exam period, am I going to be the one sitting with you in your exam hall? No. I'm not going to be there with you in your exam hall writing the examination. You have to be able to do what? Understand and be able to write. Because to me, I see exam as it's supposed to be fun. You're coming to write what you've already learned. Like just you've been taught, you understand, right? So let's see. Just come and express yourself. Not that you're going to exam hall and you're shivering. Oh my God. You're having phobia, you're scared. Like, what's happening? That's not how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to go to exam hall and then you write. You see the questions, you write. It may not be exactly how the lecturer or the teacher taught you, but just so that you understand, to be sure that you understood what you were taught and you can apply it, you write it in your own understanding, in your own language. So we have, please, my mathematicians here, all those steps and steps and steps and steps, they might not be the same. But you see the results. The workings may be different, but you see that result, the end results is what is important. So your own different expression, please do it in your exam. So I'm not going to be there. So I don't do their homework for them. I supervise. And I'm sure that, okay, yes, you do well. Yes, you do well. If you don't do it well, I'll call your attention back. Auntie, you missed this digital. Oh yeah, go back. I won't do it for you. I don't do the assignment for them. I don't. The highest I did was to hold their hands when they were young to write so that you can trace it well. You are so overprotective even to the extent where there's this one they call scribbling. You now hold the child's hand and be What then is the essence of the word scribbling? It is for them to do the jaga 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 jaga. That will help them now. Why are you now holding the hands to be? Leave it for them. Let them express themselves. You're overprotective, How will the child learn? How will the child learn? Or is it that you don't want them to tear the book? Should I shock you? You see book tearing. It helps them, in case you don't know. Just the fun of the just speaking. Oh, ripped. It helps them here. Like it does really help them here. Yeah, I understand that, okay, maybe the book's quite expensive, and all of that. And they're oh my God, 5,000 has gone, 10K has gone. And then you're expected to replace the book. But guess what? There's just no way you can't avoid it. They would tear. So maybe what you just do, there are some books that you can tear. You want to tear book, tear. Even play with them, tear the book with them. But you let them know that these ones will no. They understand no. Even from inside the womb, they understand no. It's just that how you apply it is when they understand no. So why is it that they are supposed to be scribbling and you're helping them? No, leave them alone. Let them scribble. You have done your part by helping them, holding their hands to trace the numbers or the alphabets or the lines. Yes. The rest, do what? Let them do it. That way they will learn. So you're solving problem for them and not leaving them to solve them. How will they be able to solve problem later in life? They always call you mommy. Any little mommy, any daddy. How? Handling conflicts. Can you please just allow these siblings handle their conflicts themselves and step in when needed? When you know that, okay, it has gone over and you can now step in. Not any little thing. Hey, no. Allow them. Allow them. Let them handle conflict themselves. Let them learn to. So that when they go outside and face the world, they will be able to handle these things and not calling you every now and then. How are you teaching these younger ones? Because if you do all these things for them, You're just depriving them the opportunity to be responsible. Right? You're providing without teaching them. Good example, give me fish. But you're giving fish, yes. Guess what? You should teach them how to fish so that when you are not there, they will catch the fish themselves. So you're not also always just giving and giving and giving and giving. Teach them how to, so that when you are not there, they'll learn. That is how these younger ones will learn how to do these things. Because if you don't, they won't. They'll think it's okay to just, they'll think it's okay to. So the young person grows older, but not stronger internally, because they've been deprived. They've been deprived. So they're just growing older, but internally they are still babies. They're still babies because you've crippled that part of them. So anytime anything comes up and they are supposed to take responsibility, to them it looks strange. They are like, how am I supposed to do this? How do I solve this? How am I supposed to? Meanwhile, the time you were supposed to allow them, you took that time away from them. So they've grown physically, but inward, they are still babies. Very, very unsure, not capable of doing anything for themselves. Not capable of doing anything for themselves. So I want to believe that none of us grew up in that family where our parents did everything for us. Because I'm sorry, in this Nigeria, you grew up in that kind of environment, in that kind of family. My friend would say, to Jesus be your glory. Young people today see people traveling, people succeeding so fast. People buying houses, cars, acquiring properties and all of that. People becoming famous quickly. And then they think to themselves, if I cannot succeed fast, why try at all? That is where social media comparison has come in. Because they won't show you the back story. It is, they only show you what they want you to see. They won't show you how the struggle has been, how they, get to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty, and all of those, hours of walkings and walkings and walkings and walkings, sleepless night and all of that. So when the result comes out, they'll just show you, oh, and then you on the other end, not knowing what has happened or how many efforts has been put into achieving that. You will not think, oh, that's how it's supposed to be. Oh no, this is. And then you start wondering, how did they achieve it? Oh, it's so beautiful and all of that. Social media has actually lied to a lot of people. I've seen homes being wrecked because of social media. I've seen humans being because of social media. Like I said, social media is not a bad thing, but it is in the way you apply it. It is in the way you see it. How do you see couples that just come out and they're looking all lovey-dovey and all of that, and you think, oh, it's a perfect marriage? You don't want to know the demons they are facing in the home. And then you go, oh, I wish. Please be careful what you wish for, because you have no idea what they are going through. They just come and make appearances, look beautiful and all of that. Are you aware that some of those people are you aware that some of those guys are wife beaters? Are you aware that some of those women are emotional abusers? But they won't tell you this. They will not tell you that. You will not know. So they just come out and just show you, and oh, this is so beautiful. Oh, and it's just so cute together. Yeah, they are. but behind, you don't want to know. So social media, to some people, has done much damage than good, and to some people who are wise, quite, had a better part of it. And so they'll say, if I cannot succeed fast, so why try at all? But then they forget that responsibility requires patience. You have to be patient. Responsibility requires patience. It's not something that it happens just now. No. When you're cooking beans, you have to be sure that, okay, yes, you wait a while for the beans, to be soft. Beans is not Indomie. No. Beans is not Indomie. Oven is not microwave. Oven will take time. Microwave is sharp. Beans will take time. Indomie, that's why it is called instant. In less than 5 minutes, you're done with your noodles. But is it healthy? No. Beans takes time, but is beans healthy? Very, very. Oven. You'll be shocked that the food you made with oven and the one you made with microwave, they're quite different. Oven will take time to cook that meal for you. Microwave, of course, it will heat it, and even all the nutrients that's supposed to be healthy for you, you're supposed to absorb in the food, everything all gone. Responsibility takes patience. But social media promotes speed. It has to be now. Responsibility grows slowly. It grows slowly. And then lack of mentorship. Oh goodness. Please, how many of you grew up with your uncles, aunties, external cousins, lack of mentorship has really deprived a lot of young people the right to even figure out who they are. Because sometimes our parents, you won't really blame them, because they at that point, it is what they know now, Abi. It is what they know. So they only teach you according to what they know, right? But it's until you go outside and you experience a different world, how people do, you see different things, you would learn from other people. If you're just in the comfort of your home, you're just gonna, view things the way it is. You put 6 on this table, I will see it as 9, but you see it as what? 6. Are we all correct? Yes. It's just different points of view. Or you put L on that table, I'll see it as L, but you see it as what? 7. Right? So your parents knew differently, but then another person will also do what? Know differently. So mentorship, you learn from this person, you learn from this person, you learn from this person. So if you're not open to, that I'm a very good cook today, I did not learn cooking from my mom. I bet you I did not learn cooking from my late mother. I didn't. Guess who I learned cooking from? I learned it from my late aunt. Yeah. I learned it from she taught me how to cook. At 7 years old, I was already making fried rice. And when I make like this, the whole house. No, my goodness. Everywhere, Marama, my brother. I didn't learn it from my mom. I didn't. It was from my aunt. And how did I? One of these days I went for holidays. I saw her cooking. I was like, Aunt, I would like to. Oh, yeah, you would? Yes. And then she taught me. Christmas, she would, because of me, teach how to make. And that was how I learned how to. I learned how to cook from her. I learned how to bake from her. My brother is a professional baker. He didn't learn it from my mom. He didn't. He learned it from my aunt. We learned some other things from our mom, but you see that's, kitchen parts. My mom is a fantastic cook, but she doesn't care whether you enter kitchen or you don't enter kitchen. You'll be alright. But we took that interest right from when we were young. And then she just ship us, oh yeah, go to your aunt. And then my aunt taught us how to cook. That I cook today so well, all thanks to my late aunt. The first courage I ever had to blow banger, like kids will say, was my uncle, who gave me liver to hold, and then the thing is how now? It was my uncle. He gave me that courage. I saw him, they were like, how could this thing will explode? He said, no, don't worry, I'll teach you. You like it? I said, yes. And then he bought and then showed me how to. Does my mom have that kind of a time? She doesn't. She doesn't have that kind of a time. I only don't go and enjoy yourself. Don't go and hurt yourself and come back. If you want to play, knock yourself out. But don't come back to my house with injury. If not, she will nurse that injury for you. You will be nursed. Next time, you'll be careful with yourself not to get hurt. She won't beat you, but she will take her time and, disinfect that, nurse you till your brain resets. So I knew well not to play rough play as a lady that so I a lot of things I learned from other people. A lot of things I learned from other people. Apprenticeship system. Some parents don't want to enroll their kids, to go learn. Please, why not? To whatever level of academy my children wants to attain in life, please go ahead. But one thing is certain: if AI is taking over the whole thing, no wahala. If you like, have the whole computer, ChatGPT, AI in your head. You see, something that you can do with your hands that can earn you money, you will sure learn it. That one is standard in my house. You will learn it. You will learn to either make hair, you will learn to either sew, you will learn something, you will learn it. Because I have a couple of businesses that I'm going to be, and who am I going to leave them with? You have to be the one now. I have to pass on the business to you. So before I'll be able to say, okay, yes, this one, I'm passing this one to you for my fashion business, my salon business, my food business, my real estate business, or this one or this one. You have to know it. You have to have learnt it. You have to be good at it. So that when I'm passing it on my old age, I know that yes, I'm leaving something for you to leave also for your children, but also because I know that you are well equipped in that area. So I'm sure that you will handle it well. Why would you just stay in the house during holidays and you're not learning anything? I don't understand. You finish your SS, so that period of 1 year, what are you doing in my house? What are you doing in my house? You're just sleeping and waking and eating my food? As how? No, you will get out of my house and go and learn a skill. Yeah, you will learn a skill. I don't understand. No, you will learn a skill. You will. I will make sure that I set you up for that. I've heard of ladies who, all through their university days, they didn't really have much, so all they had to live on was either they are baking, or they are making hair, or they are sewing, I mean, All those little money. I know how student can be. No student will student will eat. Student will make hair. Student will do party. You will beg for them. Abi, now. So they do all these little things to earn more money. Why? Because they learned those things, and that is where responsibility comes in. So you're just going to provide everything for them and not? No. Apprenticeship. And I love the Yorubas for this. Oh, they are very, very good at this. Pikin never reach, say, 5, 6, 10 years. They don't go and learn mechanic. Go and learn how to sew. Go and learn how to make hair. You shall must learn what? Something. You must learn something. As beautiful as education is, as much as they love education, you see this skill? No, Yorubas, they don't play with it. And the Igbos, oh my God, my boy. Goodness gracious Lord. They will set you up for 7 years to serve one particular oga. And when you're done serving the oga will set you up. And you have your own business. What are you teaching them? Village correction structure. Are you that kind of a child who causes trouble in the community or in the environment? Or maybe you went to steal, so help you Lord, and you were caught. Before you even get to your mother's house or to your father's house, oh, Jehovah is Lord. This one is beating you and passing you on to the next. That one is beating you and passing you on to the... Before you get to your father's house, you would have collected the beating of your life, and then your father or your mother will now seal it. You would know that next time. And the shame of it will not even want you to even try that again. You would have learned what? You would have learned your lesson. But in this, a lot of times I wonder what this, you see Gen Z, let's just leave them like that. You see these ones called Gen Alphas. If we the millennials, some of the millennials giving birth to the Gen Alphas, if we don't go back to the way we were trained and to train, there will be problem. When they complain say Gen Z. Wait, Gen Alphas, they are what? They are coming. If we don't do what we ought to do now, God will help us. So today, young people grow up alone emotionally. They grow up being guided by internet voice. They grow up learning from peers instead of mentors. That is a very, very big disaster. So when we say they are shying away from responsibility, let's just take it back. What caused it? Because why? Did we teach them well? Because if you teach these children well, they will learn. So without mentorship, direction becomes confusion. Without mentorship, direction becomes confusion. And then fear of adulthood pressure. There is this song I used to run one time like that. Da 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 da. And after the adulthood, nah, scam. When you think of paying bills, when you think of family support, and especially in Africa when we have black tax, when you think of making some hardcore decisions, when you think of handling disappointment, when you think of leading others, God, you're like, where do I even start from? Like the doctor said, he said, many people who didn't make it through doctor's school, right? It wasn't because they were not intelligent or something. Daddy, I don't tire. My friend will say, Ike Guru, that his power has finished. I'm tired. Yoruba was able to be Yoju. This one is what they call alubarika. I cannot come and kill myself. Not because they were not intelligent, but they were just tired. They were just tired. When you think of paying bills, please, you know this building, they don't, bills not they finish you.
I'm telling you.
Bills not they finish.
They increase.
Bills upon bills upon bills. You thought, okay, maybe you finish something, and then another one come, just pop, pop, pop. Before your salary even comes, bills pop, 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 pop. So by the time the salary comes, there be piang, 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 panang, 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 panang. How now?
Credit 20 debits.
How now? And on top of that, someone is calling for support. Oh, please, can you help me with this? Oh, please, can you help me with that? And all of that. And you still have to. Or you're making a decision. Should I not? If I make a decision, how will it affect this person? How will I? How? Or you're thinking of, hope I'm not going to disappoint this person. How am I going to? In such a way that I will not disappoint them. Because expectations quite high. Or they put you in the midst of people, very wonderful set of people, and they expect you to lead them. And this, human beings can be very, very, you can lead animals though. They will align. But human beings, oh goodness gracious. When you think of all of that, you're like, so some of them just avoid responsibility completely. They just want to, you know what? I'm not cut out for this. Please, 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 please. I cannot scan. I just cannot. And then they just so they avoid it completely. And then they will say, stress instead of strength. When they're hearing strength, to them they're hearing stress. But in the real sense, it is strength. Because they're saying stress. Avoiding responsibility will make you think that, strength is stress. So they'll think, they can delay it. Let me just delay it a bit. I'll catch up later. Eronio, you are not catching up anything later. You have to do it, or you have to do it. There are no shortcuts. You just have to do it. You just have to do it. So responsibility is heavy only at the beginning. But later it becomes honor. Later it becomes honor. Our older folks, they knew this way before. They knew this way before. They built things, put structures, system in place and all of that helped them. Now, we hear names like Folorunsho Alakija, Tony Elumelu, and the likes. Did you think it was just one day for them? No. They started. I was privileged to work with Folorunsho Alakija, and I heard her story. Different from what other people would say, people will talk. People talk. It's okay. Talk is cheap, let them talk. But when Mama told us her story herself, I was in her office today and she was just gisting us, and I was like, I was shocked. And I said to myself, wow, at this early age. And then look at her now. The name has been we don't get to hear the names of our kids, but you see that name. That name. That is the name we all know. That's the name we all hear. Nobody hears of Kola. Nobody. But it's that name we hear of. At first, responsibility was heavy on her. But guess what? In the end, that name is honorable. Likewise, other people. That is honorable. I don't even want to enter into, economic hardship and the uncertainty. Like, in a place like Nigeria and many other developed, societies where jobs are unstable, inflation is high. How much is fuel now? Please, can someone help me again? The last I bought, there was a time I bought it 1.6. Yeah. I bought 1.6, and then I think 2 days ago or 3 days ago I bought 125 thereabouts. Some people are selling 1.3 something. Some, I think it depends on, I don't know. Fuel price, and then of course it affects every other thing. Nobody will fight battle, but opportunities are so competitive, right? So young people begin to think, even the responsible people are struggling. How much money? They don't even want to try because they see that, this fuel thing is affecting both the poor and the rich, right? And some companies are just trying to just hold it down together and all of that. And they'll say to themselves, if these people that are even at least they've gone ahead of us are struggling, trying to, who am I? So they just, what? There's no motivation. They don't even want to because they are tired. They don't even know where to start from. Like, where do I even start from? How do I even start? There's no zeal, no joy to even say, okay, let me even try. Let me try. So they ask, what's the point of trying? What's the point of trying? And then this produce avoidance behavior. You just see them just, and absence of identity and purpose. A person without purpose avoid responsibility naturally. Miles Moore will say that when the purpose of a thing is not known, most definitely abuse is inevitable. So a person without purpose, a person without a clear vision, will avoid responsibility naturally, because responsibility answers a lot of questions. Who am I becoming? When identity is unclear. When someone says you're a giant, and even you yourself, you don't know that you're a giant, that's a problem. When someone says to you, your father is Dangote, and you yourself, you don't even know that your father is Dangote, you don't even know that you have his DNA in you, that's a big trouble. Big problem. Anyhow, somebody will just come and just toss you up and down because you yourself, you don't even know who your father is. You don't know your identity. Misplaced identity. You can't boldly say, oh, this is who my father is. I know your identity comes from your your identity comes from your father, from your name, from your father's name. Back then, when a man goes to maybe meets, you want to go ask for a girl's hand in marriage, and then you go to the girl's compound, and then you meet the father of the child, and you say, oh sir, I came here to see, or might not even be because you're going to ask for a girl's hand in marriage, maybe you're just going to visit your friend. The first person to ask you, hi, how are you? After you have finished dobalen and greeting, they say, hi, how are you? Where are you from? Who is your father? That is the first question they will ask you. Who is your father? They want to trace the roots of. Because back then, thank God we have an elderly woman here who would bear me witness. Back then, for you to be able to marry someone, there are procedures you have to, right? The investigation, you won't even know that they are investigating your family. You will not know. They will send people to go investigate that family anonymously. They want to know the history of the family. If there is some skoin in the family lineage, if there is some klepto in the family lineage, they just want to know so that they will be sure that okay, we are handing our daughter over to this family. Our daughter is safe, right? So the question is, who is your father? Who is your daddy? Who be your papa? That is where it comes from. That's where your identity comes from. That's where your identity comes from. So when you don't know who you are, when you don't know your roots, that's a problem. How do you find a child who doesn't even know where he or she is from? Right? You're about to say me on the Wamoti Wala. As a then, when you have tribal mark, there's some family with a particular kind of tribal mark. You can trace these people with, you can say, oh, this mark is from so lineage, So how do you even start looking for a child with smooth face like mine, with gorimapa like me? No tribal. How you won't find the papa or the mama of the pecan? How? Especially when the child doesn't even know how to talk. The other day I was asking my daughter, do you know my phone number? She said yes. I said, oh yeah. She missed 2 digits. I said, you will not try this again. Oh yeah. My 2 lines. I wrote it out. Start cramming now. Instantly. I gave her just 3 hours. She came back to me. The both numbers. Everything. Because God forbid anything happens. They want to reach your mom. And you don't know your mother's number. How do I ever start? Hey, God, I'm big. So you see that identity thing. Oh my goodness, a lot have missed it. They don't know the identity. They don't know the identity. When your identity is unclear, direction becomes weak. When identity is unclear, commitment becomes difficult. I spoke a little about family background and factors. Truly, family structure shape responsibility deeply, because even the good book says that train up a child in the way he should grow, so that when the child grows. Hello, are you always going to be there? I love Yoruba culture a lot though. When you are leaving the house to anywhere, if you're traveling or you're going to school or you're going to your husband's house or whatever, the mother or the father will tell you, Alayewa, not your wenity. Thank you. Remember who your father is. You see the identity thing? You don't want to bring shame to your family. You don't want to bring shame to your lineage. You don't want to bring shame to your lineage. So they will always remind you, guy, give yourself brain, know where you are from, know who your father is, know your lineage, and be guided accordingly. Because when you don't know your identity, a lot just happens. So you see that family background, it shapes responsibility deeply. They shy away from responsibility now because they were not well brought up. They'll say charity begins at home. Oh yes, I agree. Charity begins at home. When you walk on the street and a child just passes you and can't even say good morning, ma, or good morning, sir. Oh goodness. I remember when we were growing up, we could greet the chicken, we could greet the goats. We will greet. Not because our mom said you have to greet. We saw her greeting. It was a culture. Everybody, good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon. Right? I grew up that way. I will greet you. Whether I know you or not. Whether we just finished quarreling or not. I will greet you. I will greet you. Same thing with my children, they will greet. Because they see their mom doing it. And then you walk on the street and then a child just walk past you. Or you just get into a place and a child just coming and just is standing, just looking at you. The highest the child could do is maybe smile.
I want your hair.
Thank you.
That's what they will say. It's all pretty.
At least that's even a compliment. Some children will just stand and look at you like this. You know, no courtesy, nothing. They just, hello. I'm not saying you should greet me because I'm your mother or your father, but courtesy demand. It's a culture thing. Even if you don't know, or if you're unsure if it is morning, afternoon, or night, you say, oh, hello, ma. Hello, sir. It's another way of greeting. But some children will just stand and just, even stand over your head. And you're talking to them, you're looking at you. How did we get here? That we have children that we cannot even... you have to... Can't you greet? Say good morning, ma. By default, the child is supposed to know that, okay, you see someone, you greet. But no, I am sorry. It is not like that. It is not like that. It is not like that. Homes where children were not trusted, that one is another factor. Some parents say, you are too young to understand. Too young to understand what? There are some conversations you should have with them at age appropriate. Like, okay, a child is this age, you're supposed to. So there's this conversation we're having yesterday, I and my cousin at home, and then I'm sure maybe a couple of you would have seen it online, and it's about a guy who raped the younger sister, and from that the girl got pregnant and gave birth to a son. And because the parents were, of course, into the political world and all of that, they didn't want the scandal, so they took the girl to Canada, and then the girl gave birth. They left her there and brought the child, what happens to be a boy, brought him back, right? And now the child grew up. So everyone thinking that, oh, this child is actually the son of the parent, not knowing that it was a product of a rape between the brother and the sister. And now this guy who raped the sister has grown. And then this lady he wants to get married to, they've been for 2 years and about to get married, they're planning the wedding and all of that. So according to the lady, she says that whenever she reaches out to her sister-in-law to be, when you say the more you see, the more you see, the more you look, the less you see, is what the girl is giving this lady. Of course, I'm going to be welcomed into the family. I might as well just be your friend. Let's just be friends, at this early stage, get to know ourselves and all of that, But whenever she says hello to the girl, it takes the girl like forever to even say hi, just one words, all those, how ladies can be, and all of that. And so she was like, okay, maybe let's not force it. So she allowed the girl, and out of the blue, the girl just sent her a message: are you free to talk? You'll be happy now that someone have been trying to, even if you are not free to talk, you will make way, you will make room. She said yes. Then the girl called and she picked up the phone, and then the first thing the girl said, are you aware that the guy you are about to marry is a rapist? And she said to her that, I didn't think I was going to say this to you because as at then you guys were just dating. But now that marriage is setting in, I think I should let you know that, are you aware that this guy is a rapist? Are you aware that the boy you think is his younger brother is actually a product of the rape of 16 years ago or whatever? At that point, Gen Zs will say, everywhere first blow. At that time, she just could not. And then she started calling this guy. This guy didn't pick up the phone. So she has a very good relationship with her mother-in-law to be. She called her and she said, "Ma, you are home?" She said yes. She went to the house. Say, Mama, please, I want to ask you a question and I need sincere answer. Please, can you just tell me the truth? Should I call? What is it? Tell me. And then she asks, Ma, is it true that your son raped your daughter? It was a response for me. And then she said, hey, boys will always be boys now. This lady said she got up and just left. She didn't say a word because she wasn't expecting that kind of response. And then finally the guy picked up his phone and she was like, babe, I want to ask you a question and I need nothing but the truth. He said, okay, what is it? He said, your sister said you raped her. Is it true? And the guy was quiet for a while. The girl said to her, I am going to be on this call until you give me an answer. I'm not dropping this call. And the next thing said, hey, it was a mistake now. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I did a mistake and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What else do you want me to say? I said I'm sorry. And then he just, he ended the call. And the girl was like, now the issue is, because she's almost 40, she spoke with her mom and her sister. And now those ones are like, oh, you're almost 40 and you can, look past and this. What are we doing? What are we doing? How irresponsible. What are we doing? What are we trying to, what kind of legacy are we passing on to these younger ones? That it is okay to just do anything and just get away with it? Or it is okay to just do anyhow and just say I'm sorry and you think I'm sorry will fix it? No. I'm sorry doesn't fix a broken egg. Once it drops, it drops. So you'd better be careful handling that egg and not even allow it drop in the first place. It's a whole lot of mess we see. And then my late father will always say a good child is a good adult. A responsible child is a responsible adult. A wayward child is a wayward adult. There's a way he says it in my language. So I'm just trying to, put it in English so you understand. If a child is well trained at this early stage, at their formative age, be rest assured that you don't even need to police them. They will know the right thing to do when they're of age. What you're saying, you don't understand. You're too young to understand. No, they are not too young to understand. Age appropriate. There are ways you can communicate these things to them. And they will get it for each stage. Yes, they will get it. But if you think because they are too young, they won't understand. No, you are shooting yourself in the leg because you will be shocked at the things that these kids can take in. The kind of information and how they will understand these things if you actually if you take your time to explain it to them. If you cannot teach a child, if you cannot teach someone something like you would a 5-year-old, then you're not qualified to. So you should be able to, come down to their level and teach them. So you don't tell them, oh, you're too young to understand. You're too young to understand what? Too young to understand how to be responsible for your actions? Or too young to understand that there are consequences for every actions? If you don't teach them, they will just think it is okay, They just think it is okay. Before the 10 Commandments came, people were just doing anyhow. So it was when the law was introduced, was when people knew that, oh, okay, this is actually wrong. But when there's no law, So if you don't teach them, if you don't let them understand, if you don't explain to them, they won't get it. So they'll just grow, just, anyhow, anyway, So you don't say they are too young. No. How old are they? Check it. How can I explain something to a 7-year-old child? The other day, my daughter came to me and said, Mommy, is it okay for someone to touch your lap? I said, no, ma. It's not okay for someone to touch your laps. I said, from here down to your knee, your private part, nobody is what? Allowed to touch. Not a man, not a woman. How old is she? She's 6. Does she understand? Oh, yes. Because I have taught them. Anybody touches you, this is what you should do. I have told them. As a matter of fact, I have to teach them. If someone does anything and tells you, don't tell your mom, that is the more reason why you should tell your mommy. Because if the thing was good, the person will not tell you, don't tell your mommy. It's because the thing is bad. That is why they are telling you not to tell your mommy. And if you don't tell your mommy, that means you're also a part of it. You have to teach them these things. Because if you don't, oh my God, it's a ticking time bomb. When you say they are too young to understand, how would they then learn? How would they then learn? Or it's a case of, I'm not capable. When you make a child, feel like, what are you doing? Is this how your mates do it? Why? Why would you do that to a child? No one child is the same. No one child is the same. Everyone is unique in their own ways. You don't compare another child with yours. You don't do that. So the child will grow into an adulthood avoiding leadership, thinking, after all, should be say this one is better. That's where, low self-esteem sets in, It's just a whole lot. Just a whole lot. And then this avoidance behavior, is just hovering. They don't want to because, you've made them, feel like you cannot. Or homes where children carry too much responsibility at early stage. We call it black task. A child growing up who doesn't even remember what her 10-year-old was like being a child. That's trouble. Who doesn't even remember what childhood is supposed to be like? And then surprisingly, this is, they just make it look like it's the norm, which is not supposed to be. A child taking care of another child when the child is supposed to be taken care of. Or raising siblings early and then avoiding financial, this just too much. Growing up at early age, you're taking responsibility, you're cooking, you're cleaning, which is not a bad thing, but at time appropriate. I don't expect my 6-year-old child to be cooking. Even me at 7, I was dog-headed because it was more like I have to or I have to. But I had someone there with me. But there are some cases where these children are just left alone all by themselves to fend for themselves. And then they have to start learning how to, do things themselves, have to take care of the younger ones, and all of that at early age. They're already, doing buying and selling, making money. And then you now expect that the child should be bringing money back home. Who born you well? Say you carry 10 naira enter house. Give account how you take see this money. You're in trouble. Oh. You are in big soup of pots. You will tell my mom where you got that money from. Even when I grew up and I started making, like, she knew what I was doing. She was like, where did you get this one from? Oh, mommy, I bought it. With which money? I said, hey, mommy, I'm not 6 years old. I'm not 10 years old. I'm not even 15 years. I'm not 18, no. She like, because that was how I grew up. I cannot bring anything into the house. As little as pencil or ruler from school, and she sees it in my bag. You will answer query. Where you see am from? Who get am? Who give you? You no get your own. Like, she would literally be asking you this in my language, oh. So you have to be answering. So help you God, oh. So help you God. So help you God. If not, the next day she's escorting you to school. Standard, she's going to school with you. So that taught us that you cannot take what is not your own. So growing up, she would ask me, where did you get this money from? How did you get this money? She will answer now. But some parents know it's okay, wherever you get the money, they will even help you to spend the money without asking you where or how you got this money. Raising siblings early, providing financially too young, losing childhood too soon, and later in life they say, I am tired. They are tired. And then they start withdrawing from responsibility because the weight has long been too much for them to carry. And at that point, the society will now tag them, oh, this one, heartless child, he doesn't have pity. Start saying all sorts of things. When in the real sense, it's not really the child's fault or the person's fault, because the person is tired. How are you carrying a responsibility or a load that you're not supposed to, all by yourself, at a very tender age? It's like tying a chain around your neck, and that chain is clipped to a container. You know how heavy a container can be? And then inside that container, we have rocks in it, and you expect that child will move. It's okay for the child to be tired. It's okay for the child to be tired. That doesn't make the child a bad child, but that responsibility at that time wasn't age appropriate. It wasn't age appropriate. So when we as adults, we don't take responsibility and teach these children when to, then that's a problem. And then we always blame everything on government. Home without structure. No rules, no routines, no accountability. You wake up in the morning, just do anyhow. So like, if you like, brush your teeth. If you like, take a bit. There's food, you will chop. Sit in front of the screen from morning till night. You're not picking up your books to read, cleaning up or, putting the whole house in order. It's just anyhow. They'll grow up anyhow. But when you let them know that, hey, ground rules, you wake up in the morning, you brush, you bake, you sweep, or whatever thing you want them to do, eat, you just set these things in place. They will get it, they will work with it, because they don't have a choice. Do they? No. So home without structure also, encourages people not taking responsibility, because they will just feel like, it's okay. Can just do anyhow. Mama won't talk, daddy won't talk, nobody will complain, they just do as they like. And then the child never learns discipline. Responsibility grows inside structure. Responsibility grows inside structures. Or homes where there is so much harsh criticism, you always fail. You are not serious. You cannot do anything right. When you telling kids such things, you're just you're breaking them inside. You're breaking them inside. So those words create fear of responsibility later on in life. Because when they hear you're never serious, you can't do anything right, you're a failure, you're this, you're that, you're just using your mouth to create that aspect of their life. And then they will grow up to be that way. But if you use your mouth to shape their life in a positive way, they will grow up to be that way. When you encourage them, even when they fail, and let them know that, see, failure is, it's okay to fail. It is okay to fail. You try again and you learn. You get better at it. So they will know that, okay, if I fail, it's not the end of the world. It's not a death sentence. So they'll have the courage to want to. Not that you use your mouth and just wash them, and then you destroy the child, and then you expect that the child will. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. Personal traits that makes responsibility difficult. Some internal struggle affect responsibility growth, like low self-esteem. They think I'm not good enough, so they avoid leadership roles. Fear of judgment. They worry about what will people say, what will my friends think of me, how will my mistake look. So they remain passive. They remain passive. And then lack of discipline habits. Responsibility, I would say, grows from habits like waking up early in the morning, as simple as keeping your promise. I will come at so time, and you are there at that same time. If you have an appointment with someone and you're to be there for 7 a.m. or 7 p.m., please be there for 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. That shows responsibility. That shows you have regard for the person's time. That shows you have regard for your own self and your integrity. So that you get there late, you're not even calling ahead to send in words, oh, I'm sorry, I am running late. And then you just walk in, and how? That doesn't show any sign of responsibility at all. So these little habits, waking up early in the morning, keeping your promise, meeting deadlines, finishing tasks, without these habits, responsibility feels overwhelming. They really feel overwhelming. So in conclusion, I want to say that responsibility is not a burden. It is not. Responsibility is not a burden. It has never been a burden. It is a bridge between potential and achievement, dream and reality, youth and leadership. And I would say to us that the future does not belong to the most talented. No. The future belongs to the most responsible. I'll say that again. The future does not belong to the most talented. The future belongs to the most responsible. And so, that will be my final statement for today. And at this point, I'm just going to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you so very, very much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
That was a beautiful speech. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you again to the School of Eloquence, to Mr. Dean, to the Dean, Mr. Obong Essen, our Mr. Nigerian's motivator, and the one and only certified speaking professional in the whole of West Africa. It's not an easy feat, and thank you for trying out this first attempt in Nigeria in World Guinness record breaking. So today I would like to introduce myself. I would like you to know me. My name is Miss Esther Chinazipe Rokori. I'm a financial advisor.
and I'm also an insurance and real estate consultant. And again, I'm a pension and tax rebates expert. Today, I'll be talking about women. And the last time I was here, I spoke about women, so you can always call me a woman advocate. Now, my topic today says female leadership in religious and civic organization. We're looking at women's role in these religious and civic communities. And again, we're going to be, exploring how this natural female leadership role, these their skills, how they use it in the church, in the mosque, and in the communities. How can we channel it to better our economy, to a broader societal and economic impact? Now, first of all, I would like to paint a picture, or I'd like to take us back to a picture that we all know. Before now, whenever we heard about a religious leader, always what comes to our mind is a priest, someone in a cassock or in an agbada. Maybe we're talking about the Muslims. And whenever we hear about a community leader, what comes to our mind is a male ballet or a chief. But the truth is that we have been looking at half of the picture all these years, and this narrative is changing, and most people are not aware. Now, when you look at this narrative changing, you hear the bustling sound from Onitsha Main Market down to the Lorin Mosque, and from there you come to Lagos, the mega churches in Lagos, to the choir prayer groups in Maiduguri. You would notice something. There is a sound that is different from the sound that we've been hearing all these years. It's the voice of the woman. It's everywhere. You will hear it. And permit me to say this. Yes, it's a radical, but it's an ancient truth. Women, we are the organic leaders of faith and community in Nigeria. Yes. The truth of the matter is that we've been leading from behind, and that has made it look like, oh, it's just the male figure that we keep seeing. So when you talk about that women are the organic leaders of Nigeria, it means that it is inborn, it's natural to us. We don't need to fake it, we don't need to learn it. We have already learned it from the mosque, from the church. The community has instilled it into us. All right. And I would argue that the same skill that a woman uses to, be a leader in a female group in the church or in the mosque, the same skill you use as a children teacher to raise children, the same skill you use as a maybe an usher leader, a choir mistress, or you are the head of sanctuary in different places in the church that you're heading. That same exact skill is what is needed to fix Nigeria. That same skill is what is needed to heal our politics. That same skill is what is needed to rebuild our nation. Now, let us look at the reality. Women of faith, whether you're in the church or in the mosque, we're going to just be looking at it now. Before now, they celebrate the male pastors or the reverends, maybe for their birthdays. You often see how loud it is. Everybody shouting, Papa, Papa this, Papa that, including me. I do that as well. But when it comes to the women, we notice it's not that loud. It's a fact. But now the truth is, who makes sure that the choir rehearses? Who goes to visit the sick by 2 a.m.? Who teaches the children on a Sunday school? For me, all my children teachers, they were all female. In fact, men don't even see it as a role that they can undertake. Currently, in my church, the male children teacher there is just there like a patron, financial supporter. Who are those laboring over the children? It's the females. Now, I'm trying to paint a picture for you, but who are those celebrated? The men. Now, if you go to the mosque, the imam leads the prayers. Am I correct? But currently, if you notice something, you begin to hear women lead prayers now in the mosque. The narrative is changing. Many people are not noticing. There was a day I was walking past and I was hearing You know, these their early morning prayers, even on a Sunday. I was like, is this not the voice of a woman? So the narrative is just changing, but a lot of people are not noticing it. Now, but before now, who teaches the young woman in the mosque the Quran? Is the woman. The Alhajas, the Malamas, that's what they are called. We have cultural restrictions that stop women from, coming out to pray in the mosque, unlike what we have in the churches. Now, we have a woman like Hajia Aisha Lemo. She's one of the women that brought about the Islamic Education Trust. Now, because she wanted to make sure that women had education, and she didn't just stop there. She co-founded the Form 1, which is the Federation of Muslim Women's Association of Nigeria, just to make sure that there is an inclusion, the voice of women is heard. Now, again, we also have a woman like Dr. Aisha, this woman, Dr. Aisha Lemo, yes. She's also a woman that brought about the human rights for women in Nigeria. Yes, she also brought about the women in Nigeria. And you know that a lot of women has been marginalized, some have been sexually abused, a lot of things happen, and women cannot speak up because of cultural restrictions, especially with our Islamic sect. But women like this has brought out a way that women can always speak up. You will see women. I'm going to tell us a story. While I was in the university, there was this group of people that came to us, and that was my that was my third year. Yes, that was 2013. And this they came and they were beckoning both the boys and the girls that they wanted to teach us about how to the women and the men living together as husband and wife. You don't underrate the role of a woman. You as a man don't underrate, And the good thing that attracted us, first of all, is that they said they were going to pay us 2005 for every time we attended that training. That was the peanut. That was a freebie. But it was there I got to realize that a woman who didn't even have a job, I mean a non-titled job, that goes out every morning to the office, does more work than a man that leaves the house every day to work. They broke it down. Like, it is this group of people that came to make us understand. They were not feminists. They were not trying to tell us equality. They were trying to create a balance. They were trying to tell you that a woman can be this and this. You don't look down on her because she doesn't have a work that pays her a particular salary. But remember that all over the world, globally, women, we do 75% of caregiving, and it is not paid for. So you can imagine that when they started analyzing this, it took me back to one of my aunties, and her husband said she will not work, and every time my auntie would have to collect money for everything she wants to buy from the husband. Even today, saying that then it was the time of the month, and I told my aunt I needed the sanitary pad. She said, you didn't tell me early. I've collected money from your uncle already. The man is my uncle, my mother's brother. So, and let me see if there is a way I could reduce what I want to buy so that I could. Now, along the line, we saw there were a lot of issues. But when I sat myself down in that training that they were giving both the male and the female, I began to itemize everything that my aunt was doing at home. And she didn't have a moment of rest. She wakes up early, even before the husband, prepares what the husband will take to work, prepares the children, and by the time they go, she's doing the laundry, she's trying to make food for afternoon. By the time, she keeps walking around the clock, and it never stops. So now, women like Dr. Aisha Imam has brought about a human rights activist group that would make sure that women's rights are talked about. Women's rights are not trampled. A woman is not abused, to make sure that there is this equilibrium when it comes to women and men. But today we are trying to narrow that responsibilities, the leadership of the women in faith. We're trying to look at them from the church and the mosque, and then move it to to the community. You would agree with me that women, we don't lead by force, we lead through influence. That is who a woman is. No wonder God decided to give us the womb, because he knows that we are patient enough. You give us a sperm, we give you children, we multiply it. Anything you give to us is what we multiply. So instead of a woman being so harsh, no. We have different ways. We can lead from the sideways, we can lead from the upward, we can lead downward. That is no weakness. That is strategic power. A woman has a strategic power, and she knows when to use it, how to use it, when not to speak, when to use her eyes. Last speaker was talking about how her mom usually uses eyes to communicate. You know what to do per time, and that was how it was for every one of us. You come into the room and my mom will do it like this. You already know what that eye means. She doesn't need to talk, and that's how she is. That's how most of us grew up. And coming to the Sunday school, oh God, my mom didn't let me leave children class till after my secondary school. You could ask me why. I would do the recitations, I will memorize the Bible quotations, I will do draw your sword, I will answer the questions. And where were the brothers? Where were the guys? Where were the men? They were not training us, right? They were just, give them money, go to church and the rest. But these mothers, these female leaders, they were there trying to instill the discipline in us. Now, this leadership skills is a natural toolkit. It is born in the sanctuary. It is not a tool that you can say, oh, I learned it from the school, or no, from the sanctuary. You will get, it is inborn in a woman, right? And I would like to, expatiate it using 4 bullet points about how this natural skill can transcend into, economic, societal impact. Number 1 is resource optimization. The second one is emotional intelligence. The third is grit and endurance. Grit is GRIT. And the fourth is network weaving. Remember that my topic is about female leadership in faith and community organization. We're looking at how women naturally can use these their powerful skills and diversify it, and it will build something beautiful. Now, when we talk about resource optimization, just leave it for a woman. When we're growing up, you can see how when there is no food in the house, a woman can just take 500 naira and go to buy mama put. Because if I use this money to cook, it might not bring anything. And that mama put will share it between 5 children, and everyone will eat, and they are satisfied. A woman knows how to create more from less. A woman knows how to create abundance from scarcity. A woman knows how to multiply whatever you put in her hands. I would like to use this woman to give us an illustration of what I mean by resource optimization. When we talk about a woman like Archbishop Margaret Benson Idahosa, her husband died in 1998, which is who was Archbishop Andrew Idahosa, and left her with the Church of God Missions International. We are aware of this man, right? And we know that they had branches in Nigeria and in Ghana, but currently they already have churches in Africa, in North America, in Europe, in Asia, under the leadership of a woman. Women, we are very resourceful. We don't just leave things the way you gave it to us. Another woman I want to look at is Mary Celeste. This woman came down all the way to Nigeria. And don't forget that it was a period when Africa is seen as the burial ground of the white man. What do I mean? The mosquitoes, they'll suck you and they'll die. But it didn't deter this woman from making her way down to Calabar region of Nigeria. There she was able to stop the killing of twins. How? by adopting these twins to herself. And now, the question I kept asking myself was, the thousands of twins, the triplets she was adopting, how was she able to feed them? This woman was resourceful enough to cater for these twins, made sure they survived, tended to them when they are sick. That is a woman of resource. She was able to utilize whatever means that came to her, to produce. She didn't have an excuse to say, oh, this is why these children would die in my hands. Aside from doing that, Mary Celeste was also able to open the Hope Wadal Institute for vocational training. That was where she was able to train both the female and the male young ones in knowing a lot of things they know today in Calabar. And that was why they were able to confer upon her the Queen of Okoyong, because that was where she was. This woman was able to learn the Efik language so that she can be able to communicate with the inhabitants of Efik, inhabitants of Calabar very well. She was able to stop even the killing of the wives of the chiefs. This culture where if the chief dies, they will kill the wife along. She was able to stop all these things. That shows how resourceful a woman can be. And how do you think she was able to build that Hope Wadal Institute? Is by being resourceful. In our community right now, in the civic world, we can say she can be a minister of finance, or she can be in local government council. So if we have women of faith in these positions, no more will we be hearing, oh, the budget was not enough, we need to reassign budgets. So it means our budgets will be enough, because once the budget has been assigned, a woman of faith would make sure that for the purpose why that budget is released, it's going to be actualized. Okay? And again, I'll be talking about emotional intelligence as another toolkit that a woman has that makes her stand out, a woman of faith. Remember, we're not just talking about any kind of woman. We're talking about a woman of faith. A woman of faith is a woman that has emotional intelligence. Most times after church service, in the vestry, or after the Jumat prayers, you often see women, they gather behind the church or behind the mosque. And what do? There? They listen to broken marriages. They listen to people's problems. They listen to job losses. They listen to, people that have health issues, health scares. They know when to rebuke. They know when to tell you, to hug you. They know when to advise. They know when to send emissaries. They know when to send other females to say, go to her home, help her out. That is, a woman has emotional intelligence to be positive about her own emotions and also influence other people positively to make sure that things go as it's supposed to. I have a woman, I'll give you an instance with, is Pastor Ibukun Awoshika. She was the first female CEO of the First Bank, and she told us her story of how in the hall where she's the only one. Remember the last time I was here, I was talking about having the only one phenomenon of having a woman at the C-suite level of 8, where you come in, everybody is a man. Everybody is male, and it's just you, the woman. It's so intimidating. You would not even know if you're living for yourself, or you're living for other females that you're trying to represent, or you're living for the men because you don't want to offend them by what you say. And most of them are way older than her. You saw what she said. She said she had to, humble herself, go down, tell them that she's here to learn from them. She didn't come to say, oh, finally I got this position because of my intellectual abilities, because of the years I've spent here. No. She said she threw those things away, and she was able to humble herself, and that was what gave her a smooth sail, because those people were there before her and they were able to direct her when she could have made mistake. Why? Because she had emotional intelligence to know that this is a terrain I need to play in humility. I want to also take us back to the Bible, because we're talking about the church, the mosque, and then the community, the civic leadership. So we've talked about the civic. Now let's take it home, because the Bible is what we use to instruct ourselves, or the Quran for the Muslims. We look at a woman like Esther. When Haman decided, we know the story very well when you read the book of Esther chapter 4. When Haman influenced the king to write a law that says the Jews will be destroyed on a particular day. And Mordecai heard of it and went to Esther, and he told Esther about it. And he told Esther, if you don't do anything, don't just sit there, that God will raise someone. And what did Esther do? She went back and started to do what? Pray with her maids. And after the third day, I am trying to talk about emotional intelligence. Esther is the queen of the land, right? She could have said, oh, I'm a queen. Why don't I just go meet the king? No, she did her homework as a woman of faith. She went down on her knees and she prayed. At the third day, she dusted herself, wore a royal apparel, medal, came out beautifully well, and prepared a banquet for the king. And as she stepped out in her royal apparel, the king saw her. Remember that according to the rule of Media and Persia, if you appear before the king and the king doesn't call you, you're dead. The guards will come and take you off. So immediately the king saw her. He brought out his golden scepter and said, come, my queen, what do you want me to do for you? Even half of my kingdom I will give to you. Now, when you look at it, somebody will be like, there is this our proverb that says, once you climb a kola nut tree, make sure you harvest all the kola nuts that you want, because you don't have to climb the kola nut tree all the time. Now, imagine that Esther started telling the king, oh, see, Haman has brought out this law that says we are going to be killed. No, she didn't do that. What did she do first? She said, oh, king, live forever. I've come to invite you to a banquet. That was the first thing she did. And after that day, the king was like, what do you want me to do for you? He said, oh, I just want you to grace my banquet the second day, and with your right-hand man, Haman. Haman came the first day, rejoiced and ate and was happy. The queen even recognizes me. Who am I? He was very happy, right? The second day again, the king came and said, my queen, after eating, what can I do for you? Now, the queen has suited the mind of the king, and he said, all I ask for is for my life and the life of my people. The king was lost. The king was like, what are you saying? What do you mean? You're asking for your life. Who is taking it away? He said, your right hand man, Haman. He said, what? The man stood up. I won't bore you by telling you the things that happened next. But I would let you understand that as a woman of emotional intelligence, she was able to get her life back and that of her people. And she didn't just get it back. The king handed her over. Take my scepter, take my drink, take my seal, go and write. Whatever you write cannot be revoked. That is a woman of emotional intelligence. She did not just secure the life of her people or her life. She had the right, she received the right to write whatever she wanted to be written. And you call that what? In the civic world, that's stakeholder management. She was able to go in, just like you going to the president, negotiated, and even collected a plain check that was already signed, and say, go, whatever you write, cash out. Just begin to cash out. This can only be seen in the life of woman of faith. Another point I would like to mention is the point of the grit and endurance. That is the prayer warrior stamina. A woman of faith, they can labor on their knees for years praying for a wayward child. They do not get tired. We remember the story of this guy that sang Daddy Way They Pamper. You remember that guy that sang that song? He said he was a cultist for years in the university, and that his mother kept praying. That even after doing the 5 years, he joined to do the 2 years. Why? Because cultists, they never graduate. But that the mother never relented in praying. She kept praying until he changed. And now, this same person that was a cultist, doing all manner of evil, is the one that has been turned to begin to preach the gospel. It takes a woman of faith, even if it's 10 years, to lobby for light or borehole in the community. They would do it. Because, you know why? Because a woman of faith has patience. We are resilient. We are fearless. We are dogged. We are brave. We are courageous. We don't let circumstances deter us. We don't let situations stop us. That the prayers are not the answers are delayed, it doesn't mean that it will not be answered. We will keep praying until we receive. I would also take us back to the Bible. If you look at the account of Luke chapter 18, you see that widow. She kept on going to this unrighteous judge. He said, avenge me of my adversaries. Avenge me of my adversaries. And what happened? This unrighteous judge said, this woman, you just keep haunting me. You're troubling me. In fact, he said, the Bible says, this man does not regard man. He doesn't regard God. But because of the constant coming of this woman, he said, least you weary me out, I will do it for you. And that is who a woman of faith is. They embody patience. They have faith. They will continue to pray until they receive answers. Another woman I would like to talk about is Mary Magdalene. You would look at that account in the book of John chapter 20. When Jesus died on the third day, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb to look for his master. And as she got there, she realized that the body of the master wasn't there anymore. She ran all back to the disciples that Jesus loved. And he said, the body of the master is taken. And they all ran back to the tomb to look for the body of Jesus. And they didn't see. And the account said that these disciples that Jesus loved did what? They went back home. But you know what a woman of faith did? She didn't go home. What she did was she stayed put, weeping and looking, searching for her master. As she looked, she saw two angels, one by this end and the other one. And they asked, woman, why do you weep? As she raised her face, she looked again. She saw Jesus. But she didn't recognize it was Jesus because she was still thinking Jesus is somewhere. So to her, it was a gardener. She said, Mister, please, where did you keep my master? Tell me, I want to go and tend to him. You know, you can't take away these inherent abilities to always care, to always tend from women. It's inborn. It's always there. But as Jesus looked at her, Jesus called her Mary. That was when she realized that he was the master. And Jesus said, go tell my disciples that I've risen. And guess what? Getting to that place, disciples locked up the whole place out of fear. See, this topic is not about maybe female or women equality, no. We're talking about giving a woman of faith a safe playing ground for her voice to be heard, for her to impact the world, for the changes that we're looking for in the world in Nigeria is a woman of faith that embodies it. We have the endurance. We can do it. We stay put till we see the result. We are not, that in a hurry. Unlike the men that always want, men, they don't have the kind of patience that women have. And that's why we can carry children in our womb for 9 months. You understand? We've watched some movie where a man was asked to carry a child, and we know that it was not an easy task. They couldn't do it. Someone threw a joke by saying that if carrying babies were done by a routine, if a woman carry now and then the next child the man has to carry it, that most families will have only 3 children, because once the man does it once, he won't want to go again the second time. But you still see a woman, 5 children, 6 children, 7 children. Was it so sweet? Did they go to? No. But what? We are life givers. We don't just get tired. It's inborn. Alright? So I would like to go to the next topic. The next point is network weaving. Network weaving. You see, women in the mosque, a woman can sit with a lawyer by the side and then with a tomato seller by the other side. Network. When you come to the church, the pastor's wife can sit with the governor's wife and then with a market woman. That is network. I call women social barrier breakers. You want to break into any industry and you don't have a woman on your team? Oh, you're joking. We can break into any barrier, into any place that you will break into that. We are social barrier breakers. We're talking about a lot of ethnic violence, religious violence, and who are those in these committees? The men. How come you are not putting women there? We are the nurturers. We're the one that will nurture the leaders of tomorrow, the children that you send to go and fight the battles. Why don't you put us there? I want to also give you an instance. You know, today you were supposed to come with your Bible because we're talking about faith in church and mosque. So some of you should have come with your Quran. So I'm come with Bible. Well, I'm a Christian, so I don't know much on Quran. But I did a little research. But in the Bible, we saw a woman who was a social barrier breaker, the Samaritan woman. And this Samaritan woman, how did she break the barrier? In the Bible, the Jews and the Samaritans, they do not have any relation whatsoever. And you can be known to be a Jew by your dressing. The Samaritans had their dressing. And on this fateful day, Jesus was by this well of Jacob, waiting for his disciples. They've gone to go and look for food. As usual, they are not always present. Now, as this woman, Samaritan woman, came with her pot to fetch, and Jesus said, "Can I have a drink?" No one said, "How can you, a Jew, be asking me, a Samaritan, for a drink? You already know there is no relationship between us." Now, to shorten my story, Jesus was able to convince her of her sins, telling her how she has 5 husbands. And immediately what happened? This woman dropped her water pot right there, and she ran along. She ran along to go and tell people what Jesus has done for her. With that alone, she drew people from the cities to come and listen to Jesus. And remember, all this while Jesus had been sitting down there, there was no way for him to do what? To speak to these people. By doing this Samaritan woman was able to breach that social barrier between the Jews and the Samaritans. And Jesus was able to win those souls for God. If you want to infiltrate any camp, if you want to infiltrate any industry, a woman of faith is the right candidate for that position. I want to also look at this in the civic or in the community basis, about having a woman of faith occupying a position that could lead to, her being seen. I want to start by telling us about this corporation model. Before now, in our women's group, we are aware that we used to do all these small savings where somebody will be in charge of it. Through those small savings, we could use it to go and visit some women that put to bed, some women that had crises, some women who are passing through financial crisis. These small savings were used to do that. Now, looking at this from the Muslim past, they call it the esusu. Women have been doing contributions in the traditional ways. The fintech groups, the fintech groups like Piggyvest, Moneypoint, Opay, they've remodernized it into microfinance, banking, savings. But now, most times, if women can remodernize this into a cooperative, they can begin to loan out some of this money as a soft loan to fellow women, that the interest will not be neck breaking. I believe we can achieve so much in the Christendom and in our mosque within the women forum. Again, if we could, stop using our contributions to buy new aswebi for our conventions, and start buying more of the grinding machines, start buying, putting it in the small scale farming. With that, there will be multiplication of that money. We can use our church basements as an industrial hub for more businesses. This can be achieved by women of faith. It's been done for ages, for decades. We have the Catholic Women Organization. They've been doing such contributions, and if they tell you millions they gather by the end of the year, most times they use that millions to build either an edifice, they can use it to do one infrastructure in the church. That is on the cooperative level. Now, when we talk about conflict resolution, in conflict resolution, we see that Nigeria, we've been battling a lot of ethnic and religious crises. We've been hearing a lot of bloodshed, and we have the men who have always sat in the committees talking about this violence. But who are the people that are training the ones that are going to fight, stop this violence? It's the women. You come to the children class, just as I stated before, it's the women that are there teaching these children, bringing them up. I remember when I was in children department, there is a particular children teacher that we dread. Oh, if that woman is in class that day, you have to behave, you can't make noise, your assignment, you must, those days we write assignment, they give us homework that we go with, and we'll submit it the next Sunday. So if she's the one teaching, you must hand in that assignment. And most times when we now go for camp meetings, and she's in class, you'll be like, I don't want to join this auntie's class. Oh no, this. Why? Because she was very hard on discipline. She will make sure you hear discipline. She will make sure you greet. You pass her without greeting. She will bring you back and tell you, why did you not greet me? She will give you small flogging, and your brain will restructure. Yes, reset. And that was how we were doing it those days. Okay? Now, when we talk about women, we want to see more women from the mosque, from the church, sit together at the local government levels, not to just talk, but to veto violence. Because there is power in the voice of a woman. We are problem solvers. We don't just sit. Days are gone when you say women gossip a lot. No, not anymore. When we sit, we bring out solutions to problem. So it should no longer just be the men who are in these committees. We should have more women in this committee. I want to give us a leap with this story about conflict resolution, about woman of faith, and I want to talk about Abigail. Abigail in the Bible, if you read that account you would see that we have the husband Nabal, and how the Bible described Nabal. Bible described Nabal as a son of Belial and someone who has folly in his heart. Now, Abigail was a wise woman. Through Abigail was able to avert an impending destruction that was coming for her household. How? Now, Nabal was a wealthy man, very rich in camels, in cattle. You know how those days where the servants would usually take the livestock out for grazing. Now, this was the period, if you read, this account is in 1 Samuel chapter 20. It was the period where King David was still on the run. He was running away for his life from King Saul. And he had to protect all these livestock for Nabal. And on this particular day, Nabal decided to celebrate with his household, with his servants, to kill some ram, kill some camels. And David sent a word to Nabal, saying to Nabal, please, can I partake of some of these your meals? Can you give my people some? And guess what Nabal told the servant that David sent? He said, who is your master? A lot of people have run away from their masters, claiming masters now. Who is your master that I should give part of my sheep that I'm sharing for my servants? Oh, what you're even sharing for your servants is what you cannot share with David, who is going to be a king. And David was utterly angry. And he mustered up 400 men. And he said, this night, everything that pieced by the wall will go down. And guess what happened? Another servant saw what transpired, ran to Abigail, the wife of Nabal, and told Abigail, look at what my master has done. And remember that my master is the son of Belial. You can imagine that even the man was foolish. His servants knew that he was a foolish man. The Bible called him that, foolish, exact word. Pardon me that I'm using it, but that was what the Bible said. It's in the Bible, not my word. And what did Abigail do? conflict resolution. A woman that has emotional intelligence to know what to do per time. She hurriedly mustered up 200 loaves of bread, bottles of wine, sheep, dressed them, corn, and said, please go ahead. Go and send it to King David. She didn't want to come and take permission from the husband before doing that. She already saw the impending harm coming, that a lot is going to happen, a lot of blood will be shed. And she ran with another separate chariot and went to meet the king. And she fell down on her face. She's a wealthy woman. What I'm talking about is just like someone who is living so large, has Rolls Royce, that kind of a thing. But she didn't let it get to her head. What did she do? She came down, knelt down before King David and started to apologize on behalf of her husband. And after apologizing, she said, praise him. Are you seeing the way she was resolving this conflict? And then after praising, she also told King David, said, please, do not forget your handmaid when God has reinstated you. In conflict resolution, we need the woman's intelligence. And looking at Abigail, how she resolved that issue, prevented that bloodshed that might even have claimed her life, who knows, even though that most times it's usually the men that they kill and leave the women. But now what happened? As she came back home to tell the husband what has happened,